Hai că m-am trezit și eu să moară așa, că mă trezit mai devreme să văd ambele meciuri. A arătat o hartă, dar e ok. Hai să vedem să înceapă ăștia două hartă. Da? Deci Georgiana se unde rău, băi. Cum ăștia? Să schimbăm scena asta. Bă, da, mă uitam și eu la meci. Conduceau Gamerlegion, nu știu, cred că era... Cred că era undeva la 6-1 sau ceva de genul am văzut. Și am plecat puțin, când m-am întors era 15 pentru ei aici de vot.
This is the map coming in from ENCE. On the T side, on their T side, they didn't get a single round, right? And ENCE won 9 in a row.
Jucam la Whitebit. Bă, Bari, n-am cum. Mă uit la meci, la Sprout și începe la 3, nu cred că avem timp.
Kios had 6 kills, 9 deaths. Isaac went 0-8. IM went 0-9. Acor went 1-9. Like IM had an ADR of 7 in that second half. So in total,
n-am, bro, mi-a crescut părul, trebuie să mă duc să mă tund, dar de-abia pe întâi mă duc să mă tund. Atunci m-a programat.
It was as dominant as you can get for ENCE on that CT side. Heading into the map though, it is going to be overpass. It is the map pick coming in from the side of Gamerlegion, so I'm expecting a better showing coming out from them. But at the same time, it's a map that ENCE aren't any strangers to, right? It's a map that they've played quite often. I'm taking a look at some of the recent results. Obviously, Gamerlegion have played more of it, but if you look at the sort of opposition that ENCE have to go up against, they beat 500 in a very close fashion in OT in the Blast RMR, which could bode well for Gamerlegion. But apart from that, Cloud9 they had a loss against. They beat Vitality in Pro League as well. So it's a map which is kind of like in the air for ENCE, but they have still taken down some pretty big names on this map. On the other side, for
ce freză, nu mi-am făcut freză, am intrat părul în ochi, mi-sic, trebuie să mă duc să mă tund și m-a programat de-abia pe 1 mai.
They've beaten teams like, you know, Alternate Attacks, Prospects, they've lost to Heat, so it's again a 50-50 map for them as well. So it's honestly up in the air, but if the individual form we saw from ENCE translates into overpass as well, this could be a very swift 2-0 for the ENCE side.
Oh, it certainly could. Can they keep that momentum going forward? It
Smash
wasn't a one-man army either. Like Dihad definitely was the linchpin, maybe the sort of saving grace, if you will, for that first half. But then we saw Sun Pius, Madden, also Stappy had a great half.
Cine a ales Miraj? Gamerlegion sau
getting an ace, getting a bunch of impact kills. So
Stai că mă uită pe telefon repede.
if you look at the firepower that's available, the ceiling of skill, as we already discussed a few times, we haven't even really mentioned NVIDIA that much because he didn't have exactly the greatest of performances. He started very slow. He did pick up pace, don't get me wrong.
S-au ales? Bă, ești nebun, ia. În stream Inferno, Gamerlegion Anubis, picked Mirage, da. Gamerlegion picked Overpass.
However, we're ready to get into our second map.
Dar ce bine început să ești nebun, mă uitam, m-am spus, conduceau ăștia, ești nebun, era nu știu.
Well, overpass it is.
O să
And
obțin
then it's
volum mai
obviously going to be
tare.
starting on
Asta
the
și mai
CT
turul
side.
ăsta.
And if you
Te
look
salut,
at
Metin, te
that rock
salut.
solid defense here, Mirage, you wonder what they can do here.
Hai să
on
vedem ce-au
overpass,
pregătit
which
ăștia
is
pe
a bit more CD-sided
Overpass,
than Mirage's, but I'm
Gamerlegion.
expecting more from Gamerlegion. You can see how uncomfortable they were on Mirage, really not getting much going.
Au terminat în 10 minute
Virtually
T-side-ul.
every aspect of the game. Overpass.
A, n-au luat nicio rundă pe terou, au avut 8 păcete.
I'm expecting a little bit more. Nuts. He's going to make first contact.
În locul lui Nerd ăsta trebuia să fie Launix.
Start this time, he already has.
Da, nu mai
0-9
contează.
on Mirage, already picked up his first kill. It will only be one, but he sees a lot of bodies pushing towards him now. Because they have Isaac around the connector, they can definitely quickly rotate back round, but Madden is trying to get that
Ai
intel
fost la
for
Beach,
himself.
please?
He's
N-ai
already
să caut
pushing
acolo
all the way around
Metin.
into spawn. This is valuable
La
intel that's
vârsta
being
mea ce
gathered,
dracu să fac
but it
acolo?
seems like Subi has a good idea about this.
Să
He's
am
watching
grijă
his
de
back.
copiii pe acolo. Au avut 8-7 păcete Gamerlegion. Da, mă, cum am uitat eu era 6-1 sau 5-1 pentru Gamerlegion. Și când m-am întors era 15 pentru ENS. Hai că e dangerous ăsta dacă e mâncația Snappy. Dacă și asta mai e dangerous se mor direct. Ce ai? Ori că au tras și apti prost.
Madden is still moving around the back. If the player to the left, which is Sunpies, can get
Oh.
some kills, it could be huge, but he's fallen down without much in
Bun.
return. D had
Păi
a
versus
chance,
unu.
but it's a fleeting opportunity. Madden's position now known. He did get a kill on the rotation, but now up against two. Can he pull this one off? Yeah, he is very likely a goner. P250.
Mamă, cât contează să vezi un băiat, ai văzut, mă? Se vede? Să vă jucați cu shadow-ul ăla pe high.
Their first pistol in this best of three.
Te pup, Marin.
Yeah, good flank coming in from Madden. I'm not too sure about
Nivele, tu vezi că stă grav rău de tot cu mine.
Nu e ok. He still had time to fall on back.
Vreau să vedem ce meciuri mai sunt în afară de și
because Sunpies, as we saw earlier, he got pushed down. He was very low. He couldn't really assist his IGL. Good clear as well from Gamerlegion.
Joacă și Nexus cu Nation.
Making sure that none of the corners are left unchecked. And good work from DH to at least get
Păi
one,
Liviu,
but
nu, mă,
they
nu.
needed more
Îl
there,
lăsăm,
so
frate.
good opening kills
Îl
going
lăsăm
with
să sfere cu
Gamerlegion.
noi.
Rents though, it's going to be the force buy coming
Ultima
out.
oară nu știu cu ce se filma pe live,
Players
eu
towards
mâncați.
B, have Sunpies towards long with the scout by his lonesome. Gamerlegion, bit of a defaultish approach. They are being much more measured here after the smacking they had to endure on the T side of Mirage. Quite a bit of utility as well. No nades though. As Acor going a bit of a contact approach here. He's got Kios as well with a Mac-10 right alongside him.
Considering there's 4 players here, though, this is.
Oh, să face contact așa în doi aici, puțin periculos.
They're not sure on the intel right now, and Madden has spotted players.
Sper să nu moară la... Da, de fapt nu moară.
Montenegro gets his head removed as the snappy. And that will put Nertz into a very awkward position indeed. D has trying to watch his back.
Nu o face, Marin, lasă.
Still plenty of time as well. They have connector control, courtesy of Isaac's push into Banana. They have already checked these angles. Nertz falls back now to the back of the site. Smoke primed. Just to land beside the pillar. Gives a small wall between that and the barrels. He can try and play behind this as he looks into short. This
Are și one way aici?
for a play where Nertz could go massive, but he needs this first pick, and that flashbang is so good. D-Hab back with some return fire. In a 1-on-4 has already picked up one. It would have to be a 1-on-4 ace, but Gamerlegion will not allow that to happen. And it's great news for Gamerlegion here that they've not only got the pistol, but they've also pretty comfortably taken the second round and starting to build a bit of a foundation for themselves after a very lackluster T-half on Mirage.
Salut, Robert.
I was a little nervous with Gamerlegion there, going for the contact play, walking into the stack, as you pointed out, Vince, but they do a very good job of isolating the kills, good utility usage as well.
Salut, George.
Frags and Nertz. Yeah, he was in a pretty good spot, but
Lasă gălăgia, Marin.
Gamerlegion sure he doesn't get up to any good. Madden. A few upgraded pistols, that's about it. The rest of them, a multitude of just a couple of P250s, a couple of USPs. For Gamerlegion, they're going to go for the tried and tested anti-ego. You're going up against just the pistols and overpass, the usual call to matchmaking. Just go long, guys. Just use your rifles, use the range. That's exactly what they've done. They found Madden. Rotation is in from the CTs.
Yep, this should be a dialed-in, foregone conclusion round. If they can get any kills out of this, I would be quite surprised at this point. Molotov to the back of the site, and Sunpius does it with a USP of all weapons. But he'll quickly be put down. 3-0, fast start, but Ents will have a buy, and they have more than enough funds for everything they want. They've got the AWP for Sunpius, who was fantastic with this, and everyone else has tons and tons of nades. They may bypass a kit, though, so that could maybe be a slight oversight.
Hai să vedem unde asta, dar,
Yeah,
curious cum joacă ăștia pe tero. Gamerlegion.
If they're just able to kill everyone, right? So let's see what they do. For Gamerlegion, we do still have the Galils in play. Why the hell not? Mac 10 for Kios. Early, heavier lean towards A, and Nerds together, the two poles, and that's a nice little booster. Nerds finds one. They know there's a player nearby as well. A wild spray from Isaac. Be able to get the trade with full nade as well. That is chunky as hell. Down to 24 HP. Good damage being dealt out here by Ents. And it's still sticking around. Just two players towards B. It is, however, the very capable Madden and Snappy as he's taking matters into his own hands. Finds two. He's looking for more. This is dangerous from him. Getting a little too over-eager there. And suddenly, IM and Shui, they find two. Bringing it back to a much more doable 2v3.
Oare și ăsta?
Nice. Timing. He does land the headshot, but it's not going to be finishing off the kill. And these are the kind of rounds as well that are bonus rounds for Gamerlegion. They have tons of cash and supply. So even if they lose this, but they take another player down with them, it's going to put it such a rough and strangeful situation in the finances of Ents. However, Nut survives on 26 HP, or 28 HP, pardon me. Very lucky to do so.
Auzi, mă, nu l-au
15 HP on IM.
Era departe rău.
Get the drop on the CT side.
Dar cred că se așteaptă Ime să aibă Sunpius ăsta pe la 100%.
Passive deep angle. Maybe allowing this plant to
come in
to allow the rotation to get through for Nerds. They can play together. Make sure that they win this round. The option
bă, dar nu intră în cap.
Sunpius loses a ton of HP as well. All three players exceptionally low. One bullet could seal the deal.
Poate să-i spargă aici slow amândoi.
If they line up and he gets the right timing, he can still win this round. Sunpius slowly around the corner. He gets one, but there's the counter frag. Yes, Ents win, but only surviving with one player is gonna play hell with their next buy.
Da, mai e, bro. Zic, mamă, bătrinu. Mai trăiești, mă, bătrâne.
Giving a bit of a small little talking to DDR there. I know he's been fantastic this entire series, but there was no need for him to get that over-eager.
Nătă, oricum. A scos gurați de arme, au ăștia un bai, cred că acum... Bine, au polară, Doi MP9.
Going for a buy. Look at the money they still have remaining in the coffers after the purchase, right? Like, it's pretty solid. 3 players around the 3K mark. And for Ents,
bine sănătos,
down to 2 SMGs for 2 of the players, for Madden and for Snappy. While they could have retained at least 3 or 4 rifles. That's a bit of an oof moment for Ents. Aggression though this time around. I haven't seen this yet from.
Dar merge o cafea. Girgian, ai făcut cafea?
Playing to its cons. He's got DHUP right next to him. It's a heavy stance.
Okay, dacă e urmă asta.
Ents have been known for something which they like to do.
Nu, e bine, te întreb dacă e cafea, își beau cafea.
Usually the opera and maybe a star player playing towards A, while the other 3 towards B. And you're gonna stick on around behind the fountain. Chewy.
Pe mă întâlnesc acum jumătate de oră, ești nebun. Nu prea declezi bine. Bănesc că e 3 de dimineață, mărim.
When Axel played the fountain and he was left all alone. He's got shut down in the back. We saw that.
Vino puțin mai aproape. Sunpius. Oh! Cred că l-a văzut acum. Oh!
And Nerds wrecking crew has been untouched. Allows Nerds to actually push behind now.
Oi, mă.
Intel being gathered. as Isaac tries to fend off.
Mă, ce căutăm de ăsta aici, băi?
Toying with the idea of getting aggressive into connector, smokes down, backs off to the site.
Unde a scăpat ăsta, mă, pe lung? Pe unde dracu a scăpat?
He doesn't die, and Nertz has made his way all the way
Mamă,
around
nu o
from
să se uite niciodată în
now
aici.
towards the short pipe. Does IM check his cat angles? No. And then Nertz, he doesn't decide to hold on for the trigger discipline because he wasn't sure if that barrel area was compromised or not, but it gets two anyway. 18 seconds left, and Gamerlegion may be forced into an A-sided hit. Only DHA stands. I say only. He's had a performance worth 2 or 3 players so far in this best of 3, but it's only going to be the one kill that he can pick up. So it's going to be a bomb plant for Gamerlegion.
Sta deja în spate, bă, da. Se rotesc iorneci ăștia.
There's a way forward here.
No, they ran out of time. The bomb took too long. Oh, that is so unfortunate. They even get the kill on the D here, right? So the bomb gets planted. Yeah, sure, there's a chance to retake, but DHA does enough to delay
doar ceva întrezit pe la 12 jumate.
He takes on a rifle as well. Just
A dat la găini, mă.
Couple of milliseconds, and that's a rough way. That's a rough way to lose a round.
Mersi, bine.
At least we did touch upon the fact that they did have some money, and that's the sort of aggression you'll love to see. Sun Pius finds Isaac. He's gonna get the hell out of dodge here real quickly. Nert's gonna stick on around though, and playing towards the bathrooms area.
Ce putor, măi!
That's an oofy moment there, Vince.
A, nici la 6, mâncați și mă duc la pește la ora aia. Ce dracu faci?
The whole way around, me thinking they'd actually got the plant down. Gamerlegion running out of time. Oh dear.
Dar nu m-am luat, mă, de tine, nebun.
Oh no, I want to forget real quick. Isaac takes.
Am niște pantaloni de severă să-i părșesc.
First death of the round and Kios is chipped
S-ar
down
putea
to
să mă duc și eu puțin
89
prima
HP.
maia la festival de Boner sau cum dracu aici.
Snappy having a rough start here, but to be fair to Ents, they have
Cu muzică, cu mâncare, un sandwich, 1 milion. E ca lumea.
There he is, making amends. First kill for him on the map. Fending off the T's as they look to try and push up Banana as well. They are hiding behind the smoke. There is a play in the bathrooms. That's going to be nuts.
Aia zic, bro, aia zic, aia e problema.
Do they realize that Sui is also in bathrooms right now? Probably
not. This is so weird. Look at where the bomb's going as well. They're so far away from each other. This is virtually unwinnable. What they're hoping here is IM maybe getting the bomb.
Aia zic, cuțule, nața la ora 1, mâncați-și.
Flash is perfect, Vince. And then they shut it down. And the money. It's finally gone for Gamerlegion.
Mă, Snappy ăsta are și el 33 de ani? 30, 33? Pe acolo, nu? Se juca 1-6, dracu, mă jucam 1-6 cu el. Dă-vă mă jucam 1-6 cu el. O fi fost mai mic ca noi, dar nu știu cu câți ani, poate 3-4 ani, nu știu, pe acolo. Acum 5 te lăsai 230 de lei la Carrefour și ai venit cu coșul gol, ia zi. La Anexi juca, da.
Eventually Gamerlegion run out of steam. And if it's anything like the first map, this is where Ents really took off.
Ce să caut la Bici Please Marine, sincer, ce să caut? Mai ai văzut cine cântă pe acolo? Bine. Sunt și străinezii aia, Central Sea, cine mai vine, 69. Bine, nu ascult eu, dar am ascultat românași, mâncați-și, mi se pare incredibil. N-ai cum să asculti așa ceva fără hate și de alea.
First kill, pretty clean, and now DHA in a shooting gallery. 2 kills go his way.
Shooting gallery,
banking the nade off the wall as well, and Nertz picks up the rest. A clean sweep anti-eco.
As this first half progresses, it's going to be
am zis
pretty interesting to see how Gamerlegion are going to try and take this bathrooms control.
Am făcut curat, am ieșit la cafea, am băut 2 beri, mâncate, zice Utu.
Definitely woken up this time around early in the game. He's a 9-4. And then you have
Era bine 69 ăla în club aseară. În ce club l-ai prins, Misic?
It's not easy at all. Of course, DHA has kind
un
of
box de Pamper, 6 pelii de ceapă, o pâine, niște măzline, un parfum de mașină, niște banane și facturi la Digi. Hai, 230. Da, măi, jale. S-au scumpit rău de tot cu aia, rău.
They were just dominant in some of the overpass games we saw from them. DHA, doesn't matter if it's A or B. Being a bit of a nuisance.
Eram phase la București aseară. Era tranquilizat, a, Misic? 69, dar vezi, poate era 69 ăla de România, băi, Misic.
a peek coming in from Shui, but Nerds is so quick to
Da, mă,
dodge
sunt la
it.
meci direct.
Shui, well, he's out for the round.
Off the back as well of a final purchase, Isaac can't capitalize his son Pius just for a brief moment was there for the taking. It was not an easy shot by any stretch of the imagination. Again, though, aggression up from Nerds and Madden joining him. Madden watching his back, allowing him to play this forward position behind the rock. Because Madden is watching on the long bathrooms, but Nerds missing out on that spray.
Se mai așteaptă și la Madden aici?
Meanwhile, Son Pius
Da, bun flash ăsta, nice. Bravo. Bun flash să moară Jana, dar nu. Bine, cred că...
Now there's so many angles in Gamerlegion. What a turnaround this round has been. My goodness, from a 5v4 to a 2v4.
That was clinical. That was clinical from Gamerlegion, but it's not done yet.
Se așteaptă la asta în spate? În fine, e snappy. Fără emoții.
Needs to hit his shots. Indeed, he will bomb drop now. And a 1v2.
Ai, bă, ne bate în joc.
As well to 1v1. And with 13 seconds, there's no
era bomba picată la primul de la bătut, mă? Îl bate-i, îl bate-i. Are ce Catrin, îl bate-i, pe ăsta n-are nicio șansă.
There is a kit as well for Snappy. He has a smoke. He can put this down.
Are smoke băiatul. Îl bate, are nade, me. Bine, Molotov nu joacă la ăștia dacă dă smoke. Cred că știe că e la o să-i dea nade în cap. Nu?
So he's checking all these angles. The big brain. Oh, the
nice.
Did he just spot the top of IM's head? Apparently not. And IM will punish him. Gamerlegion take the round.
Nu neapărat de vârstașul că trage pro Snappy și IGL. Oricum a bătut destui acolo.
Valiant attempt from the IGL there, but yeah. In the end, unlucky. But for Gamerlegion, I love
a pus el pe Insta, bro, la story cu toate corectele de România.
A bit surprised they take down Madden as well. I thought
unde a pus în story? Că vreau și eu pe Insta sau unde a pus Mistic?
In the round.
Ești cum se scrie 69 să moară Jana dacă vă mint.
And it's not going to be very happy with the way that one played out after Notes gets the opening kill. Slight damage from Dia, not going to be doing much. But it did come down to the 1v1 Vince, and you can see it's really affected the money. Oh, this is perfect. Molotov, and he finds both. Little labored, but he gets it done.
Trage și tu orbi, e bine așa, ești nebun.
Bomb dropped. Snappy going from strength to strength, from kill to kill. As he weakens the push with a 3k. Those first two kills, and now Acor down to 51.
Ce dracu a făcut, mă? Da flash în short-ul ăla și a bătut? Că nu m-am uitat.
Smoke out, and he is a goner. I love Snappy's target selection there. He didn't go for the play that was burning on the right side, which was the easy
asta
kill.
E la face,
he went for
Misty?
the harder frag, the jumping, leaping player to the left because it kept his angle covered, and he knew the Molotov would do most of the work for him. So you see here, he doesn't go for the right play that stood still. He assumes he's killed the first player.
Dar nu prea para român ce așa, vrei să te mint? Sau? Da, scuză-mă pe mine. Bianca Ane, nu prea pare româncă.
Yeah, also based off the cue that, alright, they might be just going in for the boost there and just a preemptive molly. Good read from ENS. And one thing which is interesting for this ENS team is that if you look at a lot of teams, Vince, and you know who plays a rotator role, right? The guy is going to be lobbing in the. Okay, let's not get too hungry there, Snappy. That's not that. All right, he's dead. Man is done 49 HP, so I don't think they're going to be aggressing any further. And for the T's, they do have a smoke to try and smoke off monster to pick up the bomb, but.
Dani cu membru? Te pop, Dani. Salut, SeDaN, faci promovări la serverul de CSGO. Bă, dacă nu mi-ați spus, cred că am 2 ani jumate de live, dacă nu mi-ați spus la promovări de servere CSGO, unul nu mi-a dat mai multe detalii. Îmi scrii pe Insta, bro, dacă ești și discutăm acolo.
Brave there. That's a gun gifted. So things could get interesting. Bomb still dropped towards B though. And now for ENS, they need to be wary of the potential flank coming in all the way from.
Bă, nu știu dacă erau toate români ce Mistic. Sincer, tu știi mai bine că dacă ai fost acolo, te cred.
On a measly 4 HP. And then information has been conveyed by
tu câți ai, mă, Mistic? Că prea ți-o arăți pe la cluburi. Eu știam că ești bătrânac, ești tu. Toate lungi, toate cu OnlyFans. Bă, una nu știu de acolo, să moară Jana, cred că știți mult mai bine. Alexei.
My ENS, they still have an incendiary in a smoke, but that's in Son Pius who's watching for the flank.
Eu m-am luat după numele lui Bianca. Aia sigur era româncă.
Just checking their back now and again.
Bă, dar parcă nu-mi place harta asta, să mor dacă înțeleg ceva din ea. Haide, mă, hai, Gamerlegion. Are acord bani de polar, are... E ok. Fac 35 mulți înainte. A, uite cine se duce pe la face la 35 de ani.
Yeah. Still pretty even Stevens, 4 rounds on the T side. If we can get a couple more, they're going to be feeling
Mystic și
comfortable with that.
adevărat, Mystic și P-Sticks.
The fact that DecE, who is kind of like the secondary star for this team, if you ask me, he's the one who's lobbing in the monster smoke.
Am văzut la unele pe Insta.
For this team, right? Well, Snappy's the guy committing.
Mamă, Mystic cred că s-a dus în face că a auzit că se duce 69 ăsta și s-a dus și el, bă, mă duc să-l văd pe 69, mâncați.
It's a lot of responsibilities, and for someone like DecE with his mechanical ability,
toate sunt românce și toate OnlyFans sau fac chat. Vă cred,
he can be almost anywhere. He can start A early, he can be the guy who's just spamming away through the wood, and because of how good he is individually, he's just a nuisance everywhere. Now,
bă, nu vreau să sper sau ceva mea, dar mi se pare că se joacă puțin așa.
So, not going to be too worried about that.
Airea.
The money for ENS, it's stabilized a bit, but it's still not in a comfortable position, right? So they do want to.
Nu neapărat că joacă bine, mi se pare că nu joacă Gamerlegion la potențialul lor. Sincer, asta vreau să zic, cred. Dacă mă știu eu pe Gamerlegion. Hai să vedem totuși. E hartă de CT. Mai legă niște arme de pătero aici, poate îi batem pe CT, nu? Nu știu care e a treia hartă, o să vedem după.
Great flash, beautiful flash from
A cântat Central C, vezi că a cântat Central C ăla cred că cel mai bine până acum. Dar hype-ul era varză, de mult m-am uitat și eu de curiozitate. Dar ați văzut și voi cum reacționa publicul la, nu știu, la rapper de ăștia români și cum au reacționat la Central C. Dacă căutați pe net la Central C să vedeți cum reacționează ăștia, prin Irlanda, prin Anglia, la concerte, că e altceva, ești nebun. Nu știau nici versuri, exact, și toate alea, am uitat și eu. Păi să vezi la Alberto Grasu, parcă așa îi zice ăla, sau Bazooka, ești nebun.
This is wasting valuable time for Gamerlegion. They've got 30 seconds left. They've already timed themselves out once. DecE gets flashed, preemptively sprays, but the bomb's been dropped down. He draws away the fire, allows Madden to step tall.
Deci mă jur că tot timpul pe rotație e unul în spate. Când intră Gamerlegion spre ea, tot timpul e unul în spate. Ați observat? Da, mă, nu știu versurile, adică, na.
To me, is almost like a Swiss Army knife of a player.
La asta mă gândesc. Că Central C la Uitam. Păi dacă nu știm engleză, cum să reacționăm la artist străini? Corect,
he can do that too. He can honestly offer so much. It must be a joy for like Snappy as an IGL to have a player that's
Salam de Siri. Ce bă, Mystic. Mystic și cu P-Stick, mâncați.
Take out a rifle and just kill. It's not just that, right? He can do so many things that. So he comes charging out. Oh, Snappy, need to be careful.
Oh, Snappy, you need to be careful, Snappy.
Risky and
n-ar muri și el.
Any further. Notes with the MP7. Again, you gotta realize, right? Since
bă, dar la Unix o dă după cu Imperial, mâncați.
I do believe Notes is playing from
Braziler.
home in Israel, so one, not necessarily saying it's an excuse, but it could be the high ping as well.
Te salut, Neamarin. Să pregătești grătarul ăla de 1 mai, Neamarin, că vin, că e jale cu live-urile astea, rămâi bine. Vin să dobor niște mici de aia, Neamarin. Să fundăm niște mici în muștar. Dar se bate la unul cu taxul? Cu FNX zici, mă? Mai e coach la aia FNX, la Imperial? Sau nu a fost niciodată la aia, nici nu mai știu. Parcă la aia era coach.
Armor penetration, it has one of the highest ranges when it comes to
I'll sparge Excel pe Fallen.
would trump it, I guess, when it comes to range.
There is nothing
But if you look at the mobility with the MP7 and also the rate of fire, it is still a very solid gun. And if you have the money, just go for it.
I think it is an underrated weapon. It's very niche, I guess, is the reason you don't see it more often. I think Madden used it earlier in the map as well. In fact, it may very well be Madden's that just dropped across. I didn't quite catch the bite round. But it also has more bullets than the UMP as well, so it's definitely quite a lot of pros. The cons for IM, though, is he only has a Mac 10 and he's against 4 CTs with 12 seconds. Good luck to you, sir. It won't be happening. 8-4 the score, and
Zdran, ai deschis cutii FNK?
A decent start for Gamerlegion. And then a
Poți să-mi dai și mie install că nu
advanced
găsesc?
rounds.
Cum mă nu găsești? N-apare pe undeva pe acolo? SeDaN 1231, bro, fistic. Ai primit ce să SeDaN? N-am primit, Alexei, dar nici nu vreau, sincer, nu mai vreau. A fost hype-ul ăla la început. Cât mai sunt maxim o lună, două și apare jocul. De fapt nu, după Major cred că apare, nu? Așa ar fi corect. SeDaN când ieșim copiii în parc, am uitat, nu? Ce voie, Steli. Cred că o să ieșim curând, mâncați, aici vara asta cu siguranță. Asta e cum o sună Wolfie, ce vrea Wolfie? Da, Wolfie, sunt live, Wolfie-li! Mamă, de la ora 1 te duci încolo? Trebuie să mă uit și la Sprout, joacă cu Imperial, mă uit acum la Gamerlegion cu Enz. Lejer. Bine, ok, așa fac. Te pupa.
Good Molotov. Flushes him
Da,
back.
mă, să mergem la festivalul da Budonăr, vreau. Am uitat, mi-a zis seara că se duce și că mă sună. Am aduc mai târziu, mai pe seara, mă, n-are rost la ora asta, ce dracu fac la ora asta?
The question is Snappy going to feel adventurous? There's still a lot of time to work with for Gamerlegion, so they don't really have to get too over-eager. 3 players towards long, one watching the flank.
Mă, se și promovează, Feneca. Ieri cerșea cutia, acum se promovează, e bine. Toate sunt pregătite, mai puțin băutura. O regleze în amarin cu niște bere și gata.
So as far as they're aware, there could be T's outside of connector right now. Maybe even pushing short.
Oricum, Neamarin ne-a mințit și Marin Cătălin că ne trimite Țuică, că ne trimite Pălincă, că ne trimite nu știu ce. Bravo, afară. Nu ne-a trimis nimica. Am mai pierdem pe asta.
He has just secured the round. I expect Snappy to go and save this, especially when you look at Nerds'
Bă, da,
economy.
Gamerlegion nu prea s-a jucat cu lurk, mă, Pătero, meciul ăsta. Oana mea, cred că era ok să dea și cu lurk, nu?
I think this might be the best T-side round we've seen from Gamerlegion.
Neamarin abia aștept o plimbare în parc cu cărățuri.
Across this entire series. I really like it. They get the first 2 kills.
Când vin în rob, băgăm câțiva mici și niște beri. Băgăm, mistic, băgăm.
And the 3v5, you could be forgiven for them. Like a lot of teams, alright guys, we got 2 kills at A. Screw it, we're just going to rush into the A bomb side. It's only Sun Pius. The other 2 are playing B. We can just go for it, but no, they slow
8, 7, 9, 6, e ok și așa.
over 40, 45 seconds, 50
Mai au
seconds.
ăștia de
just
bai,
waiting
au
it
de
out.
bai.
We have a player watching the flank, so even if Snappy
Au
had pushed
chiar
up from
două
behind,
runde
he
de
would have
bai,
been
a?
taken care of, right?
Dracu
And you have
los
Kiosk
bonusul
moving
aici.
towards bathrooms. And what they did by delaying it was, even
Uite
though
pe
Sun
stânga.
Pius and Madden were ready and waiting, that used up all their utility. You saw the flashes being lobbed in from Madden, from Sun Pius to Molotov, so they had used up everything.
Când, Marin?
And then Sun Pius, he's like, all right, I need to just scope on in. Good read from Aqirys as well to get the kill onto him. And then Madden trapped in the corner towards Optimus. Perfect flashbang. There was a Molotov nearby him as well, and he just gets deleted. Just very clinical, well thought out, well constructed round coming out from Gamerlegion. And more of that, and we could potentially see them maybe even get to 7. In which case, I think they've pretty much got their win condition.
Oh yeah.
I'm surprised these wall bangs. It looks like it's spot on, at least through the X-ray. Have they not blown out the door?
No, I think it's just purely through the wooden panels and door, just for a bit of damage. It is open this time.
Bravo, măime. Bun, entry.
Yeah, they were shooting
Mai e unul singur?
through the
Pe lung?
metal there, and early fight. And this time, they speed things
Am,
up.
nu spune că îl prinde pe ăla cu bomba. Unde dracu e ăla?
Charge on in, Isaac getting a little too over-eager. Oh, the spray, it goes a little
nu-l prinde, nu-l prinde, nu-l prinde.
survives on 19
Dar tot
HP,
parcă
but remember, Sun Pius is still lurking around inside of bathrooms with an AWP.
Îl au pe ăla în spate cu polarul, wow.
He is. That's why Ents maybe aren't
oricum
getting more
pare runda
aggressive
noastră
because
pe
they know
foaie,
they have the ace up the sleeve.
Nu știu dacă se mai așteaptă la asta, pe lung.
Nades now being exchanged.
Ba se așteaptă că nu face pic pe lung. No. Nice, me.
Pushing perfectly,
Treci pe ăsta. A luat
they know
flash-ul.
one player's in bank, and that's a low IM. So an incendiary's tossed towards him and a HE, but he's already moved
Ai,
out.
mă,
He's in the
ha,
smoke.
nu l-a bătut, am crezut că l-a bătut, o the fuck.
Trades across
Bravo,
to the
Ime.
AK to replenish those bullets, but he loses his partner in crime.
Ia spar runda asta, Ime. Nu e ca și cum are 15 fraguri, că mi-i bate solo pe Tero.
And this is why we mentioned the Mirage T side. He was having a bit of an off performance because when he's on fire, this guy is formidable.
Ce ar mai ăștia, mă, un inform, are full by ăla, 2300 D-shot, Snappy, un flash. E bună și runda asta, un 8-7, nu?
Job there to push on out, get the kill on the Sun Pius, who, despite the fact that was lurking for so long, terms of long bathroom position, really didn't get much done. That was harder with the AWP as well. Now Gamerlegion, if they get to 7, it's 6 already.
Mamă, dar ce agresiv joacă ăștia, mâncați și pe CT, zi bă, Ens.
Timing working out great for him, but Aqirys, he lies in wait. Is there gonna be a
Uite ce timing prost, bă, nu pot să cred, bă, nu pot să cred, bă. Nu pot să cred, bă. Ați văzut ce timing fix când s-a retras. Bine, acum trebuie să se bată cu ei, că n-au nimic de cărat, dar... Dacă tot spre avantajul lor.
Oh, alright. 7 is looking a little unlikely now for Gamerlegion.
Sui and Acol may have a couple things to say about that, but no doubt.
Da, Marin e ok, glumesc, stai liniștit, nu-ți bate capul. Vreau să prind Crăciun la ei pe veci. Ce faci până la urmă vara asta, Marine?
Across, trying to ride the wave into success, but instead it's going to be into the arms of Snappy, his fellow countryman. He's seen the barrel. He goes for the preemptive spray. Doesn't matter. Even if he misses the shot, even if he dies, the information's now been attained, and a ton of CTs have found their way rapidly onto the side. Acor gets one. They're all consolation kills that don't matter a great deal in the grand scheme, because ENTS will secure a 9-6 half.
Aștept niște răspunsuri? Ok. Am mai început meciul direct, nu, tot pauză, nu nimica, direct, dă-i drumul la joc. Mă, anunț mă dacă vii mărind, de data asta ne vedem, frate.
Of course, they would have wanted that 7th, but yeah, the aggression from Snappy and Nuts with a 2K from.
Vorba lui Stei și în copii cu căruțul.
Plans. Pistol win here would make life much easier. However, if Inter
dacă luăm pistole aici putem să-i batem cu ei. Nu sper că joacă așa de bine.
Very dicey with Gamerlegion. Acor, he will relinquish his position. Bet the footsteps have been heard as well. Ends, they're going to creep on up. Acor spots the player, doesn't quite land a shot though.
A flirtation, but no casualties.
Și dacă ies acum din concept acesta.
Being funneled and pushed into the sights of these two Julies.
Au flash din spate, mă?
Alongside Isaac.
N-au niciun flash.
Between the two of them. They're going to have each and every one of them downrange, hearing footsteps. Oh, and Snappy just destroys him. And Isaac goes the same way. Oh dear. Acor from heaven has dropped the bomb.
Că mai reglat ăsta și are și bomba picată, mai bate unul e bine.
They're hanging on by a thread right now for Gamerlegion, and they need Acor to go above and beyond. He's already exceeded his expectations, but surely going to pick up more. There it is.
Îl știi și pe ăsta în apă? Dar nu dacă nu mai știu pe ăsta, ăsta așteaptă, nice. Bă, nu e rău. Dacă stă așa. Dar nu joacă o să facă stânga, cred că o să ducă în fața scări, nu cred că o să urce aici peste el. Nu o să urce pe el, da. Au! Îi tragi! Da, mă, și cu bomba ce play a făcut ăla cu aia. Hai, bate-i, bă. Ai trecut asta deja. Trecut deja. Nu-tu, nu-tu. SeDaN ne bem câteva biberoane, zic, bidoane. Pardon. Și că l-aș prea sunt favoriți versus Imperial. Or fi. O să e tare și meciul ăla.
It's not like Acor's going to be taking the fight alone. He's going to probably be waiting for his teammate to arrive, then go for the retake together. Very ballsy play from SunPius, and you can see Acor was ready for him as well. But somehow, SunPius comes out on top. Nice try from Acor there from heaven.
Bă, își deschide niște cutii de alea cam și pe minus rău cu ele, să moară Jean de
Julies got absolutely nothing done. And every time we've seen Julies in the hands of the CTs across the past 4 days, Vince.
Mă gândeam să-mi vând cutii direct, 800 de euro, deschidem suvenir, da, cred că mă duc în cap, intru în depresie. Dacă nu-mi dă un efort de la.
They win their pistol. And now the tag timeout for Gamerlegion. Decisions to be made. Do you go for the force buy? Because if you go for it, you're just going to have And if you lose a round, you're just going to have pistols coming the next, and that ends potentially getting to 12. So they've decided to duke it up. They decided to
Te duci
battle it out
direct?
here. Scout for A-Core, 5-7s.
Păi dacă
pistols,
deschizi suveniruri de alea de
and a flash.
800 de euro, chiar așa să nu pice un M4 de la mă, dă-l morții cu aia. Sunt curios dacă o să ieftinească suvenirul ăsta. Suvenirul mi se pare că nu se ieftinește dacă nu greșesc, nu știu. Dacă s-ar ieftini suvenirul ăla să-l dea la 50%, mamă, de a pleca cuțitul, vă jur că plec. Pleacă și deschidem cutiile. Oricum mi-a dat Jackie niște cutii de m-a aruncat în aer, mâncați. Cutia e 1.80 acum. 1.80. Avem șansă la runda asta? Că nu prea pare. Cred că ne retragem ușor așa, da. Nu e suvenir, e doar o cutie normală momentan. Bă, dar n-am mai văzut să bage cutia așa, uite cum e cutia asta, Giube. Gen să arate ca cutia aia de suvenir, la asta mă refer. Să poți să o cumperi fără să-ți mai cumperi cheie, să o deschizi direct. Acum e cumva mai ieftin, că l-a scos repede când nu era colecție la Anubis. Păi este probabil să-l facă suvenir la Major. Păi asta e probabil să-l facă suvenir la Major? Pe harta Anubis, da, să spice, gen. Gen colecție cum e Mirage. Da. Bă, la un moment dat mă gândesc, Jube, că cutia asta o să o scoată, nu? Gen nu o să mai apară, gen nu știu, o să stea 2-3 luni la vânzare sau și la Major și după o să o scoată, nu? Și o să poți să o cumperi doar de pe market. Cred că o să regret mult că am deschis, că am deschis ceva cutii de astea, mă jur. Ați auzit, mă? Cred că pot să regret că le-am deschis, că prima combinație mă gândeam să cumpăr și eu vreo 50-60 să le pun deoparte.
But I didn't think it through. I didn't know the nerds was going to be playing on a 100 ping, so I went with nerds, and it's been a little rough that ways, but snappy.
Îl vând, fii atent că îl vând. Din cauza ta, Jack și tot vina pe tine o arunc. Bă, uite, m-am convins Jack să-mi vând și cuțitul, asta e. Fii atent că îl vând, Jack. Hai să termine meciul ăsta.
It's like that gif where he's putting on the makeup in the mirror.
Dar nu te aștept, clar mă, nu mă aștept să crească instant, Jube, clar nu, pana mea, peste câțiva ani, nu știu, mă gândesc.
Into the here and now, Gamerlegion having successfully saved all their 5 players are still a threat in this round. That's exactly why you save. I am dome snappy. Although it is more of an interference play, the bulk of the CTs are stacked over here. 4 of the 5 players on the B site. Although they are rotating a second in the form of A-core away.
Nu cred că vor să mai retragă. Mai au un minut.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time to work with for Ents, and they're just reacting immediately after this.
Glumesc, mă, Jack.
Yeah, this could be a disaster here for Ents. Look at IM.
Bă, dar intră, bă, pe contul tău, Jack. Stai, îți dau moderator pe ăsta.
Seem to be aware of it. They keep checking their back, but the timing here is so vitally important. You want to be sending D-Hatter out first in that rotation anyway. If you do end up pulling the trigger and going for this full-on play.
Aștept să văd sticăle când o să le bagi, să vedem dacă pleacă investiția. Bă, chiar că bagă și... Ah, băga mea și până la Madden. Hai că avem bai acum.
Gamerlegion had all the information they needed. There was a 4-player
stack. Viața e un joc just sau nu trece?
Great stuff. That was a 4v5.
Cuțitul o să mai crească și o să spară cu căle de la prezmic. Bă, nu cred, guțule. Nomadul ăsta te referi?
And they just lose the 2 SMGs, by the way. Great stuff for Ents. I thought that was going to be a bit of an oofy for Snappy and his men. But 12 and 6, they've now doubled the score of Gamerlegions, and a buy will be in, however. A-core with the op. The flick won't land. And this is a very
altceva n-am să vând, să mă arăjă,
even though they're now on the more favored side here. Gotta realize that their opportunities dwindling a bit.
Bă, poți să te uiți repede cât costă un sticker de la ultimul Major, mă? De a fost teammate cu o capsulă, pardon. Cât costă o capsulă de aia? S-au scumpit, că-s curios rău. La un moment dat puteți să le cumperi cu 0.25. S-s curios dacă a crescut prețul la ele.
they're going to rely on IM and A-Core, and IM has been a monster indeed.
Nu vinde nimic, așa mai bine arunci acolo și să-i un Gamerlegion sau ceva, te joci.
This is good from nerds as well, right? Like one thing which Gamerlegion didn't do too much is whenever they were going for an A play, they didn't leave anyone looking towards monster most of the times, which allowed Snappy to get so much information just pushing.
Au crescut, dar o să scadă din nou cu major ăsta? La ce preț e o capsulă, Gibe? Dacă ești pe site.
He can't rotate away too many players from B. That being said, he's evacuated premises. It is going to be the A hit coming in with 30 seconds on the clock.
Mai au 30 secunde, trebuie să grăbească și ea puțin. Hai să vedem entry, ce dracu, au un flash, au un singur flash. Două flash-uri. E bun. Că bătea și ăsta unul, poate era și mai bine, trebuie să bată ei aici, 1000. Nu mai au timp de bombă să moară Jana. Bun. 076 au crescut.
I think he did indeed, but still Gamerlegion, they get success early on. They get their first rifle, they make it work.
That's an important round to win.
Dacă e plăcerea ta să vinzi, vinde. Dacă nu ai skin-uri, îți dau eu contul meu, faci level 10 și îl vinde pe bani. No, cred că-l voi, mă. Adică, nu știu. Stai să apară stickerele mai întâi să vedem ce se întâmplă aici. Bun, și cu cutia asta, nu știu prea multe despre cutia asta. Aș investi în cutia asta, sincer. Investi. Aș vinde cuțitul să cumpăr niște cutii de ele.
Shut it down, right? He could easily have gotten a couple of kills, having the advantage. Still, Gamerlegion though, keep 3 alive as well. It's a solid
Nici la runda asta, 12-7 nu e rău.
For the team. I wanted to say for the international squad, then I realized that, you know, 8 out of the top 10 teams are basically international.
Este la Lancool în 2014 Legend 100 de euro. Da, câți ani au trecut, Marina?
Before they became phase.
Nu mă, carambitul nu e al meu, e al lui Pet, cum să vând carambitul, Marine, ești nebun. Ne caută unchiul Pet după ne scoate toți dinții. Dar mai lasă 2 dinți pe spawn, Pet, dacă îi vând cuțitul, ești nebun.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of a lot of the classic eras, you had obviously.
Ai văzut Pixel-ul a deschis? Da, am auzit de Pixel-ul ăla că a deschis multe cutii și că nu i-a picat nimic. Și a dat un pe 250 de ăla și un famas.
So yeah, things looking to change around quite a bit, which is great. More integration is always a good thing.
1000 de cutii a deschis, înțeles, sau de 1000 de euro? Bă, trecuți ăștia monstru. Nice.
He's having a really solid round right now. It's been a rough game for him, but now he's gonna shine. Better late than never.
Hai mă, mor și tu.
Next.
Not
normally using this gun, but he does at least nail one player. And now Nerds with 24 seconds.
Sunt curios câte a deschis Sigma, o să-l întreb să pune ea picată în forul ăla.
Cracking some skulls. The upshot does connect, but it's through the wall, and I am also heaven. He was not expecting a double heaven play at all.
Se joacă, băi, man.
Well done by Gamerlegion, stringing 2 rounds together and breaking the economy down.
Great hold from Aqirys there, finding 2 kills, and even pushing forward to find the second towards Sun Pius. Yeah, now for ends down to just the pistols.
Cox din 100 a prins 3 AVP de alea Black, 70 de euro.
Getting it done. Is trying to claw this one back.
Da, l-are și Factory New Marine. I-a picat lui Mac.
Which was, as I pointed out earlier on, it was a bit of a surprise for me, Vince, like the fact that.
Bă, nu uitați să băgați și voi codul ăla pe Ggdrop la roată, băieți. Mă ajută și pe mine. Îl aveți acolo un pin și l-a spamat și botul acum. A, 70 total, nu 70 bucata. Ok. Eu cred că am făcut profit 10 euro cu un Glock de la oțele. Disha, macarși.
An easy one, there we go. She was going to spot the bomb as well, and Nerds left alone, and not for long. 12-9, just one away from getting to double digits. The deficit down to just 3 rounds here. By once more going to be in. No AWP for Mr. Sun Pius though, but he is more than capable with the rifles.
Bă, dar stați că avem un giveaway cu un PlayStation, mă. Dar nu știu ce face Georgiana, asta este așa puțin. Ăla nu-i și eu aici, dacă l-a pregătit.
He's adapted to the ping. It's good to see. I sometimes play in high ping, Vince, and it's hard. It is supremely hard, and on top of that, you're playing against, tier 1 opposition. I don't even know how they do it.
Well, he's handling it like a champ, isn't he? 20 kills. Isaac, in the meanwhile, those watching that angle gets flashed out twice. They pill up. He's hoping it can block some of those bullets.
Mai bate asta! Oh, nu! Mamă, dar mai bătea unul era perfect. Oricum, uite-l pe Shuhi ăsta, ce bine a venit. Bravo, măcar atât ești bun. O face ime pe aia, fiți atenți aici.
And now I am over a minute on the clock. Us know there's a good likelihood that
pe data de 2 mai o să postez un giveaway ăla cu PlayStation.
He's going to sit in here and see if they try any shenanigans with a rotation, which would be suicide, but
te pup,
might as well wait there and see what happens next. I am now pushing in. Here's the confirmation. Gives the position away of Madden.
Cred că îl știe că l-a auzit. Bravo, bravo. Hai că-l bate, îl bate, îl bate.
All it takes is a headshot and I am can clutch this, but Diha says no. And I was just looking before.
Avem freză nouă, mi-a crescut părul prea tare ăsta, Anistor, trebuie să mă duc pe întâi să mă tund. Mamă, toată lumea strigă SeDaN, SeDaN, SeDaN. Ce zici să vezi?
Two Poles, Diha and Sui. You got Spain for Sun Pius, Romanian I am, Swedish is Isaac, and Kioz is from Belgium. So, yeah, this is very much an international.
Avem un baiba, avem nevoie de runda asta. E jale dacă nu iau pe asta Gamerlegion.
Right now for Gamerlegion. Shot. Great flash as well. But there's a player towards long. There's a player towards long. And Shui's gonna give away his position as Acor will find Sun Pius. That's information gleaned by Enzer. Alright guys, two more players here playing pretty aggressively. And Isaac.
Mai singur, dacă mai era unul cu el aici, să moară Jana, de noi era perfect.
The nade hits him in the face. He's gonna get one, but his days
Lucky, bă, putea să mai bată lejer unul.
There's just one more defender towards his B bombs and
e bine și așa Cheoz.
He's gonna do good. He's gonna find one, making it a 3v2 advantage for his team.
Bate acolo, ăsta unul, e gata, nu-mi da.
Bomb is dropped, it's easily picked up. Smokes down. Kills back in the side could be so important here. Just has to stay alive. He can play around these smokes now. The spray is off, but Diha finally corrects it. 2 kills go for Diha. There will be no third, but keep an eye on
se vezi, mai joci CS, nu prea să mai joacă să vezi. A zis că așteaptă CS2-ul. E pe metin, pe de-alea acum.
I'd be surprised if they didn't take this opportunity, Blair, knowing that Gamerlegion are hanging on by such a small amount of money, and if they break them here, that could be GG.
That could be the play.
Mariene, neața la hai rominii mei. Aștept să luăm pe ăla cum îi aruncă de pe hartă pe toți. Mie deja e rău tu 30k. Ce zici, Mariene?
And an MP7 for nerds.
Să trăiți bile, zise Băsescu, mâncați-și.
But if Gamerlegion can survive this,
it's
an opportunity for them to get to a 12.
Să trăiți bine.
Almost tie it up. For ENS, because of the utility being slightly limited, it could be a fast.
Se joacă ocazional, Faceit, o dată pe lună. Tot la cafea Mariene, uite aici. Hai că ne-am uitat la meci. Uite-l pe Snappy cum vine raș așa. Nu, futu-ți gura, mătii. Nu trebuia să câștige la fight-ul ăla. Uite-l unde stă ăsta, mă, îl știe, dacă a pus scopul, îl știe. Dacă-l bate ime pe ăsta, da. Ce rundă proastă, bă. Nu trebuia să pierdă fight-ul ăla, nașule, Shuhi. Nu trebuia să pierdă fight-ul ăla, Shuhi, acolo, lasă-ți luvuz. Acum a venit ăla, te simt pe voce, ai dormit mai mult ca mine.
And this is such a hard decision. This is one of the hardest.
Vezi în inventar la mine de capsulele astea vorbesc SeDaN. Stai că o să mă uit imediat, stai așa. Hai că nu poți zice pe partea asta. Trebuie să schimb scena. Stai că mă uit imediat de pe PC-ul de schimb.
Get to 15. The buy isn't still gonna be great. I am Isaac sure they can buy the rifles, maybe Kioz as well, but Shui and Acor's money is kind of in the bin. So even if they eco this, the buy is gonna be still iffy. So the force could be the call here. And indeed it will.
Are și mănuși. Ai deschis mănușile astea, mă? Două perechi de mănuși. Bă, tu câte cutii deschis, mă, nebunule? Opa. Da, cutiile astea, mă, cutiile astea. Capsulele alea, pardon.
SMGs apart from the MP5. Acor with the Deagle.
Am crezut că ai deschis...
No Kevlar, nothing. He just has a deagle. That's it. This is a Hail Mary purchase. They don't convert this, and ENS have 5 opportunities to close it out, and it's going to be easy come the next.
Flash is good. Oh, Sui with the one rifle they had. And it's instantly just taken off the table.
Mai scăl bate și pe ăsta la cum a tras Kios coaie.
GL, they needed that kill from Kios desperately. He does pick it up 2 HP though, Blair. That's all he has left.
Nu e ok, păstrează-le, ce dracu ești nebun. Jackie, nu am nevoie, bro, stai liniștit, te pup, mersi. Păstrează-ți capsulele, nu le vreau. Stai liniștit, frate.
So 3 digs and MP9.
Ăștia acum au șanse la runda asta. Ăștia de cărați, mocuri, molotov, flash.
And one player without any armor.
Hai, poate bate acolo aici.
For Gamerlegion.
Hai, acolo. Unu. Bate și mea, unu. Aoleu, ăsta să bage Kios acolo, cred că avea smoke în gură, a? La cât joacă Sprout, bă, mi se pare că la 3 joacă Sprout. Nu știu, vedem ce facem până la 3. Poate deschide niște cutii sau poate ne jucăm ceva, nu știu, vedem, dăm un matchmaking, dăm un face-it.
It's a bit of pill to
swallow. Nu, e ok. Pe bune, păstrează-le, Jackie.
Knowing that your team's finances is in the slums, and the best you can do is muster an AK-47. It is dire circumstances now on the side of Gamerlegion.
Nu cred că are să le deschidem încă. Păstrează-le acolo, dacă eventual le vinzi, că se scumpe și gata.
Have had any funds for a rifle. AK-47, this could be worth its weight in gold. If they're able to pull off something miraculous, but yeah, this is a worst case scenario here.
Dacă luau runda aia acolo se făcea 12 pentru Gamerlegion.
1900.
Un AK măcar.
Oh boy, this is, yeah. Shui will have to make do with a deagle and armor, a bit of utility. MP9, A-core, what does it go for? The Scout, the Glass Scout? No, Deagle and armor. Why the hell not? He was hitting a couple of nice shots there. But yeah, this isn't any much better, apart from the Kalashnikov and play for Isaac. And for ENS, they have everything. Rifles all around. And they can slow it down.
Yeah, they have everything. They have time. They have rounds.
Salut, Don Papa, te văd.
Gamerlegion bring this into overtime. They're going to deserve every single thing that comes their way, and Isaac puts the lone rifle to use. It's going to be difficult for them to retrieve the gun, but if IM really wants it, he can.
Ce vrei să facem cu ele, Jack? Vrei să le deschid pe live?
Wow, is this really happening, Gamerlegion? You really going to pick up this round with one AK and a really rough buy? It looks like it's possible. It looks like it's probable, in fact. And IM steals the AWP, the AK, pardon me, and runs away. I got ahead of myself. Now he can steal the AWP if he wants to. And Gamerlegion, not only do they win the round, they keep 4 players alive and trade up to 3 AKs now.
Eu pe ale mele le țin. Păi cât ai parcate pe dreapta?
Playing in the faces of ENS, not making them feel comfortable. And for ENS,
that was a bit
of a weird approach. Like the fight towards long, he was by his lonesome. I guess they weren't expecting the aggression coming out from Gamerlegion, and even towards short, the fight, it was just like hoping to win those opening duels, no real execute. And every time they won, it's been some of these faster plays coming out from ENS. So I'm a bit surprised. No smokes for the T's. 2 flashes, no Molotovs.
Mamă, cred că are multe pe dreapta. Jeggy.
Through the incendiary being lobbed in, as Sun to make contact. Barrel's been seen. It's an insta kill coming in for Isaac.
Yeah, just one by one, lambs to the slaughter, and the bomb's dropped on the wrong side of Monster. He's going to have to go back across into the firing range to pick that one up. And that is a clear-cut slap to the face of ENS. They're going to have to eco. Gamerlegion could very well take us to OT. They were looking dead and buried, but they have been resurrected.
Now we got a game in our hands. 15-12 will be an eco for ENS. For Gamerlegion, 15-13. Definitely on the cards. One flash, all they have. Gonna wait out the Molotov. And one thing that's seen with Zubu is he's
Mamă, cine farmează glocurile alea?
taking his fights.
Au 5 glocuri, mâncați.
Here comes the play. Flash is fantastic.
Golanule, ia uite-l cum s-a dus, mâncat.
Mowing them down. Another clean round for Gamerlegion. And ends haven't got a single kill in the past two. Of course, that was just a few upgraded pistols and a couple of flashes. That's about it. But now the buy is in. Gamerlegion will be tested once more.
Yeah, because of the lack of kills, because of the lack of bomb plants, it's not even as if they have a phenomenal buy. Yes, they got AKs, don't get me wrong, and they got mollies and smokes, but Sunpius doesn't have his AWP. It's definitely where he shines. And lacking just a few nades here and there, so yes, Ents still have every chance to just
mergem un între aici, forțichi, ăla aproape de tine. Bă, rebeu! Nu!
That's a whiffed nade. He's been flashed as well. They aren't going to overextend. They don't know the severity of the flashbang and also whether there's more players behind there. So, dude, have a bit of caution after all. Kios forced back.
Sunt doi în short aici, refragul. Bun, bun, nice. Bun flash, bă. Bravo, acolo. Mamă, uite-l pe acolo unde era. Bine, cred că aveau setup, cred că era și mea cu el. Nu, era singur.
Neutralizes Madden 2v4.
De s-a băgat ăla cu pistolul. Ce capsule îi primim, mă? Nu știu, cred că sunt alea de la Rio. Bun.
From the off angle of Isaac, and although Sunpius maybe gets a backstab kill here through on the bathroom side, I mean, does it really make a difference? It's just a drop in the bucket. He's got 4 players to find and frag here.
And pick up the bomb.
Nu mai au bani deloc ăștia. Ultima rundă. Dar sunt periculoase și tecurile alea să nu facă ceva fast scăijele.
This is very likely to be OT. The past few rounds have been convincing from Gamerlegion. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 3 in a row here.
Vrea să păstreze asta de acabă. Nu? Ce tot caută, că nu înțeleg.
Yeah, you pointed out earlier as well, Vince. No bomb plant.
Bun. Are IM 26 de babe.
Look at the money.
SeDaN ai scăpat un pumn în Savage, bă, nu, sincer, ești mâine, fratele nostru, dilă.
That he could just make connector his home and be untouched by any of the CTs. Won't be happening. Timeout is called. The first events. They can scrape together a buy, but it is going to be far from ideal. A scout in play for Sunpius. A Deeg for Madden. Maybe a Galil could be picked up by Snappy. Indeed it is. Does he throw that across to maybe Dihar or Nerds?
Dacă te înjură imediat, server Gerberg.
But yeah, I mean, there's every chance.
Put some respect in Snappy's name, Vince. He can get those kills.
Oh, absolutely do. It's just he's dropped a couple of weapons earlier. I think it was Mirage.
Da, mai știi ce aș face cu Savage? M-aș îmbăta cu el mai întâi și pe aici dea cu sticla în cap, așa.
He's a very humble and very much team-oriented player. But yeah, he could absolutely use this Galil. He can tee off full and get an ace. He's that kind of player.
Vezi să nu scape o două peste cap să moară, gen. Îți dă cu parul la cap.
Tags up. Let's see what he got here. A lot of dualies on the ground there for Gamerlegion. They have everything to work with.
Mamă!
AKs, M4s,
Grijă să nu facă buzui.
The Yop. Ibraim looking for the boost. So we will have a heavier B lean because they know the money's screwed for Ents. They are preemptively going for the stack towards B to prevent a fast B play.
Nerds ăsta țin minte că se calificase odată cu Lord în FPL. A ajuns în FPL, a jucat bine pe acolo și au început să-l ia echipele, nu? Parcă așa a fost cu ăsta. Savage. Cu Nerds ăsta.
Lose that element of surprise. And now Gamerlegion going back.
Bine, poate să juca la vreo echipă, dar nu țin minte.
Because they know it's a pistols, right? They're playing it so passively.
Și uite-l unde ai ajuns, mâncați.
And the one worrying thing I always have
nu poți să numești bulan, să fi jucat, omul, ești nebun.
And they get swarmed by the pistols once the execute comes in and goes.
Deci joacă prost la însă, joacă bine, m-am uitat la meciuri. Da, și Robs cum a fost, ziceau care coduri s-au dus și sau l-au chemat în studio la Faceit acolo să joace de acolo? Cu Robs ăsta? Sau altul? Hai mă, runda asta, hai cu runda asta, haide, bate și tu doi.
ENCE needs to push behind this. Those flashes are so good, but the lineup could not be sweeter. Sui will just chop him up.
No, no worry.
The bomb's been dropped in a horrible spot as well. There's a lot of damage being inflicted across to the CTs, but not kills.
Bun,
and that's
Aqir.
the important part of the equation.
No.
Aqir goes in with the AWP. Snappy now showing why
Mamă,
he
ce
kept the
rundă.
kill for
Îl bați!
himself, but he is going to be last man standing.
Mamă,
12
o
seconds left,
plantează,
goes for the
mâncați!
plant. Kios on 73, Snappy on 66, and the IGL with
Hai
a chance
bă,
to take
bravo!
his team
Mamă, ce
to
rundă
2-0.
proastă, mâncați, ce era să piardă ăștia.
Kios will survive. OT beckons, and Gamerlegion live to fight for a little bit longer.
Emoții. Da, Rox.
DecE and Snappy had done enough there, but in the end, Kios.
Bă, țin minte că Lord în perioada aia când juca el în FPL, țin minte că a primit o ofertă de la o echipă din America și a refuzat. Da, lui se bătea și la plantat, da, asta l-am înțelege, n-a plecat de pe bombă, plantat-o în continuare.
And we are back.
Mamă, repede v-am
Very
întors.
short commercial.
Repede s-a întors asta.
Into overtime. Fantastic clutch by Kios. It did
Da,
look as
mă,
though
gen țin minte că a avut o ofertă, dar nu știu la cine să vă zic.
ENCE will be
Am
ruining
și
the
ce echipă.
opportunities. It was what 15-10 Blair. They had
Și a
5
refuzat.
match points, I think.
Yep.
So what a comeback from Gamerlegion. And also the first round they picked up, I want to say it was like a really scrappy full buy as well. They made work, like FAMAS and some really garbage weapons. So very well done for Gamerlegion.
SeDaN, vreau să-mi fac echipă, te bagi? Da, Dile, mă bag.
Tenacious.
Dar vreau pe Savage neapărat în echipa asta, Dile. Polar.
And now, yeah, like kind of surprised, and this is only
S-a mișcat de face it. Nu joc, bă, dacă ești pe aici pe chat. Mă uit la meciuri.
Now what do they do? It's when they go for the if you look at the rounds of they've managed to garner on the T side, it's been primarily when they go for an execute or they go for a faster pop.
Știu, am mai vorbit Seli despre asta.
And they kind of just look for duels,
Fuck
for dry duels. That's when Gamerlegion just pounces.
Nu mi-am tras nicio freză, abia crescut părul.
Kind of wrecked them. So
Your neck rău, trebuie să mă duc să mă tund pe întâi.
what we saw on that final round, except it's going to be with
Savage vine automat, pe aia zic.
Playground, Snappy and Madden.
Și pregătit la o să-i bați pe brazilieni?
As usual, just waiting outside of Monster and Aqirys. That's a good kill to find Snappy will fall. No trade possible there for Madden.
Bagă puțin par pe canel.
Yeah, free kill.
Pantăi,
They've
misic.
done their damage, they've done their job. They still are maintaining IM's position outside and long, now been spotted by DecE.
Râdeți de freza mea și uite-l pe Dișa ce are în cap să moară Jana.
Allow him safe passage back to the site. But because they have no connector control, GL can't assume anything. That being said, though, ENCE don't know if they have connector control or not. They haven't put anyone over there on that area of the map. This is going to be all long for the entirety of the T side. And Aqirys
mai face asta un entry aici pe lung, e bun, mă. Deschide aici pe lung. Bau! E bun și așa. Am mai luat și info pe lung. Bănuiesc că se intră prin smoke-ul ăla acum frumos, flash din spate. Smoke, molotov și flash se intră pe lung. Never mind. Dar uite cum a intrat asta, mă, să mori dacă te mici. Nici nu-l ține nimeni acum, n-am poftim.
But they've been totally.
Oh, uleu, ai Shuki să nu mai tragem așa prost.
Sui though still gets the kill 2-on-4 as he's
L-a văzut, nu, bravo.
Doesn't on the second time, but now Sui shows his hand up close and personal.
SeDaN auzi la Marin.
1-on-3, a low Sui, but Kios and Isaac are full HP, and the timing may work against DecE as they hunt him down, and Gamerlegion takes the lead.
Care e a treia harta, mă, că nu am uitat. În caz că bat gâlul aici.
Huge round to win there, and only Senpai is able to get a couple of kills. The balls in Gamerlegion to have two players playing inside a bathroom, just giving up side control, and yeah, in the end, DecE, they knew exactly where he was when found out his side was clear.
Nuke.
And yeah, for Gamerlegion, getting this early kills, not being traded.
Îmi place Berece exact ce în turneul mine. În loc să bași tu un coniac, ceva mai fin, nu mai zic nimic, șeicule.
Do wonder if they might just go back for a B play. That's where they found a bit of success. I do really like some of the executes they haven't beat. There's a bit of gap in the smoke though.
E gap mă acolo, nu l-a văzut?
Flash is good. He should find
Mamă, acolo.
No. Aqirys gets the kill.
Bun.
And there is Aqirys who's pushed on past the
Bă,
smoke.
vedeți că nu e rău ce se întâmplă aici. Bă, da, cum ies prin toate smoke-urile, mâncați. A apăsat inele, a dat de și 7. E mort asta aici, bravo.
What a collapse, man, from ENCE. These last few rounds have looked incredibly grim.
Poftă mare, Shiku.
They're playing really solid CS, but ENCE look a little bit lost, a little bit disjointed here. SunPius 1v5. And keep in mind that both teams picked up 6 T rounds, so it's not as if it was super CT-sided. To get 2 CT rounds already puts ENCE in a lot of trouble. There is a way in which they could go from 15-10, just shy of knocking Gamerlegion out to a potential third map now. That is becoming a very, very real possibility. And SunPius, although he has the bomb, and he has a fast track towards the site, he also has Aqirys in his eyes, and the Belgian will not miss.
This is basically
au pierdut, Mihai. Au condus cu 6-1, eu atât am văzut. Am văzut că conduceau cu 6-1 pe CT și când m-am întors era 15 pentru ENCE.
And ENCE, I don't know what they're doing. Like, at least
nu mai înțeleg nimic din unde asta, toți intră pe timing. Da, Marius, exact. Nu prea s-a înțeles nimic în short. Ăla a ieșit și ăla din smoke, au ieșit 2 din smoke din con.
But it's only when they just kind of had this Wolfpack mentality, just grouping up together, playing faster, that's when they've been able to find success on his T side. Now to slow it down. I am feeling adventurous. He could find one. Indeed he will, but at least the trade is good. DH able to get one in return. Nerds has just given a B very early on. And look at the push from Aqirys.
E bun push-ul lui Aqirys dacă se grăbește puțin.
He's got Aqirys well with
Bănuiesc că o să ia info pe lung și ne-i 7. Shuki dacă e info pe lung. Mai are un molotov, poate să mai țină.
Sitting in the monster smoke, the smoke's dissipated. They know B is clear. There we go. Now they know it's going to be an A hit. So if ENCE take any longer, the jig is up. The rotation's going to be in.
Bă, e importantă, 3-0. L-a văzut, nu. A murit și Aqirys. O face asta? Da.
There's 2 players there. I thought for a second he might even get a collateral, but instead it's nothing. He comes out empty-handed. Isaac with 4 players up against him will stumble against SunPius. So for ENCE, at least they get 1 of the 3 rounds on their T half. Their CT side was very strong to start off with once they stabilized, but still Gamerlegion in a pretty commanding position. So solid turnaround here.
I'm actually gobsmacked. I thought
era bine un 3-0, sincer.
This is a round that Gamerlegion wins super clean, right? They had all the information. And should be getting a little too aggressive, right? That gap in the smoke precipitating the downfall of that defense from Gamerlegion. Yeah, Shui falls, and then good entries from ENCE. Can't take it away from them. And Aqirys, who's been so dependable with the AWP, missing a bit of a sitter. He could have got a collateral, as you pointed out. And in the end, ENCE losing Snappy early on, and after that, the remaining players the defense from Gamerlegion. So they do give themselves a tiny lifeline. And now Gamerlegion, they go back to the T side, and that's where it was a bit of a struggle city.
Hai să vedem totuși.
That being said, though, Gamerlegion, of the last 3 rounds on their T side, they did win 2 of them.
Cel mai bun coniac metaxa de 5 stele. Sunt altele și mai bune, Don Papa.
Chink in the armor is for this ENCE defense. There've been 5 clutches as well so far, by the way, Vince, in this game, and I think all of them came in regulation.
Oh yeah, tons and tons of clutches, some very, very scrappy rounds indeed. And I said before how both teams won 6 rounds, which, I mean, that's true, but both teams also won the T-sided pistol and converted into a 3-0 start. So it maybe paints a bit of a false narrative, whereby maybe CT rounds,
eu am ceva transparent de 9 stele direct suica.
Valuable than I first thought, and ENCE actually aren't doing too bad, all things considered. But
oh yeah,
said it yourself, they ended strong though, Gamerlegion, so maybe if made a couple of reads as to where those issues are.
I think it's a very good point to make, right? Both the teams winning the T pistols and converting against the anti-force buys, sorry, converting against the force buys and the eco rounds. But if you look at just the rifle rounds, they've only won 3 T rifle rounds, these two teams, a piece on their attacking side. DeHa back to his shenanigans. Find anything though. What do you think about the state of the M4A1 and the M4A4 balance right now?
I'm liking it, to be fair.
Vedem ce vor să facă, cred că vor să facă split B sau nu știu. Deocamdată să ia cu
especially at the pro level, the A4 is certainly not a bad choice, depending on the situation, especially. So I'm okay with it.
Vor să facă boost oare?
Do you think one of them needs a bit of tweaking?
No, I think it's in a good place right now. I think it's very dependent on the maps.
Yes. Yeah.
Right, and obviously overpass are a lot of places where you're going to be going for these wall bangs, the spams through the smoke, and obviously the lack of traces is something which is going to be giving you a slight little advantage, and at this level especially, the slight little advantage.
Da, bomba e departe rău de aici. Ce vor să facă oare?
Smoke for Monster coming in from Sun Pius over from the A bomb site. Gamerlegion is creeping up.
Uite mă ce timing, bă. Ce
Acor, man, if he were just holding the angle, which he was for so very long, Nerds was a dead man. But Acor being found and realizing there's no one else pushing in, they know it's going to be B hit. 22 seconds.
Aici.
Man, using that smoke with the barrels. Typically when you see the smoke though, you know what's coming up for the T side, but that's only half the battle. What can you do with that information? Oh, so much damage. 2 players on the approach are so very low. One bullet will seal them off. There will be no plants.
Proastă rundă, dacă bătea acolo pe lung, poate se schimba soarta rundei, știi? Poate îi făcea cumva să mai retragă unul să prindă doar 2 la B, așa erau 3.
It seems like they may be carrying over, but I think you're spot on, Blair. The dynamic of that round could have changed entirely if Acor
ce e mai frumos de jucat pe câtă sau pe tero, bă, nu să zic, hai, oricum îmi place harta, dacă nu jucăm.
Yeah, but the moment he gets a kill, Nerds also walks up long, he checks.
Mai e un rom mișto unde am luat Nico. Don Papa Rom, e super bun.
Going to be going for an A play, you know, the opponent's not going to be alone. It's going to be
cafeluța de dimineață, ce zici mă, Bereca?
Trying to get a trade. Preemptive smoke as well coming in from ends. Nerds.
M-a luat unul cu el, bă, nu se putea fără.
I'm so surprised he even gets a kill there.
And he did tons of damage as well onto Isaac, who's not been finished off, so that's a worthwhile trade. And it was preordained, it was predestined, because they had 2 players that were already looking to capitalize. You had the spray through DeHa, who's got that on point, by the way.
Ce să zic, uite,
and additionally, I think it was Snappy that was also in there, so they were like, listen, let's get connector control, let's really be a pain in the ass.
Bă, nu mai știu, nu știu. I-au bătut parcă la o brunde.
Oh, wow. What? Oh, he's so screwed.
Bravo. Bine că a arătat ăla.
Go for the kill. He knew his days were numbered. Sun Pius, that's such an important frag to find for Gamerlegion. So now, man advantage has been neutralized.
S-a luat info deja spre B, mă, cred că o să fie 2 pe A.
Getting the information that he needs for his team. So DeHa and Madden going to be lying in wait.
DeHa using the truck. As he comes out.
Nice shot, nice shot. Hai mă, că e posibil, hai.
And he forces the second contingent back onto the dumpster, but Snappy now is going to show his hand. They go for the plant. Snappy comes in and cleans up. Again, Dane proving himself great with a 4K and a clutch for Ents. They have another map point. Can they do it this time?
Care era în spate? Aqirys ăsta parcă a murit, nu? La BC-uri acolo. Este? Aqirys parcă a murit.
Jeez, okay. I think
he's dead, guys. Yeah, he's 100% dead, Snappy.
Măcar de nu murea în spate, deci ar fi stat ascuns să fi auzit, nu știu. Te-a să facă mă mai mult. Bă, după toți din spate, mâncați.
Maybe 2, but finding everyone on that flank. Just the fact that he gets the information is massive, but I thought Gamerlegion had done enough, pushing into the bomb site, separating the 2 defenders towards A. But ends now. They are a map and match point, and Gamerlegion, to have fought so hard, come so far to stumble at the very end. Oh, it's gonna be a gut punch, because this is an elimination game.
Se joacă și ăștia agresiv pe partea asta, lau și pe la baloane cu sniperul. Bine că a ratat iar. Repic simulator. Marș.
Missed a couple of fairly straightforward ones from his own
Măcar.
perspective. Solid AWP, very capable AWP. Now Aqirys is going to have a chance maybe at long, but Nuts
Dani comentează o rundă, n-am chef, brother. Eu și comentatul, ești nebun.
Back away he goes. DHA alone on connector. He has been abandoned by his teammates, but does have a
comentariu pe spate aici de la străinezi ăștia.
And there were multiple players spotted over on the playground long area, so he feels a bit comfortable for the time being. He's not going to get backstabbed.
A arătat bine runda de mai devreme 3 versus 2, bă, băieți,
very, very dicey indeed. The timing on this rotation for the CTs could be so paramount. It could just shut down Gamerlegion, but if they can continue to creep and crawl their way up long, they may be able to shoot DHA and Nuts in the back, and they would have no idea about what was coming up.
Să facă ai noștri contact așa? Bun kill-ul ăsta. În sfârșit, ești nebun, stăm și ținem spatele ăla.
Should he stay or should he go? That's what's going to be in his head. He spots himself the first player of Aqirys. Needs to deal with that threat first before he even thinks about the site and gets shut down in the back. Ents looking like they will fall down. But Snappy tries to hero play through the smoke. And of course, it is
dar ești așa fără vlag, ce se întâmplă? Doar ce m-am trezit acum pe o oră. Beau cafea, bereca, ce-i cu mine?
Be a day of Brazy party without multiple OTs. So we're hitting our quota.
We need all the OTs. Oh, we need all those overtimes, baby. I think we had 4 or 5
poate dacă la o rundă acolo 3 versus 2 libile.
6, I don't know. I've lost track.
Probabil încheiau meciul acum.
But Gamerlegion, that got interesting. Couple of missed shots, right? Nuts, like we saw the initial duel he took towards long. Usually on land, he wins that duel early on. Instead, he had to fall back. And Pius getting a labored kill, but getting traded immediately. And yeah, the right call from Gamerlegion as well to push up towards long. And you can see how Dia was so uncomfortable. He's waiting towards connectors, like I need to go for a play. I need to find something. And when Nerd's positioned towards bathrooms, I probably would have liked him to peek towards balloons, towards party with Diha, so they get the trade together. Or I mean, they get the
dar pușează în continuu în spate, în continuu pușează în spate. Când se duc ei spre vine pun în spate tot timpul.
Some of the individuals, but Gamerlegion, they will capitalize on it. OT number 2, Sun Pies looking for the jump, and Shui, good night, sweet prince.
Man, I wish that there was some kind of a stat that we could see how much damage Diha has done through the wooden panels to connector. Because he just spanked Isaac through there again. I feel like it must be 200-300 bare minimum that he's done over the duration of this map. Sunpai is hell of a shot. It's why we're a bit surprised when he misses fairly straightforward ones, because this is what the guy is capable of. And now Aqirys using the T side of the sniper rifle is going to go through connector. This is bottlenecked. It looks like they're going to go for B. It's primarily been A hits. So I wonder if this will catch Ents off guard. They do have 2 of their 5 players over on the side of the map.
Dacă se intră acum, da, data asta se intră. Se intră imediat singur. E ok.
Retake could be rough, but Snappy is going to find first and the second, and he's doing everything, but the trades are good. 3v2 now.
They've done so much damage to these last 2 players.
Și mai are la 1 viață.
And then now Aqirys has to clutch on 46 HP, and Sun Pius with one of those 2 ops that you mentioned is going to put it down range. So Ents take first blood again in OT, identical to. In fact, it wasn't the last time. I believe Gamerlegion started 2-0, didn't they? And then Ents picked up the last of the half on the T side. But again, we go back to that point where CT certainly has been the strongest side for both of these teams. So if you are conceding a bunch of CT rounds at the start of OT, it is looking pretty bleak.
Oh.
A ieșit? A ieșit, dar nu vine nimeni, Heaven.
Unlucky.
Unlucky.
First time we see the boost and there's no one there towards Heaven, so that's going to buy a bit of time. The problem is, Vince, because when you go for the boost early on, right, you haven't allocated enough players to have A control early on, and that means you kind of feel like you have to go for this B play in Madden. Oh, this could be a collateral, this could be a double. Nope, just the one. The flash, I think, the second too late from Aqirys. The wallbang coming in through the wood, not good enough to find any damage, much damage onto its Isaac. So they have managed to get short control and connector.
Este derby.
Lose a player in the meantime, though, and this is an interesting call from Ents, because we do see.
Iar ia info ăsta în spate, bă, da, să-mi bag pula, rundă de rundă se bagă, uite-l puțin, uite-l, rundă de rundă, asta ziceam, în continuu se bagă. Acum să știți, se întâmplă până ajung să dea exec. Gamerlegion apare și ăla în spate în timp ce se bate ei.
Is it going to be the case here again? That's the question.
Te gândești că la un moment dat se oprește și că nu mai pușează, că îl țin ăștia, dar sunt 3 aici, nebun.
Spins in for the second shot. Oh, it's a complete shutdown. Acors the next to fall.
Iar s-a băgat ăla,
And again, you just go back to what you called there, Blair. The fact Snappy
uite, și vreau că joacă, de exemplu, Overpass, am văzut că la Onyx rămâne mai tot timpul la monstru acolo, chit că ăștia se duc 4 pas spre ea. Teroriștii, el rămâne spre monstru acolo.
And I've lost track of how many times he's gotten away with it.
Și nu se bagă nimeni când ține la Onyx monstrul ăla, să vină cineva în timp ce fac ăștia presiune pe aia, se bage unul monstru să-l bată la omoca. Și la ăștia invers, nu ține nimeni și se bagă la rundă de rundă în spate.
20-18. Vince make this flawless, Vince.
Dar s-a întâmplat prea des, de un păcet să se bage ăsta în spate, frate. Snappy.
Construct a very solid defense, but the pressure is on. And you got to go back to the first OT when Gamerlegion started on the CT side, and you could see how aggressive they were, right? Just pushing and poking and prodding and making ENS feel uncomfortable on the T side, not really allowing them to execute.
Dacă îl bătea în spate sau nu știu, dacă nu se bătea decisiv, doar să fi rămas în viață, orice era ok. Dar cred că a tras prost acolo, că normal trebuia să-l bată, că tras din până. Știi, nu știu, mă, bănuiesc că se știu unii pe alții, cred că se uite și coach sau analiști ceva la meciuri și văd că ăștia nu țin spatele sau că nu se joacă cu lurk și de aia se și bagă. Dar câte runde să te bagi? Că o rundă nu l-au prins la Ibraim, e bun? Măcar să fie runda asta.
It wasn't for free, but it has at least evened the odds while Nerds takes connector control.
Oh, l-a culcat, mâncați-și. Nice shot.
Losing the early kill, but Madden still sticking around. Oh, it looks the wrong way. I don't know if he was seen. I'm not sure he was seen. They're walking into an empty bomb site, and this.
Mă, se gândesc că spăl lung. Da, se gândesc că. Opa, se întoarce. Au început să care la B, au intrat la B. A luat info ăsta, dar îl ține acolo. Îl ține acolo bine, bravo. Stai puțin, Nerds. Stai puțin, Nerds.
It goes to show the importance of that trade for SeDaN on long. When he died, any threat the ENTS posed on the B site was just left. They instantly rotated over on the A side of the map and they got caught in all sorts of bother. But it does mean that ENTS won't get the clean sweep. Gamerlegion get one, which is great news for them. As we both said, this clean sweep would be not necessarily GG, but pretty close to it. So this gives them a little bit of breathing room.
Uite că ziceați de Bitch Please. Platină s-a dus la Bitch Please, mâncați-și.
I'm going to be honest, Blair, when we saw them in the first OT on their T side, it was pretty grim. We were both scratching our heads wondering what we were watching. So let's see if that's changed.
Well, we're going to find out here. And
și azi, mă, zi vineri, mâine se deschide și Zoom-ul.
Lacking.
Aia zic.
If I'm snappy, which I'm not, some more faster plays here.
Se simte tânăr Platină, s-a dus să-l asculte pe ăla, pe Bazooka. Bine, Bazooka la sincer a fost ok față de mulți. Și am văzut pe scena acolo, jale, mâncați, jale. Și să nu mai zic că unul nu cântă, mâncați, și playback-ul de pe spate ne-a spart. Sâmbătă, pardon, azi e deschiderea, scuze.
3-1-1 setup.
Am dus.
Nerd's going to be waiting outside of B, and I don't know how Nerd's got
Opa.
damage. Did he get spammed down? This is shrapnel, a shot of wood.
Sâmbătă, scuze, băieți, scuze.
It's a good question. I didn't see that either. Entirely sure. Hopefully we can find that one out at the end of the round, but that is a big part of the
Bați, băi, și tu aici dă-o în viața ta.
Stray bullet and he's a goner.
Hai.
A stray gust of wind and he's a goner, to be honest, at 2 HP. But again, ENTS really liking this A play. I mean, I feel like the vast majority of their rounds in OT have been over on the A side of the map, and it hasn't necessarily worked for them.
Mama, a scăpat de 3 ori. S-a dus, uite molotovele alea, nu mai e unde să stai, mă jur. Bravo, Ime.
Sui's just hiding in the smoke. 30 seconds to play with though. Ents have a bit of time to try and clear these angles out, but Sui has just been so patient.
Deci n-am înțeles nimic în runda asta. A ținut pe ăla de stătea în smoke, mâncate, și n-am înțeles nimic. Bună rundă.
I thought they were a goner there because you could see Acor, he peeks long, he doesn't see anyone. The Molotov comes in and also yeah.
Păi da, mă, gen, caută entry înainte să intre ei break. Ai văzut că dacă îi lasă să dea exec pe A, era Molotov peste tot, pe site, la car, la bancă, peste tot, n-aveai unde să stai.
I'm just surprised they haven't gone B. They got so much success on B. In regulation, like they were just dismantling the hole through Gamerlegion again and again.
Mamă, ce flash. E bine oricum, e bine. Oh, dacă nu l-a auzit, e bine rău. E bine, bravo, Ime, bravo, Ime. Bravo, Ime. Ia vezi-l, mă. Nu!
Never mind. I jinxed him. Or rather, I jinxed IM. I can't believe he gets away with that.
Bun și așa, măcar. Bun și așa.
I can't believe he got away with that kill.
Well, you weren't wrong, Blair. He is a dead man. Just maybe not to the
păi măcar să țină bancă pentru info la Pixel. Da, mă, nu știu, ai dreptate, bănuiesc. Break.
It does seem like we're going to have Ents this round opting for a B hit, but there is a rotation coming in. Gamerlegion have a good read of the situation. Down comes Acor to heaven. Still 55 seconds though, and they can always peek back up connector.
Vedeți că nu e rău, sunt 13 B. Gamerlegion bate și Isaac acum 1. S-a lăsat cu flash-uri, vor să intre prin smoke, nu aveți șanse. Bravo.
Cannot get anything done on this T side. These rounds are looking so dire. Payas though gets him out into the open. Molotov is going to force away Kios, but Sui is there, and now it's Gamerlegion's turn to have the map point.
Să bată, mă, Gamerlegion, te trebuie să mai iau o rundă. Deci despre asta e vorba, că ai pus bani.
Maybe not. Maybe we see a new coming up next.
Păi da, mă, dacă rămâi în bancă acolo la Pixel, cum zici tu la info, nu o să vezi nimic, o să dai exec și poți să le lași site-ul.
I gotta say though, this T-side for men's has looked flat.
Ce oameni, bă, să mă regeam.
I think that is being polite. Like there's been some.
It's been pretty crap. Let me put it that way. I don't want to use my French yet. Maybe later on, but for the time being, yeah, they've done Gamerlegion a big favor. And once again, a bomb site, and they're going to be sneaking on up towards shore. Gamerlegion have played long multiple times.
Iar se furișează ăștia aproape aici, bă.
Time and time again, and ends. Oh, they're creeping up here. Shui.
Nu-mi place.
He's not careful.
L-ai bătut, Shui. Nu, l-ai bătut. Molotovul ăsta e bun, nice. Nu poate să treacă pe acolo, mamă, ce bine s-a băgat. Dar nu l-a văzut, nu l-a văzut pe stânga. Nu știe până în site. Mamă, nu se vede nimic, nice, nice. Mamă, ce bine ai jucat-o. Nice, nice, nice. Mamă, ce bine ai jucat-o, gen Molotovul ăla, nu știu, cred că a fost cu schemă, că nu-l vedeau aia, ați văzut? 3 se uitau spre el și n-a văzut nimic, nimeni, nici nebun. Tare rău.
And they're all dead. They're dead, guys. You're taking it to nuke. Just defuse the bomb. There we go.
Let's go.
Oh boy.
Gata, ți-a ieșit biletul, break.
15-10 in the lead to losing in double OT.
Stați mult, deschidem și noi capsulele, punem și pe a treia hartă, dar o să înceapă și... Sprout, bă, în 30 de minute. Ia, stați așa, deschidem și noi ele. Ți-a ieșit biletul, vă Romeu. Salut, Scrici. Hai să ne în pauza să mergem la Beach, please, că apucăm. Ia să vedem, mă. Hai că avem vreo șansă. Nu trebuia să schimb pe scena asta, stați puțin. Și să ne dea mâncați și de astea am. Astea cu gold cred că scumpe toate, a? Avem vreo șansă. Hai, doamne, ești. Gamerlegion, aia zic. Nu ar fi dat și el măcar holo. Da, bă, ceva și cu plus. Oh, Gamerlegion iar. E clar, câștigă Gamerlegion, mâncați-și. Gamerlegion, 100%, ești de mult câștigă. Outsider să-ți dea? Unde e Outsiders? Outsiders. Hai că ne dă bereca. Mă, dar nici măcar un holo, bă. Ultima, băieți, ne-am dus. Gata, Outsiders, l-am prins, gata. Că dracu sunt astea. 0-11. Nu, m-a luat bă la cutiile astea, îmi vine să vând chestii să deschid, să mă rejeană, dar nu. E bun și bronz. Bă, măcar s-a încercat. Ok, bun update-ul ăsta. Nu mai râde Jackie. Mamă, break cu Deagle-ul, te pup, bro. Mersi mult. Bine ai venit. Îți spune și noi melodie, deschidem și niște cutii pe Ggdrop. Ia vezi. Ce ați făcut, mă? L-ați convins pe break să-și ia membru? Bine, dacă îi dă la pe Argentina ne-am dus, mâncați. Râi, Jackie, băga mea și picioarele, că nu mi-a picat nimic. Cât am deschis? Ești de bun în ultima perioadă. Nimic, ești nebun. Mi-am mai luat și bani, mi-am depus niște bani și mi-am luat bani. Uite, unde dracu e, mă? Nu pot să fac nimic, apar, că așa știu. A, sau nu? Ba da, uite, nu pot să vând. Uite, ce zice? Ia, market. Și dacă mă duc aici să-mi dau verificare... Begin verification, nu merge, îmi dă cu eroare. Uite. Nu mai merge pe Argentina, acum Turcia e la putere? Păi am scos aseară bilet de 2000 de lire și l-am pierdut pe toți la Blackjack. Uite, mă, un bărbat adevărat, mâncați-și. Bravo, brăc. A vrut să facă milionul și el aseară. Păi cum să verific cardul? Că nu înțeleg cum să-l verific. Nu vezi că nu mă lasă? FNK? Uite. Begin verification. Nu merge, nu mă lasă. Auzi, a pierdut tot la Blackjack. A câștigat 2000 de lire. Ce bă, intru acum la Blackjack și fac, nu știu, vreo 50-60 de mii și am plecat direct, nu știu. Primești ceva notificare pe telefon de la card prima dată, cred? N-am primit, mă, nimica, stai să mă uit odată. Aici n-am primit nimica. În aplicația la bancă? Pending transaction, nimica, login code. Nimica, FNK. N-avem, mă, și noi 100 de lechele, nici măcar atât? Sănătos să fiți. Da, mă, să mă uit până aplicație pe aici, poate are dreptate FNK. Aici nu. Unde să mă uit, mă, FNK, că nu știu, frate. Function. Mă, că vând cuțitul, băga mea și picioarele. Dacă îl pierd, Jack, nici nu mai intru pe live. Oricum vreau să renunț la live-uri, că nu pot să mă joc counter. Mă mai vedeți niciodată pe live-ul ăsta. Unde e, mă, cuțitul ăla? Cu astea nu pot să fac nimica. Dar până la urmă nu vând cuțitul meu, îl vând pe alupet. Bă, da, s-a și ieftinit, era 900, mâncați-și. Și nici nu pot să-l vând, nu pot să-l vând. Nu pot să-l vând, frate, uite. Ia mă, să mai citesc aici. Recently founded your SIM wallet using an unverified credit card? Păi cum mă, că l-am mai folosit, că l-aveam pus pe Steam. E 2,5 euro, eu am ieșit capac. Mă gheremez sau că nu-l vând, că oricum nu pot să-l vând. Dar mă gândeam să-l vând. Dar de ce nu mă lasă, mă, să-l verific? Ia stai, mă, așa, stați 2 secunde să văd. Stați 2 secunde. N-are cum să nu meargă. Cred că trebuie să mă duc pe account, aici details, edit, delete, contact info. Ți-a stat să văd dacă merge să-mi depun bani de curiositate, ia. Păi cum mă lasă să-mi depun bani, dar nu mă lasă să mă băga mea și mâna în el. Uite ce am făcut. Mă lasă să-mi depun bani, dar nu mă lasă să-mi vând chestii pe market. Ce e asta? Și e de pe același card. Ce să-mi bat picioarele în ele. Sta să cumpăr astea. Gata. Mamă, ce băguială. Nu pot să cred. M-a ars iar să moară Jean, dar nu. Donați, băieți, că nu mai avem bani de tuns. Uite ce mi-a făcut, mâncați. Uite ce mi-a făcut, mâncați și gură. Dacă nu mă lasă acum, nebunesc. Dacă nu mă lasă după să fac nimic pe market, nebunesc. Futuți. Bă, dar dă-ne măcar să vedem și noi ceva acolo, că dacă n-am deschis la cutii de astea ne mai veni rău. Du-te în gura mătii. Roșu, fiu fericit, bagă și mie aici un M4 de ăla. Hai cu fericirea aia. Mă lasă, mă, oare ea? Ce să astea, mă? E scump, e scump. Uite ce-mi dă să moară Janeta. Da, mă, ce dracu. Nu, stați așa. Avem destule? Ce e asta, mă? Field tested. Cât costă asta? 2 euro. 5 euro. Nu mă lasă să le vând, nebunesc! Futuți! Mamă, ne-a băgat la sărăcie, bă. Asta ce dracu mai e? Nu mă lasă să le vând, coi. Vezi că arată bine AVP-ul ăla? Mă-ți bagi joc, să vezi. SeDaN, mi-e dor de tine. Intră pe TaofiK de la. Asta din ce dracu de operațiune, măi? 1 euro. Uite, coi, nu mă lasă să fac nimic. Adică mă lasă să-mi depun bani de pe cardul ăsta, dar nu mă lasă să fac nimic pe market. Și că e bord de Mercedes să moară Jana. Bă, cred că a început meci. Hai că mi-am făcut nervi și pe live ăsta. Futem și pe ele de cutii și pe el de Steam. Ești nebun prost. A făcut nervi. N-au început aia. Dă-mi deal face dacă e după, dar o să mă uit la meciuri, nu cred că am timp să dau vreun face azi. Da, mă, nu merge. Marș. Salut, cleric. Te-am scris în privat că mi-e frică de Savage. De ce, mă? Ce-i cu Savage, mă? Te-ai pus pe Savage, mâncați-și. Eu nu te înțeleg pentru ce deschizi pe Steam dacă ai unde să te distrezi peste înțelegerea mea. Păi nu mă nebunule, dar am vrut să văd dacă pot să-mi depun bani, că mi-au blocat ăștia contul pe Steam, nu pot să fac nimic pe market. Și am încercat să văd dacă dacă pot să depun cu cardul ăla. Și a mers. Și ne-a dat la cioc. Hai. Nu-ți bagă, mă, două bucăți. Dile, nu vrei să vii la nevărsi, uite, cu Savage, cu ciocardău, cu poate harder, cu gagică sa. Încearcă și pe browser. Păi asta e că ai dreptate, asta n-am încercat să văd. Dar nu cred că are treabă. Mă, nu mai avem bani, am dus în cap. Steam. Nu, merge? De pana mea, mă. Community Market. Da, nu merge. Ia, stai că încerc să dau verify de aici, mă. Begin verification. Begin verification. Eroare, direct și pe telefon. E bine. Marș. Nu mai deschid, ce să mai deschid? Nici nu mă lasă să vând, că aș fi vândut direct cuțitul. Da, să ne dea upgrade vreodată. Stați, cum minți. Bă, nu m-am uitat dacă a început meciul. A început meciul? Hai să încerc și eu, Mărine, poate nu știi de unde vine norocul, ești de bun, ciupeam un M4 de la... N-ai de unde să știi niciodată. Hai. A început meciul? Imediat.
For Snappy, no kits in play either, but we had a bit of utility though. Gamerlegion. Acton still in play, another fast break coming down. Man and all, he gets two. He gets a second kill, but Isaac replies back, but Snappy answers with one of his own.
M-a spart, gata. E 1-1, a început meciul ca lumea, ești nebun.
Unbelievable that he got both of those kills. One would have been solid, but two is crazy. And now Kios
Ce acum la prima rundă a pierdut pe a doua? La
into
force?
the hell area. They have a lot of time though. The only good aspect of losing players this early from Gamerlegion's perspective is you have time now to try and utilize and misdirect the CTs
Așa e, dar
as much
pică
as
greu, uite la
possible,
mine ce
maybe
noroc
catch a
am.
couple in transition,
Păi
maybe
deschizi
catch
și
a
tu,
couple from
Marine?
behind. It still is a very winnable round, all things considered, but obviously already hemorrhaging so many lives as Acor goes up and looking for heaven. Throws in the one-way smoke. It is a bait though. They may be anticipating a heaven push. They're both going to be coming through main.
Dar se uită ăsta
Surprise isn't
main.
interested.
Are
Snappy's still
treabă.
watching main. But he does have half a mind to be checking heaven, and as he pins around, he does get pinched. But Kios still alive, still in the fight, not for much longer. Sunpius puts him down. Madden,
L-arată nimic, giveaway nimic,
5-7
PayPal
work
nimic.
gives them the chance to clutch it out.
Cum se joacă harta asta, să ne-am 30 în raid? Nu mă întreba, că nu știu live. Bă, dacă te uiți la niște demo-uri așa, gen să înveți pentru tine, pentru Faceit, pe poziția ta, cel puțin nivele, cred că e easy.
And the force by wars will continue here, Vince.
Noi dacă nu jucăm nuke deloc, de unde dacă știm cum se joacă exact?
Not. All right.
Să care antiraj, smog la ușă, molotov în cabană, dracu să le ia.
The bank, the rest of them just with some few upgraded pistols. This should be an easy one for Ents.
Noi pe 1.6 ne jucam, nuke nu jucam pe spawn. Acum nu știu când se joacă, dacă se joacă pe spawn sau poziții. Au. Hai că trebuie să mor ăsta aici.
Thought it actually did more damage there. It's going to be a clean up from Diha.
Diha,
If
mă.
there's a played one in sort of like a turret situation, it would be this man. He's picked up 2 for himself already.
Ah, mă, e tras. A simțit-o la eco, vărișorul.
Yeah, the AK getting really nothing done.
Hai.
And that's an upgrade. Lovely work from Ents.
Bă, noi nu. Nuke știu sigur că îl jucam pe spawn, dar pe alte hărți amor, dacă mai ții minte. Nu, doar Nuke îl jucam pe spawn,
It doesn't really have much money, so it's going to be a double eco here. Though this one might be, never mind, they're going for it. I'd kind of liked him go for the full eco the previous round along with his teammates, so you know they'd have the AK, he had extra money as well. Instead now they have 3
Schibel jucai la spawn pe tero, ajungeai primul, nu mai știu executor.
It's not too terrible.
Nu mă, ziceam de 1.6.
That smoke is going to be up for a few more moments once it clears, though. Snappy knows that being stuck and stranded in the middle of nowhere is not ideal, but it damage also through the smoke.
Or să bage fast la B, dar are molotov, îi încetinește acum, îi oprește chiar, îi încetinește.
That will halt the push. And there's quite a few nades tossed in from the T's as well. They were expecting to be able to push straight through and brute force their way in. Second player's coming as well. They line up. Snappy gets one. Bit of a spray from D-Hat.
A oprit cu molotovul la rău,
No
ești
health
bun.
lost though for the pole, and he's already on 6 kills. Nearly 7 damage inflicted to Acor.
Sunt 3 versus 3 și mea afară aici.
In this round, it is a 3-on-3.
Uite și pe Sampais cum stă.
In terms of firepower, but they're still in with a shout.
Sunpi's position.
Te pop, Light, te pop.
If IM wants to sneak into its mains, he's done for. But looking at where the rest of the players are, I'm assuming he's just going to try and snake his way to its secret.
E bine dacă trece secret. E de timing mai taci. Dar Nerds văd că e jos și se uită spre secret. Că oricum nu prea a făcut pică ăla din garaj. Îi dă-i, mi-i tragi email-ul ăsta.
Spots ahead, instant headshot.
Seconds. Gamerlegion need to get in amongst the frags right now.
Bă, nu știu să zic, Liu.
Going for the plant, Sui sprayed through the smoke, dispatched by Sunpius. There's not enough time, and he may die after. Oh, Acor has died after time. He's on $350.
And even though Ents do suffer a couple of casualties, throw your mind back to 4 and 3. It was so clean, right? They didn't lose too many players. At least in round number 4, where they had everyone stay alive. So the 2 casualties they suffered, it's not a big deal. Snappy's low, she's in $0, Diho in 1200, but the rest of them an average of 5k. So money is starting to stabilize and grow for the Ents side. And yeah, it has to be pretty much a full eco here. A couple of digs being purchased. That's about it. Ow. Never mind, just 4 HP.
So you hear the dink sound and you instinctively think, oh god, I'm so low. Wait, what? 4 HP? Oh, I'm
Trebuie să înceapă și la un X, bă.
I'm immortal. What are these mosquito bullets bouncing off of me?
I do wonder what the comms are like this time. It's like, I'm dinged out. Never mind. We're all good. We're good.
Oh, it was a deagle. Sorry, it wasn't a deagle. It was a Glock. No problems. If it was a deagle, he would have been dead.
All right.
Mai du-te, dracu.
There we go.
Well,
Exhibit A.
With the deagle, yep. D-Hut.
Fără vrea să păcălească la eco în continuu.
They would love to lay their hands on.
Ba, așa ar trebui. Așa zic și eu, Break. Dar nici ei nu sunt slabe. Hai să vedem totuși. Sper să-i spargă la Salon 2.
Oh, he saw the shadow. He saw the shadow, surely. There we go.
Yeah, he did. He was just playing patiently, I guess, because he had the outside contingent as well from Snappy, and also was joined by Sun Pius. I think they did know that a player pushed into secret.
Yep.
Oh, 100% know he's here. Good luck, A-Core, with the block. Best of luck to you, Chief. Oh, the timing. Ooh. Oh, he is so dead. He is just so dead.
And even the Galil in the hands of Nerds, he's upgraded that to the M4 of Dihas. And Dihas going to be gifted an AK-47. Why the hell not? He has been a headhunter this entire series, even in that loss in Overpass.
Da, după ce termina să începe și prod.
Hence, apart from that little hiccup in round number 2, it's been rock solid. Barely losing any players. Now finally, Gamerlegion, they have the money across all the players. A-Core, because of that, dying after the time, still doesn't have enough money for
Și scriu românii pe hârtăva acolo sunt handicapați major. Se vede că pune lumea la pariuri puternic.
I like this from Ents.
În loc să-i susținem, pierdem la pariuri și după îi jurăm pe hârtăvă să mă răjeam. Salut, Vlad, salut. Sunt bătrânie bun la Imperial? Care mă? Ăsta... Fallen, cine dracu mai e bătrân la ea?
But Madden is here, laid in wait. Crosshair primed, ready, takes a ton of damage though, down to 17. A lot of that was through the wall. He was just getting sprayed up by the AK. I think it was Sui. He takes a bit in return, but
TaofiK, SeDaN, lasă-mă lau că supărat.
Molotov is going to stop Gamerlegion from exploiting downstairs just now.
A scris și se vezi pe acolo.
Quite a bit of damage already inflicted and some nades being put into position. Gamerlegion not in bad shape. They're going to start to lose players though.
Bă, da, asta ușor, încetișor, așa, cum ziceți voi, bătrânache, dar-și face treaba. Deși bate în continuu, zici că-i pe face it, mai du-te, dracu.
He's doing a great job calling out the position of A-Core.
Hey, glumesc la,
glumesc. Of him, and this is looking rough, isn't it? Even though Isaac has the opposite 19 HP, one bullet to his pinky and he's done for. And he was great in an overpass, but this might be too far gone.
Pe brazilieni ăștia.
No man's land, 22 seconds on the clock. He's just going to try and keep his AK alive into the next round. And Ents.
Gibe la mine, dacă de la bumă, a făcut 100 de pagini, mă găsești acolo, cum le-i jure, ok.
Definitely on fire. With max loss bonus kicking in as well, Gamerlegion can still go for the buy. And with the AWP in the hands of Isaac, he can gift that to A-Core. So they will have a full-fledged buy. The problem is they need to get a few rounds here.
Yeah, exactly. Saving weapons and
eram văzut în stradă un câine, avea structură de corgi, avea picioarele alea scurte.
And when you look at those last 5 rounds, they've not planted the bomb once. Their only plant was in the
pistol. Bă, nu uitați să băgați și voi codul ăsta pe ăsta de la spama bot acum pe Ggdrop acolo, mă ajută băieți. Băgați și voi la roată acolo. Dați și voi un spin.
Ended up pushing in and losing a lot of players in the exit frags, and it was Snappy who survived.
Direct pe TV se uită Gabriel, ia să vedem, Gabriel. De la gână tot timp se pe TV direct să moară Jana, întins în pat, văd că are piciorul în gips, cred că l-au spart în bătaie. Ce-ai pățit bă la picior?
Let's see what he can get done. And it feels like if they're going to have success here, Blair,
păi ce-i pățit la picior? Vrei să intri în cușcă? L-ai rupt înainte să intri în cușcă, ești nebun?
We can't afford.
Mi se pare mie sau se trolează puțin, te referi în meciul ăsta, nu știu să zic, nu știu.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, what worried me for ENER
Nimica grav, întoarsa ușoară, zice Gabriel.
They got like, I think they started T-side, they got 6
Cred că Gabriel gânătă tips, vorba lui Gibe a dat un tips greșit și au venit băieții după el. L-au luat de picior.
7 rounds on the trot, 7 flawless rounds on their T side. So ENER have already done fantastic here for the CT side. I'm looking at the numbers and they got 9 kills in 7 rounds on their CT half for ENER against SAW. And that is what Gamerlegion were probably relying on. They're like, oh, their CT was garbage. We got this.
Piciorul și te bat cu el.
But unfortunately, it seems like that was just an anomaly. ENER are looking solid here. That being said, IM has snuck on in towards garage. DecE very cognizant of that fact, very aware. Snappy might be feeling adventurous, looking to find some information as IM will fall. This is getting messy. This is getting weird.
Chiar că getting weird, să moară Jana. Ce-a făcut ăla la demo? A bătut pe Snappy? L-a bătut Snappy pe ăla?
Hasn't really had many chances. He's been mainly playing around the smokes and flashes. Now the bomb's been put
poate
down
și
again.
dișa asta afară.
Acor against the world. First kill does
nice
shot,
nice shot.
Nice. Those are snappy kills. He's still got a bit of time to work with as well. But there is a rotation.
Asta mai așteaptă la în spate. Și puțin de bait de acolo. Ia vezi, mă! Nice, mă! Mamă, că nu e așa prost asta, mă, jur.
This would be a 1v4. Acor has no right to even be close in this round. It's such a valiant, heroic attempt. But ultimately, there was just one too many players.
S-a uitat bine în spate acolo.
Yeah, ENER's gonna breathe a sigh of relief after that. That second kill was so quick. I thought it would be dead to rights, and yeah, ENER's getting maybe a little overeager, and they will be punished a bit. But still, they've just built up so much of an economy that it's not really going to affect them too much. The opposite is not retrieved by DecE. Still going to stick with the AK-47, but Senpai's, yeah, it's going to be drop the AWP.
În Dortmund am dat mare dând și direct egal s-a terminat.
Pistol buy coming out from the T's. And nerds already. I guess it was unintentional. Dropping down.
Mamă, nu vreau să imaginez când nu ies biletele și dă tipsuri Gabriel. Nu vreau să imaginez și pe mesajele lui private. Cred că pleacă blestemele alea țigănești să moară Jana. Da, să mai farmeze puțin dișa asta că...
the flash lands, but it's too late. And as the flash clears from the eyes of DecE, he realizes he's pretty much dialed in this round for his team. 3 kills, bomb down, Acor stuck on main, has been spotted, tagged, and now fragged. Hence, 7 rounds in a row, looking incredibly strong on the CT side, and it's DecE again, isn't it? It's the DecE show. This guy just never seems to drop off that hard, and if he does, it's maybe for a map, and then he's right back towards that consistent level again.
That looked so scary for a moment there, because both Madden and DecE, they had nades.
Am întâlnit peste 300 de mesaje SeDaN și totul se mișcă în funcție de rezultate, că așa sunt într-o mini. Păi n-auzi că am intrat să mă uit puțin pe hăletă, bă. Și îi înjurau românii pe ai noștri, pe Xelo, pe... Îți dai seama ce parieri sunt și pe meciurile astea.
Okay, early damage being dealt out here. Dangerous game being played by the pole, but he's 13-3. He's having a ball of a time here.
Oricum cred că te-ai obișnuit deja, Gabriel.
They've just opted to give up outside this time around.
Să mai vedem și noi o rundă pe tero bună. Mai legăm și noi niște runde, mai. Ți-a intrat pe asta, înțeleg, a? Se întâmplă nimic și uite-l pe ăsta ce bine a pușat aici.
And he is gonna get a kill.
Am jucat și eu face-it pe new cu, nu mai știu, recent, cu Launix, cu așa. Că ziceam, lau, hai să ne băgăm de la B, mă băgam și eu, încercam să mă bag ușor cu sniperul, să caut eu un entry, se băga Launix, scotea toporul și se băga așa aici în anticameră peste. N-avea răbdare deloc.
Gamerlegion want to pick this one up, it's gonna have to be paid with bloodshed. And that's gonna have to look blue on the ground. As Ents will be dropping. Snappy removes the threat of IM, but
când dau win peste win este normal, de că asta fac când a fost sunt terminat și uite la toate celelalte rezultate, dar eu văd acum la hate.
3K from almost an identical position. And it just seems like Gamerlegion don't have the answers. Again, Blair, 0 bomb plants in the last 8 rounds.
Au și ce asta, că n-au plantat bomba deloc, ești nebun, toate rândele astea. Cam aiurea. Odată ce ai o pagină cu mare Gabriel, nu cred că l-afectează mult să mai ce spune ăla.
or was it 13 or 15, from the very beginning of that round. He got his 3 kills after he was red. Just an immortal at this point. This should be a fast play. Surely this one has to be the fast play coming in. The dive down perhaps.
Mă, mi-a prins nerțul ăsta, vai de viața mea.
Them down. I am burning alive in the flames as well. Good for at least one trade. The bombs drop. There's not a chance in hell here for Acor.
Duțule, nu știu ce să zic sincer, așa se vede, să zicem, dar ai pus la pariuri, fii sincer, Duțu. Măcar 4-5 să ia pe T-side. Așa ziceam și eu. Și Helmele merge să trage la glezne.
It's a little bit feisty behavior thus far in this game. It started off in Mirage, right?
Da, nu știu.
I think, who was it from Gamerlegion? Was it Iam?
Și eu îmi doresc, mă, să câștige, dar uite cum...
He wins that 1v2 with the MP9 coming in from B apartments and then...
Câte are Disha? 18 are Disha. Da, bine, a păcălit bine la Eco. A păcălit bine la Eco, stai cu minte, dilosule.
What are them taking turns? Do you like that? Do you like the way you described that, Vince?
Yeah, I think you definitely have... if the casting and, you know...
Da, mă, știu că nu-i cu hate, Duțu.
You've definitely got an authored career ahead of you, you know. I think some people would pay to read those descriptions.
Yeah, I could write some Counter-Strike fanfics.
Yeah, do it.
That's a really couple of famous
Bă,
ones
chiar caut oameni pentru echipă, bă, să vezi chiar ar fi un analist bun, zic și eu.
Anders Bloom, shout out Anders.
I haven't seen that.
Când aveam eu SeDaN Smart Bet pe Facebook, lumea făcea nani. Bă, nu mai țin minte, Steli, știu că ai avut ceva cu tot așa cu tipsuri.
Unstoppable, undeniable on the CT side. Just losing a second round against the force buy. Ever since then it's been...
Dar niște tipsuri nu băgați și voi aici, mâncavați.
To slow things down. DHA once again.
Haide mă, păcălește-l pe ăsta.
Madden. He's dead.
Mama, Alex și-a luat direct scout-ul să moară în geană. Pe pop, Alex. Pe pop. Mersi. Să mai cumpere și membri, bă, nu știam, să moară Jana, dar am mai văzut. Ieri parcă n-am văzut niciun membru, azi am văzut, avem 3 membri noi, nu? Parcă da. Break, Dani și cu Alex. Pa, bă, mersi. Cum mă, noi cu cine ținem, Bibi? Auzi pe Vlad cu câștigători.
55 seconds. They're looking to actually push down onto SunPius right now. He can take a shot and then fall back right into IM. Molotov stops any.
Am uitat pe Isaac ăsta.
But there was also Isaac down in the window.
A și urcat sus, e ok.
And SunPius is given the opportunity to actually escape.
Ce asta, mami?
Isaac heard a sound. He's out of sight now. He knows that there was a play towards fence. That's information being conveyed to his teammates. And it's gonna...
E bine, da.
Surely they knew there was a player there. Acor,
a scos mațele SunPius.
He doesn't miss. And Isaac he's got info, he's got a map control. They don't know where he is, but he's got to find 4. And there's no time, Anders. Doesn't even get the kill. Snappy will find him. 11-1, and it's a disaster. They get the first kill in a Madden. He was getting over eager, right? They're like, all right, we get the first kill, 5v4 player advantage. It slow things down, and then I'm just surprised he just ran on out towards the from secret behind back vents.
SeDaN, sper să nu se spere analiști și tipsării, dar cine face bani din pariuri nu stă pe Facebook și nu-și dă ponturi, poate doar free. Păi nu, mă, că iau site-ul lor, Steli, au gânătă tipsul. Unde mai păstrează chestii, gen... Și mai dau și tipsuri pe lângă. Și așa bănuiesc că își promovează și site-ul mai bine, nu știu, oricum e destul de vechi site-ul și mult știu de gânătă tips. Postează articole, intră să te uiți.
DHA from strength to strength, just shy of his 20 bomb. It's another round as well.
Zic și eu acum, poate greșesc, dar așa o văd și mi se pare ok.
I can't think of any other word than a disaster. It's been a disaster of a tee-off.
It's very reminiscent.
Eu zic să nu ne luăm de Gabriel Steli, că omul s-a antrenat mult, vrea să se bată cu nu știu cine la RXF, eu zic să stăm cu minți. Of it being some at least close. Și nici nu cer bani, da, exact. Da, nu știu. Nu vreau să bag în discuția asta. Hai să suntem și noi la meci, nebunilor. Nu cer bani, mă, nu cer bani, n-au cer niciodată bani. Sunt free.
DHA, go kill. Do what
Great
you
call,
want, mate.
Snappy.
Yeah.
Deja alea
Snappy.
sfumate cu cerut bani steli, alea
So far,
vechi
it's
de...
working out.
He's been seen.
He has, hence the smoke, and he's going to fall back.
A good pathing as well. He's like, yeah, they're going to be waiting for me to right side of the fadeaway nade. Oh,
Nice.
It's not bad.
It's about 50 in total. It chipped 3 players. More like 70 maybe. And now DHA is able to stay alive. The flash is good. I love how he's not over-aggressive.
Da, I love, da, nu s-a bătut deloc, s-a retras acum.
But he realizes, okay, I didn't get an insta-kill, I need to fall back, I need to stay alive.
Boss, eu nu mai cunoșteam decât să am descoperit că fac stream acum 2 zile, mă jucam acum 15-20 de ani, am fost în clan DecE cu Darky, țin minte, și Spunk, m-am jucat și eu cu tine publici de multe ori. Dar țin minte echipa, bro, țin minte că era clan DecE cu Darky, Spunk și nu mai știu cine mai era, în schimb. Trecut mulți ani, dar țin minte echipa.
Oh, he's aware. All right.
Dar versi oricum că ai trecut și pe aici, baby, te pup.
He needs DHA to rip and tear through the T's, and he's doing that.
Eu eram bipexe? Nu, mai țin minte, bro, trecut mulți ani. Metadon, da, pe Metadon îl țin minte. Dar bipexe nu mai țin minte.
That's a really good hold, all things considered, and the BM continues.
Yeah, I can't believe how they
Bă,
turned
să
that one
înțeleg că e
around.
hartă proastă pentru Gamerlegion, dar țin minte că au bătut, nu mai știu că au bătut pe Nuke Gamerlegion de top. Pe Nuke.
The flank was in from ladder, Sun Pius with the AWP. So if they press him right from mains and from heavens, he's pretty much a.
Te cred, băi, am jucat puțin, m-am lăsat repede, înțeles.
Puts a mini, but then Diaz like, all right, boy, I got you.
E greu să întarcă corect, da. Măcar să mai jucăm și noi, ce zic, să mai luăm o rundă, măcar aici, pe CT, poate nu știu pistoalele.
That's ridiculous.
It's outrageous. 150 ADR as well. It's not been stealing the kills away from his teammates. No, he has been a one-man army.
Bă, am făcut, mă, și noi 100 de like-uri chat, băgăm și noi un like acolo.
Sometimes need the blade.
Imposibil nu e, dar e cam greuț să Rex să revină.
No, he's a battle axe, man. There's no finesse in what he's doing. He's just brutalizing them. And it's not even the blade of the axe. It's not even the blade of the axe. It's the flat side of the axe. You know, it's like smashing them on the skull. And Gamerlegion, listen, I'm sure they will still have something to show us on the CT side, but you need something, like some breathing space. One round is not going to be enough. Snappy playing a dangerous game, but he will extricate himself. Just in the nick of time as the smokes fade away. Still a 5v5. 40 seconds though. Time is dwindling away. Ooh. Scary pick. Peak.
Looks for heaven.
30 seconds. Smoke in the eyes of Lockers. Sun Pius is going to be holding the angle again. We've seen him here a few times. Snappy with the white swing. Backs himself 2 kills. There he is again. 15 and 5. This is a map he always seems to shine on though. And the flash may not have affected either of the T's, but they have both been spotted now in the side.
Ce bine s-au băgat ăștia pe site. N-a avut nicio șansă.
No one there to help him out. So this has quickly gone into a post plant 3-on-3. Suddenly, from looking like a foregone conclusion, it's up for grabs. D has stuck in the vents. He needs Sun Pius to have impact, jumping across. Saves himself his life. He does have a Tech 9 by his side, but DHA runs into the crosshair. Sui, very well played.
Că e runda noastră asta.
Limping Snappy still snatches the life of Isaac. I don't know how the hell he's pulled that one off, but now it puts Acor in such a bad position. Flashes, smokes, everything around him. Great shot in the face of Sun Pius, and Snappy tickles the bomb, draws out Acor, who's shoulder peeking. He's done enough. There's not enough time for the defuse. Excellent round for Gamerlegion to clutch. It just sucks to say it's only their second, and we're moving through to the last round of the half.
Nu e Snappy ăla, nu e Snappy ăla, Brick.
The 1v2 clutch as well, right? I can't believe Snappy just swings out from heaven and gets that kill. That's so unreasonable.
Chiar n-a tras rău, cel puțin pe Nuke aici le-a tras. S-a bătut.
They get at least a second, maybe 3. Vince, are you feeling super optimistic? There is a chance then, I guess. But still, I mean, you have to be the biggest optimist in the world. Fancying the chances of Sun Pius. Want to soak in some vitamin D playing outside. in the flames. I don't know if they heard the flames look at him, and he's going to find the first, aware of the second player as well, but Shui is going to find him from above.
Oh, DH tantalizingly close on the headshot angle.
Mamă, ce ca lumea au dat-o la biș priza seara SeDaN, am dat din cap pe scaun aia, zic, a fost mișto rău de tot. Mie mi-a plăcut când a intrat Alberto Grasu.
But in the present, Aqirys is no longer a part of this round. He has to sit on the sidelines for the rest of this half and see if his teammates can pick up that elusive third round, which on paper still shouldn't be enough. But we've seen a lot of madness over the duration of this tournament, and we have another best of 3 coming around the corner after this. I think that's going to be as scrappy and as close as can be. Regardless, though, 50 seconds on the clock here, Blair, and Gamerlegion.
Ți-a plăcut cum îi dansau șuncile lui Alberto Grasu și SeDaN? Da, păi asta mi-a plăcut. Deci că era vărmiu direct, pinguin.
That's a crucial kill to find on the Snappy, but Madden being alive here could be the difference maker. Bomb yet to be planted. 2v3 advantage for Gamerlegion, and here comes charging out, gets a kill. That's a bomb. 30 seconds still to work with though, and now all on nuts. 1 versus 2.
A, bă, și runda asta măcar. Prima păcetești.
Yeah, unbeknownst to the T's, that actually helps Nuts, helps his endeavors. He hasn't had a lightning game, but
merita o bombă în mijlocul mulțimii acolo.
A couple of guest appearances from Snappy and Sunpius. This would allow Nuts to have his little solo. No, it's not going to happen.
Trebuie mă duc și până la băie rapid, că nu mai pot, ești nebun. Revin imediat, un minut.
But it leaves them pretty much no room for error on their CT side.
All right. All right, and we're back. Pistol round win. I think that is something Gamerlegion absolutely need here, Vince. I think that goes without saying. It's gonna be a fast play coming into its ramp. Spy's lonesome, but rotation's already taken place, so he does have backup as ends come charging in.
Oh, that mid-air shot. You love to see those, but I am only able to get 2. I say only, that's still a fantastic effort, but he now needs his teammates to dig them out of a deep ditch. As he correctly called, this pistol is so important, and Diha, he knows. He is aware of everything. He is Neo in the Matrix right now. 25 kills and a 4K.
Ce s-a întâmplat, mă, arăta ceva?
He is so good right now.
Am afară e, deci afară e cald și în camera la mine de stream e frig de scad unghiile de la picioare, mă jur.
It's not just him waking up here nuke, he's been a potent force for ends throughout this entire series, and let's take a look here. Yeah, he was 54 and 43. The top fragger for his team coming into nuke. So he's been delivering from the get-go. When a fast play comes in, Sunpius finds one. He's aware of the second player as well. I am good for at least one, but this one is Dunzo. Ends, they get their 14th.
N-am văzut prima rundă, băi. Dacă luăm măcar pistoale, ai.
Wise man once said, it's not looking good. For Gamerlegion, that is.
It certainly is not, Blair. It certainly isn't. I mean, when you run into this kind of performance from Diha, from Sunpius, Snappy, I just can't see how there's a way forward here. Like, you got to play your own game, take one round at a time, you know, insert cliche here. But this is going to be great practice for the Major, if nothing else. If they can at least make this a respectable scoreline, that may be good enough. They may take a few lessons away from this. They'll certainly learn a lot from a loss of this kind of magnitude.
A pierdut imediat, dar s-au pierdut pistoalele. Dacă luau pistoale, poate mai aveau și o șansă așa. Și acum te gândești că trebuie să ia 2, dacă iau ăștia, nu știu, 4-5 runde legate, Gamerlegion se poate. Am mai văzut. Greu, dar se poate.
Have no presence anywhere else on the map though, so it's gonna. They at least do have time, however, so that's something. Looking at Gamerlegion here. Eco.
Cu Imperial, Bibi, cu Imperial, cu brazilienii, cu Fallen, cu aia.
Shui playing towards.
Da, intră pe hltv.org, Bibi.
Aqirys by his lonesome, who's having a horrendous time. 4-17. I said how he popped. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that is rough. That is rough. Shui at least able to deal a little bit of damage. Is going to make his way up towards heavens. He should be aware where DecE is, and DecE, make no mistake, he will find his head. And a 3v5 Vince for, or rather a 5v3 for Gamerlegion. And
Faci mișto, mă,
all that
Dile, ce
remains.
FNX, ești nebun, visezi, ia.
He is the man that started the BM train.
FNX? Ce
Has to
FNX,
try
mă?
and make sure that he can become the conductor once more, but
Unde-i, mă?
I don't see it happening. I'm going to be honest, Blair, and I don't think he does either. He's looking to try and
Ce
save
băie de la?
as he keeps himself
Știu, mă, că nu mai joacă, mă gândeam că poate-i stand-in.
active on both sides, waiting for an inevitable push, but I don't know if
Ne
it's gonna be
trolează,
coming
Dile,
up.
mă, ne trolează.
This will be 15-3. Now listen, Ents, you choked to 15-10 earlier. This would be mega unreasonable. And the way they're playing right now, I don't think it's going to happen, Blair. I'm not a genius analyst. I'm not a mathematician, but I'm going to go ahead and say Ents probably don't lose from here. I've jinxed it now, haven't I?
You have. I mean, we saw this on Overpass as well, right? It was like, what, 15-10, 15-9? And then Gamerlegion, this basically wasn't even a full buy. I think they had like a FAMAS, a couple of SMGs, a couple of pistols. They win the round, they bring it back, and they close it out. It's probably what they're saying that's what she was telling to his team as well, guys. I know it's not a good buy here. You know, I got a couple of M4s, a couple of FAMASs, an MP9, but we did it in Overpass. We can do it here again. But I will echo your thoughts. I don't think it's going to happen. 12 map and match points for Ents.
Will they get it the first time of asking? Isaac valiantly tries to fend off and hold the line. But they're going to change the parameters.
Bate și Chios aici, că stă bine.
Goes from A to ramp. And Chios is here. Gets the first pick. Can't get a second. Damage inflicted to Madden, but not enough to yield the kill.
Ei, mai jos.
A way forward for Gamerlegion, though, as IM's already made moves downstairs. That Molotov may extend. That's why he's pushed out prematurely. And that's into Sun Pius. Now down to A-Core. Up against Sun Pius and Madden. The two of them both clumped together. You would feel like unless they trip over one another, they're going to be able to trade this kill out fairly rapidly. A-Core is going to get caught in the back and Ents.
GG, se putea mai bine, poate harta de bine, nu
It was
știu.
labored, but very straightforward in the end.
GG. Hai. Sperăm că bat măcar Sprout, dar cred că o să-i bată Sprout. Nu s-au banat încă hărțile? Uite, românache de-al nostru. Dacă nici asta nu pune la pariuri pe Darky ăsta... Ce muist? Mai postat o dată. Amuie. Hai că o să înceapă și ăștia imediat, nu cred că încep la și 45, cred că încep mai repede. Da, mă, clar, și se putea mai bine. Pana mea, bătăia 2-1. Puteau să joace, nu știu, mai bine, pur și simplu. Se întâmplă. E nervos, mă, o fi pus și el 20-30 de lei la pariuri. A apucat nervii, îți dai seama. 63% șansă 150 să mă duc în 200, parcă nu e așa ok. Ce? Mai băgăm o pisă. Mamă, ce zdrențoi, mâncați și gura, da. Bă, ce e bă asta? Ne-am scos banii, ori ne-am scos? De unde direct să-i scoți? Uite, încep mai repede, în 6 minute. Las că până să intru să văd meci vreau să văd și eu ceva. Vreau să văd cum se mișcă counterul. O să vadă Black Bars. E ok. Joacă cu stand din Imperial, nu știu Liviu, nu știu. Nu cred, sincer. Bune. Mamă, nu mai avem nici VIP, dar nici când cumpărăm, ba pula, la cât mă jocam în ultima perioadă. Aș băga 50 de lei pe șpraut, ce mi-l așa. Bă, nu sună rău, poți să bagi, Anis. Joacă lux în loc de Chela, ok. Nu trag ăștia numai pe căpățână. Asta e Q al nostru? Nu mai ești, mă? Crezi că nu iese verișorul meu. Ia și omoară-i pe ăștia mâncați, și-a dat cu scut direct. Mișto respawn-ul ăsta. Ar trebui să scoată scutul ăla, n-are rost, ești nebun. Hai că ne jucăm după un counter. Ai văzut ultimul meu clip SeDaN, 200 la rând, zici că nu pică? N-am văzut, o să mă uit, Coxy. Ia stați puțin să intru repede, să dacă începem meciul. Mama, Alin, mâncați-și cu membru. Ce se întâmplă, Aline? Ai dat de bani? Stați așa puțin, bă. A picat două navaja, abia aștept să facă battle-ul ăla nebun. Facem o battle-ul ăla, dar să-mi revin și eu cu bănuții, Alin, că nu-i chiar așa, mâncați-și. Bă, da, adevărat să spice două cuțite și ambele navaja, mă, mâncați-și. Facem, mă, facem. De unde vrei să doneze, mă, Liviu Caze 100 de euro mâncați? Dar măcar au fost la rând. Aia zic, da. Mamă, cred că te-ai bucurat, dar cred că ai și nebunit că ți-a dat doar navaja, mâncați-și. Dar după ce am postat clipul am pierdut 4 abonați, ciudoși românii. Nu știu, vreau să-i bată și pro pe Imperial neapărat. Nu vreau să-l apăsam depresie iar pe la un X. Mama, Alin. Sper că nu ciupește boier. Cu dedicație pentru boier, băga-mea și mâna în boier. Fix cine nu trebuia ciupit, bă, mâncava-și. Te-ai pup, Aline. Fix cine nu trebuia, Livul. Hai că pe Die Hard l-am la racolat, să-l mai iau și pe Seve și aia e. Bă, tu vorbești serios? Steli, așa e, mă? Te-ai băgat în brigadă cu Gabriel? Păi nu-l vezi, mă, pe Cox și că cu dedicație pentru boier și bam, direct boier a picat. Mai bate puțin cu cardul SeDaN, că se rupe să moare Jana. Hai să-l las pe dreapta așa. Ia vezi, mă, folă, Nigele, Vini, Lux, Entry, Jota, Bolts. Dar ce te joci pe masa, SeDaN? Bă, jucam cu cardul, dar văd că l-am îndoit într-o parte. Scuze. Mi scuzi. Stați puțin așa, bă, că dacă tot începe să opresc muzica asta. Unde? Gata.
ASUS. He's played for a couple of other teams as well, and he's had varying degrees of success. But the main man, as far as I'm concerned, is Zyphan.
La un excentri.
This guy was
Rifler.
so good in their previous game against Cloud9. Was often just kicking.
Uite-l pe Zyphan, mâncați
against Cloud9 and getting tons and tons of kills in the process. So I think Zyphan is definitely a player to look out for.
Okay.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this was a game where Axel dropped a 1.33 rating across 3 maps.
Mai dai cu cardul de masă că pică monezile.
Zyphan was doing it kind of on his own as well. Very aggressive player, very aggressive rifler, and he's got stare and longs as kind of like the 3 musketeers of this team when it comes to the weaponry, right? So we can jump straight into the map view to see which way this one.
Eu zic că-i bați, frate. La cum au jucat ieri, fără Caterinca. Gen dacă se joacă cum s-a jucat ieri, gen atenți, așa și pe trasau și pe alea. Eu cred că-i bați. Și frate.
Yeah, there we go. We're gonna have Nuke and Anubis being banned out. No surprises. Nuke's the usual ban from Sprout.
S-a ales Mirage-ul de ăștia și Ancient de Sprout.
With Mirage, it's a map that they're pretty solid on. Because if you look at the win rates, you know, Imperial, they have better win rate than Sprout on virtually every.
Dacă se ajunge la a treia hartă, îi bat ăștia Sprout pe Inferno. Dar asta sperăm să termină un 2-0. Dar Platina e absent. Păi n-auzi, mă, că Platina e la Beach, please, boyer.
It is going to be Inferno where, well, Sprout have an abysmal record on it, 25.
A zis că îi place mult Ian și cu Azteca și s-a dus și el.
Sprout, the ancient pick kind of makes sense. They did make Cloud9 bleed, and if not for Axel just being unstoppable, maybe
în stânga auzim engleză britanică și în dreapta engleză de America, aia zic. Sifon baiter, adevărat baiter, in fact.
I'm expecting that to be the case. I honestly think the way these maps have lined up, I wouldn't be surprised if it
nu știu, boier, cred că da, nu știu.
Obviously Imperial have the veterancy. They have.
Ma nu erau nici la Beach Please acolo, dacă te duci când cântă, nu știu. Cine trebuie, ok, para mea să te duci, știi?
That they're going to be able to hold their resolve, but probably in terms of like raw skill.
Da, pe ăsta pe Platina mi-l imagina mai mult de ăsta, de Sunwaves, de Neversea, de Untold, nu de Beach Please.
We're very unsure what to expect. I know that
E Caterinca, cred că se râde mult Denis când intră preparat și ea pe scenă. SeDaN de la Sunwaves acolo, bagi 2 bobe și ești pe spate și ai plecat direct în sicriu. Dacă ar cânta boier la Beach Please, te duce clar, RBS, clar.
But they've all performed very well at the very least.
Yeah, it's been a stand-in show, so to speak, but I do believe the game is probably
Nu sunt fan, dar la Sunwaves nu merg. Nu merg, ce dracu să caut la Sunwaves, băier, zici că ești de bun. Mă duc să mă droghez, o iau pe Georgiana gravidă, haide să mergem la Sunwaves, să moară Geana, tragem ceva, niște leuștiam pe nas. Hai că a început meciul, mă, let's go. Hai cu susținerea aia pentru băieții noștri. La unul s-a plecat pe Cowboy Style 2 pistoale, cred că îi îndoaie dacă vin, dar nu vin, a? Molotov în geam, smoke de short, flash și se intră spre con, ok.
Actually, no, it's going to be the split coming in, bolts towards Palace and 3 CT flying weight.
L-a curentat să moară Geana pe bolts.
Just spins in for a second. Imperial in a heartbeat down to just 2.
Și acum ce mai faci, Fallen? Jota sau Iota?
Jota's got himself a pretty good forward position in jungle, but
ba, a fost mișto la Central Seed de nu știa să cânte unul, Denis. Am văzut, m-am uitat și aseară pe live.
If they get any kills from this point, it would be pretty surprising, let alone a round win.
Ce bă? S-a să văd și o rundă asta. A venit și Zifon, băi. La o... Da, bine, la sandwich la un arc să-l văd, asta e ok. Stem bine. Îi batem pe brazilien să moară Jandă, nu-i spargem. Aia zic, să farmeze la că e bine, nice round. Tudilo, era bun să vezi să fac analiză, să dea pentru pe ce se gătuși, SeDaN să comentați, să-l criticați, aia zic. Dă-l în fasole Iota, că e Brazil. Ăsta e ce-i Jota. Comentatorul parcă a zis Jota. Mi-a scris Jackie, vezi cuțitul ăsta în inventar. De unde le iei, bă, că mă apucă nervii? Vrei să-mi vând calculatoarele, îți deschid cutii? De unde le-ai mai ciupit și pe ăsta? De unde ai mai deschis cutiile astea? De unde ai caurile astea?
It is kind of funny how kind of the narrative of this game.
Nu spune că l-ai deschis, că îmi vând cuțitul, îl vând, pe bune îl vând.
No bomb planted, just a one kill, so just the Glocks and Zyphan could pick up a few.
Mă bag și eu, ești nebun. Dacă îți pică ție, trebuie să-mi pice și mie, nu? Unde adun să zică predicțiile SeDaN, nu știu. Nu știu, dar cred că se termină un 11-4 pentru Superlight pe CT. Ia uite-l, ia uite-l pe Zifon unde e. Ce-ar mânca și el ceva la Eco, ia uite-l, ia uite-l. Nu s-ar fi dus și ei la Bela la O. Asta e, să farmeze Iorneco ăsta. Bă, nu mai pot de nervi decât ai deschis ceva, mai să încheie inventarul, 96.
To get Cloud9 across the board. So I mean, it's worked so well for them. Very interesting to see how these styles clash, and as I mentioned,
te pup, Ioane, te pup. La Eco se bagă la armă, se ascunde?
They only have Glocks. There's a P250 in the mix as well, and they're just taking their sweet time. They're defeating some of those
măcar să-i farmeze ăsta la alt.
Well, the MP9, I should say. And the M4
bravo,
will do the rest. So
bravo,
as
băieții.
anticipated, it's a clean sweep. It was basically nothing invested.
Making it clean though, that's going to be solid for the economy. Couple of MP9s in play, and now the buy will be in for the side of Imperial. Let's see what they got.
Cipit-3 futul în gură.
It is a map that they're used to playing quite often, you know.
Oh, contează, mă, să câștige și proud. Nu mă interesează cine face fraguri.
Against their local opposition back home. Also down towards the Americas, but again, as we've alluded to it multiple times, right? The practice partners you have on that side of the pond, it's not the best. We'll get back to it later on. It's going to be a fast.
Să fie faci ceva pe avă.
Just rattling away.
Da, și flash, bate-mă unul guță.
He's in a rough spot. He's in a very rough spot, and he will be taken down, isolated behind the smoke, so it has to be retaken.
Adică l-au izolat bine rău pe guță acolo, n-a avut nici șansă să răc. Mamă, ia vezi în spate ce se întâmplă, e bine rău. Să-și facă bait în 3 în spate. Bait. Asta a fost niciun bait. Ai, mă, nu!
Or is it because Imperial are fighting back? Zyphon last man standing, and this bonus is not paid off. Jota gets his man, and Imperial.
Mamă, ce bine au venit în spate, dacă își făceau bait acolo, cred că ieșea mult mai bine. Că au făcut și pași la unul, au făcut și pași, că de-aia s-a întors Fallen. A verificat în spate, nu era nimic și au venit ăștia păran.
That is two crucial kills for Fallen there.
Le-a făcut Fallen bait? Ce bait a făcut Fallen?
He died without even getting a single kill, and this is good play from SeDaN, by the way. He tucked on in, was expecting the flash coming in. What a kill to find here for Fallen. But Zico's and Longs.
Ok. Tot îi batem, tot îi batem. A avut noroc
Clean stuff for Imperial to get on board.
Bă, care a spus la pariu, nu vă faceți griji, câștigă și proud.
I don't know how that didn't do barely any damage to Jota. I thought a nade was right on top of his head, but he's gonna only take 2 points of damage. Fast mid control being rested here, and Vinny, 3 players coming out from the palace position, and these are shots being nailed by the Brazilians, and Stare is aware there is someone.
Nu știu, SeBG, ok.
He's done for.
Ok, gata.
Jota timing perfect, and the smoke disperses, and Longs and Zico's, they might just.
Am mai multe SeDaN că nu se văd. Ah, ok, am înțeles, Jackie.
Or at least Zico, oh, he wants to trade up. Okay, he had a FAMAS, he wants to trade up to the M4 while the smoke is still in play. There is a chance he gets caught in rotation back over on B if they go aggressively.
Am dar se joacă și ăștia destul de fast pe Tero Imperial. Zici că să ia BenQ Seagulls.
So they should be able to save both these M4s. I did for a second thought they're going to go for a crazy.
O să-și ia guța polar la un moment dat și alergă. Are cu 2.5 acum să câștige prima hartă Imperial, da.
With some very solid entry frags from Vinny and Bolts in particular, teaching these.
Bă, nu știu cum arată, dar a jucat bine ieri. A avut câteva faze mai așa, dar a jucat bine ieri.
I mean, he's been around the scene for ages, but I'm pretty sure he's what, like mid-20s. I'm gonna have to double check this.
It's kind of funny how like we look at Vinny like, yeah, he's a veteran, but he's been around for so long, right? You kind of forget that. Even in a team having someone like Fallen. Listen, I won't lie. If Imperial don't win this series, it's gonna be a massive indictment for them as a team. You're going up against a very young team who've had a lot of problem with leadership issues. You know, chewing through 3 or 4 IGLs. They bench refresh. They get him back again. They trial. I forgot the name of the player who did trial for like 2 whole days.
They bench refresh și că l-au adus pe refresh înapoi. Îl confundă cu
Zifon. Bringing him out of retirement for.
Trebuie să zică și el ceva, e normal.
What, 45 days? That's it? And now they don't have an IGL. That is disgusting from Vinny.
Mamă, ce i-a tras Vini acolo, să zăd. A ținut pe povul lui să vedem.
Imperial showing why they are opposed to.
Gen nu era singur Guț, a încercat să-l ajute la toate
Very early days though. And for Sprout, only reason I'm saying that they really have a chance here is because.
Bă, nu uitați să băgați și voi în like chat, adevărat, mai aștept și pe mine, vă rog.
Where they were literally just 1 or 2 rounds away from taking that series.
Am văzut, Yusi.
Just looking into Vinny's age, he's only 23 years old.
Jesus.
And
Păi e mă la cu arma la B, la O?
He's going to be turning 24 next month. He's been a part of Furia.
E băgat pe ăla.
Main teams he was in.
Vine ăla cu arma aici,
so
da.
he's been around since he was 17 years of age. And speak of the man, and he will deliver the entry frag as they look to try and push out. He's going to get caught in the side by stare, but I doubt there's going to be too much from where that came from. Because this round is falling into place. Lonks on the long flank has found Jota. Will be able to trade up to an AK. And it may very well be another situation of a save coming into play. So yeah, he was a member of Furia in 2017, T-Show before that in 2016. He's been playing since 2014. So since he was 13 years of age, he's been in teams. And he's got a banging name, by the way. I'm going to attempt this. I apologize.
Și nu cred că vor să ia unul tot așa, gen, hai să luăm unul doar să fie igele, pana mea. Din ce am înțeles vorbesc toți. Și n-a fost ieri, la cum au jucat ieri, gen, s-a părut ok. Și fără igele.
Even attempt to Vinicius Figueiredo. Gotta roll your R's, Vince.
I think you did better than me.
Alright, it's kind of crazy, right? 23 years of age. I thought he'd be like mid-20s, as you pointed out.
I thought like 26, 27 bare minimum, but nope, 23.
That's wild. And his first game on HLTV, I think it was a show match there. And 20? Wait, what was this?
N-a pus încă mâna pe polarguții.
2016, yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. 2016 feels like a lifetime ago. I still, to this day, feel like Vinny should have stayed in Furia. I know they made the changes they had to,
fast under 3 mid. Nice, low.
And they've had their peaks, right? We're getting to semi-finals in Rio and whatnot, but I just feel like Vinny, just a solid support player. When you have players like Yuri and Queserado, and Safe took a little bit of time to kind of get comfortable in its Furia side, but in the past few months he's been very solid as well. And I want to see, you know, a top 5 Brazilian team. It just makes things so much more exciting for Counter-Strike, like how we want more NA teams coming in or more Asian teams, right? It's a good thing overall for the game. As bolts just blind spray through the smoke. I don't even know how we knew that.
Auzi și ce comentatorul ăsta s-a auzit, a ars futuți gura mătii.
3v3. Longs also down at 34 HP and this alert from Longs. Oh, Longs is a dead man. He's a dead man walking.
Nu te tilta măcar. Ți-ai așteptat să
vină. Not enough time. Not quick enough. Fallen. With the AWP, rattles Zello. Drop down to 6 HP, but it's going to be another save. Coming in for Sprouts. Feels like we've had a lot of those already. But that just goes to show that Imperial's prowess on this T side has been razor sharp.
O să-și ia la un moment dat igele, o să aibă la un moment dat. Acum nu au igele, dar o să aibă pe viitor, o să aibă igele.
So yeah, so a really solid start on the side of the Brazilians.
Salut offline de bă.
And I completely echo your statement there, Blair. The more regions that are better represented, the better. And I do hope as well that with CS2 coming around the corner, that is going to build a lot of hype. And that we might have the next sort of generation of talent coming through as a result of finding it. So fingers crossed that, you know, CS has got a very, very long future ahead of it.
330.000.
Yeah, with CS2, really looking forward to it. Although, right now, I just like some new maps coming on. Valve, please, and give more access to more people, right? Like, they'll have a bigger. Obviously, they know what they're doing, but like, it'd be nice for more people to have access to the game. Well, right now, Sprout having to call a tactical timeout because they have been absolutely battered the past few rounds. You're talking about the individual prowess of, you know, players like Longs and Zyphon and Stare. We kind of forgot like how good the other players, the Brazilians, can be, right? Like Vinny, some nutty opening kills coming out from him. Jota and Bolt as well. And Fallen too, yeah. Like, he's only gotten 3 kills, but you go back to the round where, I think it was round number 3, the first buy, where he was taking care of the 2 players flanking in from behind with the AK-47, not even his weapon of choice. Here we go. It's going to be an eco. call the tag timeout. I do wonder what they have in store for us here. Playing, I'll tell you this, for Sprout, playing safe isn't going to work out. If the CT side is going to play reactionary, Imperial going to run all over them. And now throw your mind back to how they faced off against Cloud9. What do you remember? What I recall is how aggressive and in-your-face and disruptive they were on the CT side. They made Cloud9 feel so uncomfortable in every one of those 3 maps. So I'm looking more from them in this, because again, they're the underdogs. They really have nothing to lose. You don't even have an IGL. Screw it. Just go for it. Full send.
100%. I think that they have to play to their own strengths as opposed to playing to what Imperial want. And Imperial right now are dictating the pace of these rounds. You've got to get that disruption, as you mentioned. You've got to be able to take them out of their comfort zone, play to where you feel confident. When they did that against Cloud9, some of the best players in phenomenal form on the planet, like Shiro, they actually silenced Shiro for the most part in that best of 3. It was only an Axel performance to stop them. When you're getting those players flustered and you're making those players feel it, you can get any player feeling that way, but you've got to play to your own strengths. If they start playing like passive and so yeah, hopefully they're going to learn that for the next rifle round, and they're going to bring that chaos to the table. Zikor's nice shot onto bolts. Post plant will be converted into the round as Stair is too far away. And just a deagle.
Știi că nu găsesc arma, a dispărut arma să moară așa. Nu cred că o să fie greu. Să hai să-și ia Polar și Guță. Ce mișto să le tragem.
Because I don't mean any disrespect to Fallen, but his best days with the AWPer behind him at this stage. He's still a good AWPer, don't get me wrong, but Zello, he needs to prove his worth here.
I think the problem with Zello is, you said it as well, he has some great moments. But then there are times where he just goes into very questionable plays, a couple of whiffed shots, with simple ones as well. And that is not something you want from your primary op, right? Especially when you have such a strong core of 3 riflers. That's a frustrating thing about a Sprout lineup.
Bă, să știi că și asta e adevărat, Iusti. Să știi că și asta e adevărat, bă. Că au avut probleme pe Miraj. Să știi că e adevărat.
Zyphon, you have Longs, you have Stair. Now, if Zello can be a bit more consistent, you don't have to be superstar.
Alt turneu de studenți mâncați și...
You don't have superstar ops who can just make do with, just being a safe pair of hands. Like, safe comes to mind, ironically, coincidentally rather, for the side of Furia, right? And it's all you need, and all you need to find as a 5th is an IGL. But, man, IGLs, they're just like
da, frate, vă pot ajuta.
Breed right now in modern day Counter-Strike. Any half-decent IGL, they're gonna get snapped up immediately.
100%. But they also have to have patience with the IGL. You can't have someone in for 40, 45 days and then just, we don't know the whole story though, to be fair. There's probably more than what we know. It's there anyway, he pushes through the smoke. Lux will instantly return fire. And now the bomb is getting planted down, and this is looking far, far too straightforward for Imperial.
Nu știu dacă poți joace contra la stilul ăsta, să joci la cum joacă ăștia fast așa, nu știu. E puțin cam greu, parcă, nu?
Feel anything at this stage.
Așa pare, poate nu e.
Another one's been tossed in.
Fuck, unlucky.
Eventually they're gonna have to start going for these. Lux though has cordoned off Zello. His woes continue. 7 ADR coming into this round, and I doubt he got any damage here. He's still yet to get off the mark.
Nu avem nici smoke, avem un smoke.
And although they're clumped on the site, it's gonna be their tomb. It's gonna be their final resting place. They're too low here to justify going for
cam lejer pe ăsta, mă,
nu? They have to be peace out of there, and Zyphon is not afforded that luxury. No mercy shown. Zykor's alive, and that's it. M4 saved. Imperial are looking so strong right now.
This is rough for Sprout.
Frumos românașii noștri, nu cântau unul, nu știau nimic.
The sample size we have with this particular lineup of Sprout is the game against Cloud9.
Aia zic, break.
The first map was OT, second map was OT, third one was a 16-14 loss on Ancient. It was a very back and forth. It was very disruptive.
Vezi că e și Jax live, mă, e cu W, poți să-i bagi donații acolo, să-ți promoveze și el, să bage un story. Cred că la s-ar promova cel mai bine. Eu nu știu dacă sunt 50 pe live acum, dar... Stai, ajut. Bagă și tu o donație lui Jax acolo și zi să-ți promoveze.
I'm just gonna cross-check that. Yeah, it's not a map they play a lot. There's only 6 played, considering the amount of Counter-Strike they play online. It's not a lot, and the win record isn't great either, right? I'm just looking at...
nu știau melodiile, mă gândesc, nu știu.
This year, They played 6. They've won 2. The ones they won was against Apex, 16-13. Then they lost to Apex later on, 16-8.
Chat, ai și noi cu niște like-uri, faci și noi 200. Adev.
But then it's EG. And then they've lost to 1 win, big, and 9. And pretty convincingly as well. It was like 11-16, 9-16, 8-16. So Imperial, they know what they're doing with this map pick. They answer my queries as to why they didn't go for overpass. So you're looking clinical as hell to slow things down. And for Sparta, you can see...
Da, măcar țipau și ei să urle, să danseze, să pară că să fie hype-ul ăla. Nu era nici hype, ești nebun, cântat ca cântat. Sunt curios dacă a avut ceva de zis Central Sea ăla după ce a cântat. Cum mi s-a părut publicul. Bravo, Lau. Polar. Ah, nice try.
Putting down bodies left and right through connector and maintains control over the bomb. Very importantly, Zello finally.
E bine asta aici la bench, nu cred că o să-l verifice.
You had the bomb. That probably is the round.
Dar bomba e în pulă, e ok.
Bolts does go into Zello's. He's making this as
oh, n-ai voie să mori, vărule.
And Zikos has been spotted. But I mean, the round is already over. This is now to find out how many of the CTs will remain. And the answer is Zyphon. So even though Sprout pick up their third round,
da, uite bani, 3500, 3200, 3800.
And Imperial have tons of cash to use.
Yeah, winning the round, just one player staying alive. That's very rough indeed. See it reflected in the buy
exact,
as well.
CS.
No head armor. They will have some rifles to work
Omul nu are nimic de zis, a luat bani și anul viitor nu mai vine, îți dai seama. Da, nu știu să zic, nu știu.
A little bit there towards short. I feel like the apartments players.
Mi-a arătat să vezi aseară la alte concerte Central Sea ăsta, prin Irlanda, prin Anglia, prin alea. Dacă vedeți cum făceau ăia pe acolo.
They were a little bit quicker. There was just one lone defender towards B. And the bomb had at least crossed on over. I see Imperial still winning that round, but here we go. Round number 10.
Uitați-vă la bani, uitați-vă la baiul nostru, uitați-vă la banii lor. Trebuie să luăm și noi runda asta, nu știu cum, dar trebuie să o luăm, mâncați, să o legăm. Și să-i luăm și polarul Fallen ăsta.
And a fast play to... Oh, never mind. I thought it was going to be a fast play towards A, but it's a stack towards A. 4 players. Now, this is more like it.
Oh, nice.
Nice find, but quick trade.
Exactly. I love the idea, though, of the aggression that we were talking about. The problem is, though, losing a 1-for-1 trade now pretty much circumvents any connector control on the side of Sprout.
I-a făcut bait ca lumea la o. Bravo, bă!
It's worked out stair with 2 and Lonks has activated himself additionally.
Avea nevoie de runda asta, mă jur că avea nevoie de ea.
Still tons of cash. Still more than enough reasons
for Jota to get in the mix and
try and take some more of these players down with him. He has no nades, no control over the bomb, but it stands to reason. I'm sure he's.
Păi da, n-ai cum să compari un concert din Anglia cu... Nu poți să compari un concert din Anglia cu unul din România, știu engleză. Da, mă, da, vorba lui Savage, măcar să fie lumea pe hype, să sară, să se simtă bine. Înțeleg, nu știi piesele, nu să cânti în engleză, da? Pare așa foarte static.
Likely to be a goner if Lonks pushes in. They're being very tentative, very careful though Sprout because
cerca să dea check-lau, nu l-a văzut, s-a întors spre bază, ăsta trece.
They can't afford to lose more weapons here. So Jota has all the freedom in the world to do as he pleases, but he's only got 13 more seconds to play with. Double checking Palace, gonna be clearing this out and realizing it's empty. And now trying to push in, but there is Lonks from CT boxes again, and Sprout do secure a 4th round.
Ia să vedem ce baoleu, 12.000, 6.000.
That's more like it from Sprout, right? Just go for some gamble plays, be a little bit more heroic-esque, I guess. Although, wouldn't they love to have someone like Caden calling for them right now, right? Like, I'm just thinking, obviously, it's never going to happen, but like, you have Zyphon, you have Stair, Longs, then you get someone like Caden is going to op and IGL for you.
Iar fac ceva fast, mă? Iar ies fast?
5th player. Screw it.
Keep Zikos, right?
That'd be interesting, but...
Smog de prelungire vrăjeală, liber, s-a dat colul.
And now they go back to the default again. That being said, Stair's playing pretty aggressively towards mid. The rotation is coming in from Longs, but for the time being, just 2 players there. One jumping across, needs to be careful. Nate's gonna
stay. Mă, nu! E tras iar din palat. Bine că a bătut ăsta și mai bate unul. Nice! Bravo, bravo, bravo. 3 vs 2. Let's go.
And now a 3v2 player advantage for the side of Sprout.
Exquisite hold.
Mamă, cum îi țin numai în contacturi de alea fast așa.
Desperately waiting for one of these A hits. But Fallen and Jota still alive. Jota's already got a ton of entry frags. But Stare creeping his way up through the
Bravo, mă, bună rundă.
Oh, that's lovely aim.
Au plantat mai un bai, ok.
In particular, just takes the head clean off. And Sprout, they bring that deficit back down to 1. So showing that they were down, but it was still very much in the fight.
A tras sicoza ăla de acolo. Hai că merge o sticluță la 0.36 Hamel la meciul ăsta. Poftă mare, Robert. Bine ești Tehir. Putem să ducem în 7-6 aici, mă jur.
Great hold from Zikos though. The fact he gets 3 is just unreasonable. And of course, Stare with a perfectly timed flank. Again, right, when he's starting to play aggressive, and Stare, early on, he was alone towards mid. Now, normally, I'd be like, he's just pushing up mid with no backup whatsoever. If he falls, or there's someone waiting for him,
he's done for it's not
necessarily the right play, quote-unquote, but when you're going up against a team like this, you have
Gata, m-a intrat tata drone 9-6.
And because it pushed in mid early on, allowing them to gather a little bit of information, they're like, okay, it's probably the A hit coming in. There were 3 CTs lying there in wait. And then, even though they got the bomb down, because it pushed in mid so early on, the flank timing was so early and catches Imperial off guard.
Opa, bine că a căzut. Trage în cap, nu-l vede! Hai, mă, bravo, Lauș. Și pe Jota, da, mă, da! Da, mă, da! Cred că avea semi-flash, mă. Era... Nu!
He won't be outshone in this round. He still is keeping himself in amongst the opportunities to maybe pull this out of the fire and flames. There's still a lot of time left on the clock. So bomb will be retrieved in the very capable hands of Bolts, joining Lux in mid and keeping Vinny either as an interference play or potentially as a pivot point to push into the B site. They can just wait here. We probably won't see action for quite some time.
Oare asta o să fac? O să intre short cu casă? Că văd că sunt 2 top mid. Ăsta nu pare să vrea să retragă. Și nu cred că știe că e asta în site. Mamă, ce timing, mâncați. Și l-a văzut, mă, l-a văzut, nu? Da, l-a văzut. Cred că l-a văzut. Da. Verifică-l, vere. Nice, bravo.
There we go. What did it do?
Intră spre short. Dacă mai bate ăsta unul aici ești top. Dacă bați unul aici sicoz. Sau pe amândoi chiar. Nice. Bravo, mă. Frumos a jucat băiatul ăsta până acum, îmi place. A bătut și 3 de la prost de acolo. Și cu runda asta acum cam nice. Nu au bani. Au luat bonus, dar nu au bani. O să iei semi-bai.
Quickly turning the tides against the T's, and remember, just a few rounds ago,
mi-a sărit telefonul meu când i-a bătut la unii.
$10,000 on practically everyone on the team. Well, now they're down into force spying an AK, having some Tech 9s, a Mac 10. Sprout have really taken control of this, and Stare has come alive.
Se duc la B. Dar nu știu dacă e contact sau rush. Pare rush B, a? Nu, s-a oprit.
Zikos as well, right? He was like 1 in 6, I think, at one point. And we had a 3K hold from him towards A.
Mamă, e bine, dacă îi face la bait-ul ăsta aici.
Very solid heads up play. It was by his lonesome on an island.
Se așteaptă și.
Good timing. Finally, the money has
been
broken here for Imperial and Zikos.
Bravo,
trying to be a little patient.
Bravo,
instead, he's going to take the dual find.
Bravo,
to find the third as well.
Frumoasă runda asta.
I don't know how he pushed in so deep, but
Zikos ăsta a jucat în FPL, parcă da, a jucat și el în FPL. Și a jucat și la Blue Jays să ia.
Imperial at one point, and then he called a timeout. I don't know who said what, because they said there's no IGL. Maybe they held a referendum, or you know, they held a vote or something. But it's worked out for them.
Bă, încep să scrie 4, mă, 9-6, ești nebun.
They called the timeout, chose violence. Get aggressive, push into their face. Don't let them calm down. Flash is good though. I think they probably spotted him. It's hard to tell with all these flashes flying around, but I think they would have seen him go catwalk. Zello though peeks around the corner, gets one. Lonks does get traded out. There's another peek. This is Superlight here from Sprout. They're getting so much success from this ruthless aggression. And now Vinny, his head's spinning.
Nice.
He is reeled into the ground, and it's Zello that puts him there with a 2K in the round. Sprout from rags to riches with 6 rounds on the bounce.
Sicoz ăsta, știu că s-a jucat la Blue Jays și la Blue Jays tot așa, s-a jucat puțin rău de tot.
And just going at it. I love this. they refuse to be cowed, and especially the way Imperial were winning those rounds, or the 6 rounds they got in a row. I thought, yeah, that they feeling a little cowed, they're feeling a little scared.
Hai că vreau să mă uit acum repede.
Aggression. Zikos just pushing in through the smoke, and that's after they lost longs towards Cat, right? He doesn't even get a kill, he gets taken down, and yet they continue to fight. Stare, however, will be felled early on by Bolts, patiently waiting inside of Palace. Do they expect the second player? Is the question.
Nice,
Vinny can get a free kill, but no, Zyphon, but Bolts off angle catches Vinny, so the trade will take place.
Just a little attention to detail as well, taking the shot as he lands on the ground in case any Palace players thought he'd still be up on the balcony. Looks though with a freebie kill, more aggression yielding big results, and it would have been hard to really justify saying that Sprout would win this half 9-6 in the situation they found themselves in like 5-10 minutes ago, and yet here we are, fallen.
Mă, oricum, psihoza asta nu e în echipă, e stand-in. L-au luat ca stand-in.
And he does. Zyphon with 2. He's also starting to rip through some kills. A 3K in this round. Jota able to sneak his way around the back, but the bomb has been
putea lejer 11-4, cum am zis.
And Locke seems to know.
Bun, 96 la
shot as well. Sprout lead 9-6 going into the second half.
De la stres, Adron. Dacă nu mai închid asta, că începe instant. Am văzut, da, începe instant. Fără pauză.
6-2 was a scoreline for Imperial, and it looked like they were in.
Nu știu dacă ți minte când veni Seguță prima dată la șpelul și făceau numai play-uri agresive. Dar și acum se joacă agresiv, mă. De la ambele, tată.
They are really firmly in the driver's seat. And we said this as well earlier, Vince, when you have the stand-in situation, the T-side is usually a bit easier, right? You don't have to rely on when you stand in to kind of play a role with a lot of responsibility. Just work with the pack. Smoke's raining in. They haven't gone for a play yet. They're waiting for a reaction from the CTs, and the reaction is going to be the flank. It's a double flank coming in. As Yota, all the way towards T-spawn, pushing up pretty quickly. And very soon, they're going to realize it is the A hit.
Oh, but he gets the freebie. The smoke clears. That's not the cleanest of Counter-Strike, but they are playing for a retake. They do have a kit. Fallen also with a smoke alongside that. Jota is going to get the first point of call. Oh, it's partially through the box. That's the only thing that saves Zyphon. He should be a dead man, but on 6 HP, he still stands. And the bomb is now taking away. Zyphon connects the headshots. Oh, it's a flurry of frags. All headshots all day for Sprout. And the second pistol falls away. And you just have to look back at that moment. If Jota gets the kill on Zyphon, who survives on such measly HP, that could have completely changed the dynamic of the round.
I don't know, man. Everyone else was hitting the shots as well. It wasn't just a Zyphon show. It was a scary play as well from Sprout, right? They lobbed in the smoke. They were waiting for the reaction from Imperial, and by the time they tried to push towards CT, the smoke had dissipated, losing the first player as well. But the Glocks, they sing in tandem at it. It is a death song for Imperial. Full eco, just the USPs. Sprout a golden opportunity to get a little bit of cash, make it clean, get to 11. How is this one turned around?
I'm sure that's a question that Fallen will be asking himself right about now. As he has a bit of reprieve in this round, it should be a gimme. Fallen does get one to stare, and that's a Fallen rifle that is picked up. It's not a small amount of value, all things considered. But Zello is going to see if he can deny any saved guns. And any CT survival. Takes a bit of damage, but nothing significant. That Mac 10, by the way, is all towards an AWP fund. He wants all of these kills as he prints $2,200 in cash. Up to 5.4k already. Hell, he could even buy it right now if he really wants to, knowing that Imperial are about to upgrade. Or does he want to go for a bonus round? Both are viable choices.
No, Imperial au ales Mirage. Redord. Dacă le-au și runda asta, darme. Ne ducem bine.
It's kind of crazy how this one's turned around. Now, Imperial, time to show what they got. Oh, this is fast.
Oh, mamă, ce tras cu ăsta ăla.
Tag on his stair though. That's going to stop him. But Zyphon in the meantime catches Fallen towards CD spawn. Yota at least able to reply back. There are still 2 defenders on his A bomb side, but they are very quickly.
Ieși acum, nice, nice. Ce bine l-a prins. Se știe și de asta, s-a palat. Cum pula mea câștigă, bă, tot el aici?
Single-handedly digging them out of a big problem. But it's not done just yet. There's a few more issues they have to contend with and hurdles they have to navigate.
Nici măcar nu-l știa Zifon, se ducea rea spre junglă.
And one is Lonks on 16 kills coming alive these last few rounds. Molly is going to burn away Vinny. Another smoke is used. Damage inflicted and finalized. Bolts falls by the wayside. Still a minute on the clock. They could even peace out of here and go back to B if they're feeling it.
Dar nu e rău să retragă, sincer.
Back together. They are going to do exactly that. So Imperial fully commit down. There's not much HP between the two of them, but they do have time if they just make a straight up run towards the B side.
Mamă, ce bine s-au dus rași acum, mă jur. Ah. Să nu mă răștăi ăsta, să nu mă răștăi. N-ar trebui să grăbească la o, cred că ar putea să mai aștepte puțin. Ah, mă, dă-mi și pula.
Now, Lux has no idea where the second player is going to be coming in from. 20 seconds. Stare, 48 HP. He needs to make a move.
Yeah, he's got a smoke. I might buy him up a little bit of time. Molotov gets extinguished, but Lux, he has a good eye for the situation and prematurely sprays through the smoke. So big round by Vinny there. Those 2 kills he got underneath the balcony were essential for Imperial to hold on to the round, but it is at cost to HP bars and finances. But the money situation's not great for the T's either, to be fair to Sprout, so they might have to just tap out of this one.
We're just a 2 players
batem, îi spargem, eu zic că îi batem și eu zic că îi batem.
Imperial, so yeah, the force buy, they're going to try and break the economy.
Și lipsește chelul ăla de la ei.
Chelo. Getting called here by Sprout as well, just to talk things through. What you got? 2 Deegs, the Mac 10, AK, and the Galil. And AK entrusted to the stand-in to Zekos, and why the hell not? He's been pretty solid with the rifles thus far. Important round here, more for Imperial. Win this round. It's going to be just the pistols.
L-a văzut, nice. Mamă, ce a tras buță.
And look at how quick they are. Look at how fast they are.
Mamă, s-a terminat runda aproape. S-a terminat runda, chat. S-a terminat runda, mâncați. Ce să mă zici de runda asta? Nice, buță, bravo.
Holy hell.
All 5 players survive and trade up rifles. I mean, if that's not soul crushing, if that's not demotivating, demoralizing, I don't know what is. And this really factors back to what we've been talking about from the start of this game in the pre-game segment, Blair. Sprout's strength is their ability to run and gun, their incredible mechanical aim and skill. And that needs to be utilized. And the second they turn...
And they had, what, an AK, a Galil, a Mac 10, and 2 Deagles. And I think the Deagles got like 3 kills, 3 or 4. That was a dismantling. Holy...
Do you have a scary thing here as well, Blair? It's like everyone's pulling their weight. Like Zello was a bit slow to start. He was 0 and 7, 0 and 8 or something. But you got Zyphon 17, Walk 17, Stare 15. Zekos has had that massive triple spray on the site, on the CT side. Like this isn't a one-man show that you can silence maybe Zyphon and then the rest of the team is a little bit lackluster. No. Everyone is behind the wheel right now. And that's got to be terrifying if you're Imperial.
Să bată la aici, Leader-ul.
Now to slow things down.
O short-ul.
It's going to be just the pistols. The timing.
Tragi și în cap în pula mea, ce timing, futus timing-ul, mă.
P250. Oh, they're dealing a lot of damage. 3 kills. Imperial, they strike back with their own pistols and Stare.
Cum s-a ajuns bă aici? Cum s-a ajuns bă aici? Îi bate asta, mă, îi bate că n-au armuri. Îi bate, nice. Doamne, futu-ți runda, mătii. Ce double spray, mă.
Give credit to Imperial, man. Like, they nearly returned the favor. They nearly had their revenge.
Da, mă, să ne spargă nu se pe ori și nu alta.
But still the financial support system that Sprout have accrued from that previous round allows them to go back in for a buy. So it's valiant, it's heroic, it probably builds the confidence a little bit, but Sprout They can wipe the
Brazilian
and
nebuni
just
cu aia.
go again, knowing they have a 6-round lead and they're only 3 away from breaking down this first map.
A stand in. He's been very, very crucial in a few of these rounds, where it looks like Imperial might just steal it away.
Era proastă rău să o pierde, jur. La baiul ăla cu SP-uri, cu de-alea. Asta se întâmplă.
No op for Fallen. A1s abound. And I do have to say, yeah, we've been seeing a lot more A1s, I feel like, this tournament. In Rio, in Rio and the RMR, the Blast RMR, I do remember seeing a pretty healthy mix of the A4s and A1s, but for all the games we've had the opportunity to cast your events, A1s reign supreme. Zikos.
Vezi că nu dă în spate ăla, nu s-a dat în spate, au dat și smoke top, cum se bat cu ei, mid cu aia, what the fuck, mori!
He will stay alive and in fact does one better, gets a kill.
Ce zice Andrei?
I don't actually recall seeing any A4s blur.
Nu dau înapoi nici brazilieni ăștia mâncați.
It has been fastly dominated by A1S.
Nice, nice.
Has a chance and does deliver. Loses less.
Da, mă, dar bold ăsta nu s-a mișcat de aici, nu-mi place poziția asta. Dar îl bate la nu e problemă, băieți. Da, guță, ăștia suntem, bravo, bă.
He's so oppressive to Imperial. Like, they just can't get a foothold in this game. It's like one step forward and several steps backwards over and over again.
Fallen's aware where Zikosa's timing. Jig is up. Kind of an attempt to go for this retake, and look at Sprout, how disciplined they're being, right? They know when they have to play fast, they know when they have to be aggressive. Zelo's already towards shortcutting off the escape path for Fallen.
Zici că și-au găsit ăștia al 5-lea un SeDaN, bă, din ce știu e stand-in, nu l-au luat încă în echipă, eu știu că e stand-in, atât, nu l-au anunțat gen încă. N-a jucat rău băiatul, n-a jucat rău. Și el a jucat bine, și azi văd că joacă bine, doar că nu e IGL. Andrei. Și pe viitor o să aibă nevoie de IGL.
Is going to be very rough
TaofiK,
indeed. If they do hold fire though, there will be a fairly solid purchase, but they'll be playing for OT.
Aștept să vină mâncarea că e lipsit să mă macă de spate, poftă mare.
Having a look at the fact that the next map is ancient, I don't think it's going to get any easier for Imperial, because that's a map with 16-14 and incredibly close, back and forth. Stair went massive with a 25 bomb. Speak of the man, and he will deliver. So I'm a bit concerned for Imperial's likelihood of making it out of this best of 3, but hell, they've got enough experience in these kind of situations that they could still fight back.
Bravo,
they definitely have experience,
nice.
But right now I'm not seeing anything coming from it.
Yeah.
Așa
it is kind of grim right now. Of course, the half investment, nothing going to be done. Taking a look at the results for these two teams, right? So Imperial have played it only 5 times this year. Looking at the results, they beat Fluxo on the other Brazilian teams.
Mă, la Navi n-aveau, cum să nu aibă, mă, Navi? Îl aveau pe Electronic.
They lost to the Union. I've never heard of them. Another Brazilian team, 22-20. But they did beat Complexity in the last previous spring. Was that a showdown? Let me just quickly check. Yeah, it was a showdown where they beat Complexity 16-10. So at least the last win they had was a little bit more of a contesting affair. For Sprout, though, the past 2 months, they've played it 15 times.
Da, nice. Și îl știi și pe ăsta în stânga? Nu îl știi pe ăsta în stânga.
Although most of the times it's been a lot of losses, but a lot of close losses, like the one we saw against Cloud9, against Falcons.
Și i-a tras Zifon, nu știu unde a tras. I-a tras din A, ok.
Just 2 kills remain here for Sprout, Vince.
Easy. Și pe ăsta guții? M-au atras pe el, cum dracu.
With a missed shot, does give them a way back in. Bolts can extinguish the Molotov. Also does so, keeping a gap for himself.
Păi avem cum să pierdem runda asta la cum suntem poziționați cu smoke top con.
Another molly's there. There's 6 flashbangs as well, by the way. They can blind multiple times over. Is anyone
are Zifon fau flash-uri, au 6 flash-uri, ești nebun?
Mamă. Very good trifecta of their demise.
Nice. V-am spus că îi bat ăștia să moară Jana.
And Sprout take it 16-7 and when you consider the start of that first half, Blair, was one-sided in favor of Imperial. The second that tactical timeout was called,
fără emoții a fost, da?
Different team arrived on the server, and from there on out, it was just a blitz.
I think Sprout won almost 14 rounds in a row. Fallen's team, Imperial, they won the third round of the second half. That's it. In that 14-round streak, they just lost one round in between somewhere
Da,
there.
bă,
And that
bun, după la
was
baie.
a statement win from
Hai că
Sprout.
începe ăștia imediat, în 2-3 minute cred că dau drumul și la a doua hartă.
They're like, guys, why are we playing scared? We just have better raw aimers in this team, even though they don't have an IGL, and it just completely just wreck Imperial. And heading into Ancient, yeah, got to start fearing for the side of Fallen and his men.
So as we mentioned, Ancient is up next. First, we're going to cut to a break and then find out if Imperial can fight back or if they're done.
Drop. Upgrade. Enjoy. Repeat. We are on your side. Open cases at the right place. Ggdrop.
Da, băi, GG. Știam că o să-i bat. Să vedem pe Ancient acum ce se întâmplă. Da, să băgă niște estrei de vară așa. Îl mai aduc oare pe estrei asta la vară la Zoom? Poate Astrali și C9S. Ah, de ce ascultă Lau? Mamă, break, ce-ai bere? Hai să ascultăm și o melodie. Dă să deschidem și o cutie. Sfârșit pe plus. Am mai văzut un plus și merge la upgrade acum și ne aruncă în aer, băieți. Te salut, Onvir, te salut, te pup, te respect. Să vezi, îți povestesc după, vă că mi-ai scris ceva pe Steam aici, dar îți povestesc după. Da, mă, să dăm la altceva. Nu au fost lăsat 6 luni în aceeași perioadă să joace la șperat, vă dați seama că e greu, clar, mă. Și pe Azura l-a luat cu o lună înainte de Major, de RMR. Au câștigat prima hartă, au câștigat picul lor pe Miraj. Să vedem acum pe Ancient. Și pe Zifon bench, l-au adus înapoi. Nu s-a certat mă nimeni cu refresh. Juca prost în ultima perioadă. Uite să vezi ultimile meciuri la Sprout, la refresh. Nu se certa cu nimeni. Da, e la EGA acum. Ai dat un APA Plus. Ultima. Vara asta ce planuri ai? Bă, sincer îți spun, Tormire, cred că o să mă întorc la muncă. Cred că o să mă întorc la muncă. O să fac și live-uri. Nu știu dacă, de fapt nu știu exact, dar la muncă posibil să mă întorc, să știi. Ia vezi mă că a dat și eu una pe plus. Dar tot acolo suntem. 220, 230. Dă mă să luăm pe asta la 3. Ba, a început meciul? O să mai dau și live-uri, dar... Na. Ia vezi mă că ne-a dat bine Brazy Party. Mănușile astea nu l-ar fi dat și el. E ok.
Especially considering the start over on Mirage. Now we're headed to Ancient, a map they played against Cloud9 and narrowly lost 16-14 against one of the world's best teams with some very informed players. This could, on paper at least, Blair, be the beginning of the end, perhaps, for Imperial.
We saw that timeout taken by Sprout when the scoreline was 2-6, right? And that's when they were able to bounce back. You expect Fallen to do the same for the team. They've had like 10 minutes now. to talk things through. Ancient is a map that Imperial are no strangers to. That being said, their results have been kind of a mixed bag. The wins have been against much lesser opposition over in Brazil. But we're going to be finding out. We're going to be jumping straight on into the grounds of, I was about to say Aztec, but Ancient. I do miss that. I do miss an Aztec. I do miss my 10v10 pug servers back in 1.6, but at least they get to start on the CTEs. They opt to start on the CT side. Fair enough, right? It's one of those maps where you're like, it's pretty T-sided nowadays. You get a few rounds on the CT side, then you have a little lesser pressure, but what a gush there by Zyphon.
A bătut copilul, futu-ți luxul, mă, te îngâță sfânt.
First blood will be drawn by Lux, and he needs to shine bright as the play will be coming on in towards this B bomb site. Oh, Zikos?
Mă, dar unde o plantează?
What?
Dar nici eu nu înțeleg, să mor eu.
Okay, well, that's the thing that just happened.
A pierdut și bomba.
I guess
Nu înțeleg nici eu, de ce planta acolo? Ce logică are? Nu știu.
Why?
Că era smoke-ul ăla în short, mă, deep, why? Bă, avem șanse, dar vin toți pe partea aia. A și luat info acum. Nice, hai, mă. Nice. Și pe Fallen. Și pe Fallen. Nice. Ia vedeți cât s-a bătut runda asta. Nu mai speriți cu guții. Nu mai era smoke-ul ăla deep, dar nu știu, putea să-l bată și din cave aia, știi? Te gândești că, ok, din short nu, dar...
That everyone from Sprout hit was an insta-gush on the heads of Imperial players. And despite the opening kill going the way of Imperial, doesn't really matter. Sprout, they steamroll their way into the B bomb site.
De fapt, am vreo 4-5 brichete, una nu merge.
Force buy will be in for Imperial. Oh, look at this. This is fast. Fast up from longs, and I don't think he's been seen. Yota with a nade.
Oh, force buy, da, force buy, bă.
Won't deal much damage.
Îi decapitez la o. Îi spargi la o. S-a dat asta, știi unde e? Nu!
But information conveyed. Locke's able to get a kill. They know where the second player is as well.
Ah, na, mori, bă, odată!
But it's gonna be Zello to find a kill.
Avea caguți în spate.
Very doing good work in middle, though. Albeit on 9 HP.
Bun. Putem să luăm runda asta. Nu prea o viață, dar tot se poate. Nu au diffuse. Mai mergeam în smoke, parcă.
On both sides, littered with corpses, is the floor.
Bun, și smoke-ul ăsta. Și mai are un smoke, mâncați și bravo. Nu prea au timp de bombă, trebuie să iasă prin smoke. Dacă ar sta și să apară, mă. Nice, mă, ăștia, nice. Timpul, dacă joacă timpul, acum e gata runda.
Looking to try and calculate a way back on, but he doesn't have time. They've taken too long. Sprout will take the 2-0 lead.
Bun, mă, bun.
Just it's just kind of crazy how Stair holds the angle and finds two people on the spray. I was saying, you know, he could probably play for time, maybe play behind the pillar on the bomb site, but no, he's going to stand and deliver he does. For Imperial, it was a force, so they do at least have to save Galil. The 5-7 will be dropped. Lux says, well, just a bit of Kevlar and a 5-7 for himself as well, but it should be, at least for Sprout, they'll be looking to make this one a little bit more clean, right? They still have to contend with it. Galil saved, however.
Yeah, it's the main threat, isn't it? The main danger. Couple of HGs.
Se așteaptă la boost ăsta? Poate face o serie.
Up as well as bolts. Does take the first kill.
Știe că sunt amândoi acolo. Nice!
Navigating into an advantage, but that advantage is quickly snatched away, and it was bolts that fell. Their main man, that 1-4 trade, will not favor the CTs whatsoever. Especially as Sprout now are punching their ticket into the site. And pretty comfortably so. Every Brazilian that's in their way is being bulldozed.
Bă, cred că trebuie să apară zilele astea, Tormir, nu? Cât mai e până la Major, că mai e foarte puțin până la Major. Trebuie să apară. Mă gândesc că marți.
So maybe they can turn the tides, but Sprout already off to a good start.
Zella 1 HP, very lucky to be alive there. Yeah, Benny is probably trying to retrieve something, but they've taken away the Galil, and yeah, there's nothing he can do. There's no one even nearby to even, you know, pivot
A
back and
găsit,
say,
mă,
guys,
a
it's defeat
găsit.
the
A
bomb.
murit cu ea, a murit cu ea.
And he's dead. He did pick up the Galil though.
Yeah, a couple
he's dead.
moments, but he's still dead, so he doesn't get to keep it. Zello survived on 1 HP. They do have an AWP. This is going to mean a couple players going to be low on incendiaries and other grenades that are super important and ancient. They actually have more than I was expecting. It's just Fallen that's really feeling this, but they do have no kit apart from Vinny. So let's see how this one comes into play. Lots of finances and money on the side of the T's.
Hai să
And
vedem
it's
ce
gonna be
fac.
some mid-aggression. Vinny has been smoked out of play.
Nu
though.
pot să
Sprout
cred.
taking
Cine a dat smoke-ul ăla? Zifon la
their
dat oare?
time to get up on the catwalk side, getting close. Lux in the cave, thinking about going for a peek. Gives his position away, but in doing so, extinguishes the Molotov and allows him to stabilize.
Văd că n-a mai ieșit Zifon. Ieri ieșea agresiv, omit Zifon singur. Spre mid, acum văd că n-a mai ieșit.
Through the wood as Sprout, knowing that's a buy, much more measured. Not showing anything. But in turn, that means they don't
Puneți că
really have
pleacă
much
execul la...
information here to work with, right? No presence towards mid.
La B.
Zyphon on the lurk towards elbow is looking for any push from the CTs. CTs, two-player hole here towards Jaguar and Yota.
Hai, mă.
He's trapped. He needs to get a multi-kill here, and Lux is there to help him out. That's a great hole coming in.
Very good so far.
Bă, dar ăla nu l-a flash-ul mă acolo, nu înțeleg al doilea. Bravo, Sălu.
However, they still need to be careful. There's still 3
Da, mă,
healthy
mamă ce bine i-a prins.
Sprout players rushing them down, one of which is Zyphon.
Ah, trebuia bătut și ăla, dar bate guță,
so
cred.
rapid on those
Nu
entries.
se uită guță.
His aim so crisp, but the bomb has been dropped
Nice,
down. Lux
Lau,
now
nice, Lau,
has a
nice.
chance to double up. Instead, he will fall to the hands of Lynx. Or Lonks, I should say. I wanted to say Lynx there for a second.
Lynx vrea să zică, să moară Jana.
Links on a map like Ancient, I could see. I don't know if links are there in South America. Who knows? Anyway, 2v2. I don't have to turn this one around after it being a 3v5 situation, and this is...
Da, au jucat acum 2 zile, da, în fine. E ultima oară când s-au jucat pe Ancient, tot ieșea la agresiv, aproape rundă de rundă pe mid. Bă, arată bine runda aici pentru...
Yeah, they're going to try and pick up the AWP and go and save, and... Man, when you
Bună
consider
rundă,
how
bună
good the
rundă.
opening sort of 20
5
seconds of
versus
the
3.
first engagement were, a shutdown, 2 kills, looking incredibly good. I even said building up the confidence. Well, that's one way to lose it. Has Vinny just DC'd? His movement was a little bit odd there. He might have disconnected. I guess we'll see for the next round. Regardless, it is going to be a 4-0, and it is your man Lonks, not Lynx, that gets the MVP.
Lynx.
Yeah, I think his mouse disconnected or something, because you can see his crosshair wasn't moving.
Yeah.
Even inside a donut, and I guess that's why Yota's like, hey, you okay there, Vinny? And Vinny's like, nope. Mouse dead.
Chat, facem și noi 200 de like-uri.
It's a bit of a technical issue. Hopefully that should be sorted out real quickly. Yeah, his mouse stopped working. Hate to see that. What's the bet that it's because he forgot to charge his mouse?
That would be a pretty awful way to potentially concede. I think the round was done anyway for anybody that's, you know, going to be calling that as the reason that Imperial lost. He picked up the AWP and his mouse was definitely working at that stage. It just seemed to be when he was going around for the save. So there's no foul play in that regard, and it looks like he's buying up his grenades, so we are going to be ready to jump back into the saddle shortly, I would assume. A bit concerning for Imperial, though, isn't it, Blair? I mean, you've lost the first map in really convincing fashion, honestly. Sprout looked very sharp indeed. You threw it to Ancient, Sprout's choice, you've picked the CT
Nu cred că am config. De fapt, cred că am niște setări puse, dar nu am config scris, să știi. Bă, chat, hai să facem și noi 200 de like-uri. Chiar așa suntem 100 pe live. Nu puteți să apăsați și butonul ăla de like.
Their current standing, especially with the caveat of Sprout not having a set IGL and being in the kind of a bit of a tumultuous transitional phase. Like, if they're not beating Sprout here, what does that say for Imperial as a team? What does that say about this roster?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. I know we prefaced this game when we were casting we were expecting the ends game to be more one-sided, right? It was kind of one-sided on the first and third map, but at least it went to a third map.
Dacă anunț un giveaway și zic că la 500 de like-uri să vezi cum cresc, Mărine. Ăștia-s românii.
Right?
Românii noștri.
Very back and forth, both the teams, you know, one without an IGL, but they have the aimers. The other one, obviously, this struggling a little bit right now, but it's a full-fledged team. But I did kind of expect Imperial to be the favorites here, right? They're an actual
full-fledged mă enervează comentatorii ăștia, du-te în gura mătii.
Guys against a bunch of youngsters without an IGL, and whatever I said, it's all wrong. Sprout just looks so much better. Zello, not a sort of peak you want to go for. Fallen will punish him. It's an early pick going their way. And minute on the clock, still a bit of time to work with, as mid control has been gained by Sprout. And they're going to be going for a two-man push towards red. They are, and that's a very good read coming in from the CTs. Fallen finds Zyphon as well. Stare still holding the line though.
This is much better. Much better. Great calls, great rotations, and good outcome as well on the duels. It was an issue they had on Mirage time after time. They were getting into the right positions, but they were losing out on every single 1v1. It felt like Sprout were just quicker.
Măcar să mai scoată din arena dacă bat 2-3 aici.
So to win those duels, huge. Fallen obviously with two massive picks.
S-a apropiat bine și la unul. Îl păcălește la o pe ăsta aici. Prinde-l pe time.
To try and block this one off, and while Lonks is trying to check his angles, he won't be shut down from the side, and Lux makes sure there will be no post plant, there will be no casualties, and Imperial get off the mark in style.
Crucial round to win for Imperial. Still have a lot of work to do. The thing is, for Sprout though, like, it was the aggression coming out from them in Mirage which enabled them to kind of, you know, just wrest control of that game, right? And Mirage is a map where, yeah, there are avenues for CTs to be aggressive, but a problem with...
nu, asta mă enervează și pe mine.
We've seen the changes coming in a few months ago for on this very map. It's much more restrictive for the CTs, the spawn changes and whatnot. It's much harder to get mid control. So your options are limited, right? And even towards Donut, you can't just play around the cube. You have to kind of just try and find one pick and just fade away. It's very hard to hold on to it. So even though they might want to be aggressive, it's not going to be easy for Sprout.
Sunt 3 mid deja.
Benny trying to catch a timing. He should get a kill here. Never mind, Lux pushing in as well from short. That's a bomb dropped out in the open, and this is looking awful for the side of Sprout.
Oh.
Still have 2 players left with a lot of time, but it's the lack of manpower, as you allude to, that is the main issue and concern, and the nature in which they just lost that mid battle. It was very
one-sided.
They could still find a path towards some success post-plant wise, because Stare is making moves through on the B, making that cave his own home. Molly tossed in. Won't bother him too much though, because he was going to be waiting for Lonks anyway. Does allow rotations though on Catwalk, and this is the problem. This is the nuts position. Is Lonks up to the task? 2 players round the corner. It's Vinny that dispatches of him, and now Stare is being flanked from the side. Fallen will nail him for the final nail in the coffin, and Imperial get 2 in a row.
S-au bătut bine mie și din Jam și din Cave și din Donut, ești nebun.
And with that, money is gone for Sprout. Should be seeing maybe a couple of pistols coming out, but yeah, it should be an eco here for the side of younglings. They're so young. There's such a, I think the average age is like 19 or 20. There we go. Peter Fitty. 3 of them. No utility apart from the 1 flashbang from Zyphon. It's going to be kind of a B pop coming in. And Imperial, they have a good read on this. Oh, Lux. He's been heard.
Bă, măcar a scăpat sicoza la acolo, da? Bun, Lau!
Behind the doors, but up close. Yikes. Oh, that's a bit of a yikes, but Yota doing good work to find 2, but they've already got 2 kills. That's big.
That is honestly already kind of mission accomplished. Anything at this point is a nice juicy bonus on top, and I don't think they're going to be getting it, but Stare, or Zyphon I should say, pardon me. The other Dane, he just gets... Was that a no-scope through the wall?
No-scope prin perete,
Bruh.
Replay, come on, we need that.
Cred că o să înceapă să iasă iar fast mid, să-l scoată pe ăsta mid.
Ah, there we go. Gets it first. That's an easy one for him.
Right, it's this
no
one
scope.
Lol.
Oh, sick. Nice.
Stop blowing my mind. That's bolts. Aggression from the aggression at mid from Imperial has been pretty solid. Nades a little deep.
Ai și puțin înainte la flash.
Charging up before the flash lands, and Zikos needs to be careful. There's a player there, and bolts, great shot to find him. Nothing going the way of the T's as Lux from short, and that is a shutdown. That was a buy, and this mid control is not working out for Sprout against these rifles. Imperial are more than happy to duke it out.
Joc și eu cu Black Bars.
There's also a tell here, Vince.
Foarte bine.
You can see in these buy rounds how you have two players.
Pare mai ușor jocul, este scris.
And one top mid towards a red room, and then Lux pushing out towards the.
Bă, dar cum se bat brazilienii ăștia mid, vedeți, gen, iese și ăla din cave, iese și ăla din tona, gen, se bat așa.
On A and B, or rather one apiece.
Luc zici că e frag să
drop. Spark could potentially maybe try and abuse, depending on what happens. So, you know, maybe a little bit of utility being lobbed in towards on the buy round, that is, maybe a little bit of utility being lobbed in towards mid, some flashes, making a bit of noise, but the remainder just gathering outside of A or B, just trying to overrun the one defender. But that is something which you'll probably have to wait for come the next round. For the time being, it's just the pistols here. I do love how all the tier 1 teams, like, you know, they have so many spawn-based variations on the utility. And for me, I'm like, oh, I gotta get the lineup right. And for them, it's like, yep, I got this one, so I know this lineup. Once again, trying to go for the little bit of a mid play, and they will be repelled back. The pistols not getting anything done. And
Așa e, Adrian.
Come to the lead. Oh,
bun, kill ăsta.
Buckster getting a little over eager. Let's gift it a gun.
I've got to commend Imperial, though, for kind of taking a page out of the Sprout book. You know, we were talking about how they were struggling on the first map, Sprout. They called timeout. They decided, okay, no fear, just ruthless aggression throughout. And these last few rounds, Imperial have been very, very aggressive in middle. Like, having no respect whatsoever for Sprout, just dictating the pace, taking a stranglehold over the map.
Pur și simplu încearcă să schimbe și ei pătărul. Dacă s-a uitat ăștia la meci cu Cloud9, gen puteau să vadă exact ce fac, știi?
They're going to be boosting up. And there is Kevlar office there as well, so aim punch won't be a problem for him. He won't get instantly fragged by the likes of bolts either. So they got a chance to maybe get this bomb down. And at that point, anything is possible. But Vinny takes the head and the bomb away from Sprout. And Stairs being flashed multiple times, 4 players up against him. That's another solid round for Imperial. I think they've only lost 3 or 4 players in the last 3 or 4 rounds. So their money is incredibly high now. Multiple players, $10,000 or above.
It's kind of mirrors what we saw in Mirage, right? Where it was Imperial stringing 6 rounds in a row, 6-2, and then Sprout just a dominant CT side coming out from.
Nici nu poți să iei cave-ul fast pe rău cu ăștia, mă, că știu să care, stă la asta și să care bine rău acolo.
Seeming the same thing here as well.
Dar văd că la unul s-a dus spre cave, e deja în cave, are cave.
Look at aggression towards A mains. They pushed up. They haven't done this yet. Vinny's going to be pushing on up, but there is a player lying in wait. Zikos is going to evacuate the premises. And Vinny's position is huge. He's going to be tucked in deep inside of A mains. He doesn't need to push any further, and that means they can allocate more resources towards the B bomb site.
The
T's are going to be taking A. They have to also have mains control, and Vinny being there is just perfect. In the meantime, Fallen gets the kill with the off from Donut, and Lux is aggressive. This is ballsy.
This might backfire as well. If he dies, it puts so much more pressure on Jota. One kill might not be good enough. Jota's going to be playing the close angle, but the fact that Fallen is still quelling away the aggression on middle is huge. And now Jota, well, he didn't need any backup.
Și cu bunkerul ăla de Fallen să moare așa, de se mișcă din donatul ăla cu polarul și nici nu ratează.
That's 6 rounds in a row, and they've denied bomb plants in each of them.
Six in a row. And a variation of setup as well.
Chiar că au avut 4-0 și 6-4.
We saw the.
Nu știu cum ar putea să ia unde, să vedem cu ce vin și ei. Trebuie să vină cu ceva aici de mă, n-ai cum.
Are aware of, so that's something they could probably try again for Imperial. The Professor good enough to hold the angle. Jota, of course, was isolated for a bit there, but he's like, well, I'm just going to take the fight. A little bit off in the spacing from Sprout, and now 6-4, Imperial on fire. And looking at the money as well, it's been so convincing.
Da, nu înțeleg de ce tot dau challenge lui ăla cu sniper acolo. Follow am văzut ce a început din B acum.
Nate Molly combo early on. And you can see how they're just being how to keeping Sprout guessing, right? Now you have Vinny playing
flash
alone.
timing,
The
yeah,
flash from Fallen. The timing couldn't have been any better. As Lux starts to creep on up towards short. The smoke still providing him some vision. Oh, a bit of a labored spray, and Zyphon instantly decapitates him.
Shuts him down with authority. Fallen now, maybe forced out into the open, but he does have some backup in the form of Jota. Two of them working together in tandem, but if Ramp was to be aggressed on by maybe Zyphon or Zello, things could get a little bit hairy for the side of Imperial. That smoke does allow them the safe passage, though, and luxury of peering back down on Ramp again. Smoke's being tossed in, fast rotation. Allowed from Vinny's forward position on Donut as well. Two of them looking down, Fallen joined by Jota. We've seen Lux do this a couple of times. That is a rapid shot from Fallen, and now Zello around the corner with the Tech 9, not able to do anything. This is starting to come apart at the seams for Sprout. They can't seemingly get any kind of a foothold or a stranglehold in this game. They're going to try and back away. I'm not sure if their idea is to save or maybe to try and hit the A site. But they much have a good idea that at least one of the CTs would be over here to try and stop them. And it's going to be Vinny. Close angle, can hear them coming in. The spray is labored, so he can't get both. And now Lonks has a chance for a post plant. He'll be just taking the opportunity, not expecting to clutch this. Anything that will be a bonus, and he's shut down in the back as he tries to scamper away. And you know, Blair, I was looking at some of the stats from their game against Cloud9. The vast majority of success that Sprout had was on the T side, but that was after winning a pistol round. Their CT side, they didn't have much success at the start, but they definitely finished strong. So I'm a little bit concerned that maybe Sprout don't have enough in the tank when it comes to their CT side here.
Oh, dar nu a mers nimica, frate, mi se pare că au încercat destule chestii.
I have to agree with you on that. And also because, you know, this map isn't as CT-sided as it was once upon a time, right? Like with the changes and whatnot. So whatever rounds they want to work with to get even 9 rounds, I don't know if it's going to be sufficient. Zikos, is he aware? No, he's not. No, he's not. Vinny will finally be rewarded for the A aggression. And nothing is going their way. He's feeling brave.
Bun fragul ăsta. Am să luăm și noi o rundă aici, hijale, și să începem să legăm rundă, că au luat 7 la rând.
And one thing I like from Imperial is, right, when they lose a player or when they gather some information, they're not getting complacent. They're just sitting on the bomb sites. Switching it up, repositioning, moving together, ever so fluid. And that is catching Sprout off guard. Look at Vinny's position as well. The 2 players here towards A, and Zyphon now, he's done for. He's going to try and sell a fake here, but the moment he dies, rotation should be coming in. Good Molotov to keep them at bay, and it might actually draw the rotation.
Vedeți că s-au rotit bine, dacă s-ar intra puțin mai repede.
As they opt to play retake towards the B.
Dar măcar s-au mișcat ăștia din poziții, nu nimeni spre site, ăsta pe lungă la short. Puneți că o să avem și noi, avem smoke de short. Flash pe lung, pic împreună, la spart la opa ăla. Îl bate guță.
Damage done, damage finalized. Even though the post plant comes in, there's not enough hit points collectively for Sprout to justify this being that round, and Lonks missed his chance. He needed to devour that kill instantly. Fallen is having so much impact. He may have been silenced on Mirage, but 12 kills already. So many clutch moments as well. 8-4. That's 8 rounds in a row to the Brazilians.
8 in a row, and that retake was a thing of beauty. Sure, Zello missed a sitter there, which he really shouldn't be missing. But just the flashbangs, man. Just like brilliant, clean stuff. You love to see it. Straight trying to catch a timing. Great flash from Fallen. And then Fallen just holding the angle, catching Zyphon towards the ramp, and they knew where the final player was. Nothing Lonks could do. Fallen 2 kills to his name, and also the flash assist as well. Basically 2.5 kills for Professor, as Xiphon will be peppered down. Just 25 HP bolts through the smoke. And Lux, again, feeling adventurous.
Imperial certainly proving me wrong. I was concerned about their performance that would be upcoming on Ancient, and so far they have delivered. Zello, though, keeping them honest with an important entry that will be capitalized on with a post plant. But Lux has already made moves up ramp. I don't think they realize this one. They do go check, and Lux misses a spray, shoots down the middle, tags there to 3, and Zello's 57. Now a 3-on-3. Brazilians from 3 separate angles. Bolts from cave. Vinny coming up ramp. And Jota from the CT side. And a big entry back onto the site for Vinny. Stairs, only 1 bullet away from death. Launks up and over, flashed off for the first time in a clutch. And once again, a successful one for Imperial as they lock down their 9th in a row. And they steamroll Sprout.
This is a clinical... We were talking about Sprout being just, you know, a blunt tool, just hammering away at Imperial on Mirage. This is different from Imperial. Ancient is the surgeon's table, and Imperial are, well, the evil doctor. They are dissecting Sprout while they're live kicking and screaming. Look at the money. It's out of control. Just 2 rounds remain for Sprout to at this point, like 9 rounds on the CT side in this current meta on Ancient. Imperial, they've done the job, they've done enough, but they're looking for more, and why the hell not? 11-4 is a much more tantalizing scoreline. Oh, the flash is beautiful. 2 kills for Yoda, and they are just getting slaughtered once again.
Everyone pulling their weight as well on Imperial, everyone at 10 or more kills. Xiphon, though, is giving them a chance. Fallen did miss a shot earlier that could cost them dearly. Xiphon still fragging out. Both teams have healthy players, but Lux, they realize he's here. They may have heard him get singed by that Molotov. There may have been a sound cue, but they're not going to fully commit behind it because they're not sure as to where the second unit from the CTs is. That's Vinny. He now loses his head. Down to Lux to try and clutch. He has the benefit of being able to just about sneak his way onto the side, but he gets caught by Zello. And that will be Sprout stopping the rot. 9 rounds unanswered has now finally been retorted on. There was a moment there for Fallen. I think he'll be pretty gutted. When he peeked on the ramp side, he had a fairly straightforward shot that he missed. And I think it was Xiphon who ended up having tons and tons of kills in that round.
Yeah, Xiphon basically just took matters into his own hands there. But still, like, 1 round after 9 losses. And even if they get round number 6, I don't know. I don't think it's enough, man. The CT side, an Ancient, as we saw against Cloud9 as well, they need a few more, but still 6 at least gives them some breathing space, right? Maybe win the pistol round after that. They have been solid with the pistols. In fact, they've won all the pistol rounds thus far in this series, so there's that. Finally, the A hit is coming in. Vinny with a bit of a pre-fire, and they're not going to face. Finally, out of what feels like forever, they seem to be getting some space here towards A, and what is this? It's an empty bomb site, and they push into Temple, and they're just feeding Fallen. Longs does get a reply. Not a flank is in. Bomb yet to be planted. And Zello's like, guys, I need some help here. He's gonna get the bomb down. Zikos at least finds one, but he should be traded. He won't be expecting the second player. He won't. Now the 3v2 bomb down.
That's a smart shoulder peek from Jota, and he gets the rewards for it as well. Zello 1v3. One of the few players that's actually performing for Sprout right now, but he's going to have a big task ahead of him. 3 Brazilians, all healthy, in pretty fine form. And the first shot misses. That's going to be double digits for Imperial. It is a head scratcher, isn't it? They could have just forced the plant down. I wonder if it factors into some of the previous rounds in post plants where they've just been destroyed. And they thought, right, can we catch them in transition? Can we take the fight to them? Can we play that aggressive style that's yielded so many results? The problem is they're pushing into the likes of Jota, who's got 18 kills for 5 deaths. The guy's been balling out of control right now.
it's not worth it. Like when you desperately need the rounds, it just doesn't make sense. But we're going to be finding out if Sprout can bring this one back after a very quick break. Yeah, that was just a head scratcher for round, Vince. You have the bomb site, man. Like, just plant the bloody bomb. It's fine, even though Imperial have been winning a lot of their retakes. It's mainly towards the B bomb side where it can be swarmed from multiple angles. Here you have the bomb side. You have temple control, right? You can set up a crossfire there. You can play towards mains. You can keep a player in A mains waiting for a flank. So the point of entry for Imperial, it comes down to Donut and from CT spawn. Or potentially temple, in which case you have that control, and you just duke it out. You have the weaponry, you have the players. That was that was them just unnecessarily complicating things. And now, pistol round is essential here for Sprout if they want to take the series in a 2-0 fashion. You can see Imperial, they're being very, very passive. They're waiting for the aggression. They know that's what Sprout like to do.
Gata, bă, s-a mâncat.
Siphon's in first. Lux has him covered. Perfect crosshair placement. Didn't have to budge an inch.
Hai, Guță.
Pushes Siphon down. That's a rough one for Zello. A round they had to win. A round they absolutely need to grab on top of. Could still weather the storm. That fake has drawn out 2 players, but Lonks is here with his Julies. For me, it's just a case of like stands on 4 kills right now. And he's one of the players you really look to deliver on this team. He was one of their big heavy hitters against Cloud9.
Inferno, dar poate nu se mai ajunge acolo.
Not shown up to the server just yet here on Ancient, and they're looking to save. They're going to be saving some of these Kevlar and the Julies. Oh, okay. Zico's got it done, but it's not going to change anything.
I like how he gets a headshot the moment he turns around. It's so hard to shoot from behind. Imperial, they're going to be feeling it, Vince. They might feel like they've done enough here.
La Bish, please, bro. Oricum am văzut că erau numai copii.
Round still goes away. Off the CTs.
Am văzut că erau numai copii, gen platină, de-ăștia, micuți.
Go for the force.
Mie nu-mi place unul, sincer.
There we go. Longs, because they didn't take any damage, can upgrade to the helmet as well. Has the FAMAS in play. The rest of them, 5/7s, Deagles, Scout. We did see them pull off some crazy stuff with these half buys on Mirage, so you can never really count out these players. But Imperial, I'm liking this from them. Not just CD side, but even a pistol round, being patient, waiting for the aggression.
Nice, mamă, ce tres.
Instantly deleted.
Oh, flash is good. Vinny should be able to get both
Ce
of these.
flash e ăsta, mă? Nice, Guță.
Fantastic flash from Fallen, but Zello with the Scout. It shouldn't be assuming that this round is going to go their way just yet. This force buy is powerful. Dealing with Zello's Scout, though, does now give them a little bit more safe passage. It's not a great smoke. Players already bypassed it. There is a fast flank. Jota, 18 kills, wants to add, wants to try and hit his 20. Oh, he won't in this round because Bolts has lined up Lonks perfectly. And stare with his Deagle and Kevlar. And do little but look on. And as you can see at the top left, the next map would be Inferno. And if you look at that, like, it so heavily favors Imperial if you look at the statistics. It's a map that we know going back many years. Fallen's fantastic on. Vinny and Bolts are extremely solid on. It's a little way away from Inferno just yet, but we're definitely getting towards that stage because this has been such a dominant performance by Imperial, and there will be no survivors in this. So full eco into the next round.
Absolutely. And Imperial are the favorites, right, in this matchup. They have to be the favorites. They're playing a team without an IGL. Not just any stand-in, without an IGL. They don't have an IGL right now. Nice find from Zikos, but that flash from Fallen was a thing of beauty. Love it. And amongst all the commotion, you could see the push up towards B as well. Playing it safe, not falling for the force buy. And for Sprout, it's just an eco. A couple of P250s in play, but that's about it. Bit of a mid-stack. Then we're going for the dry swing. Surely he gets killed. He will, but that's all they find. 13-5 will be the scoreline, and it has been a very one-sided affair on both the maps, except the teams basically winning on their opponent's map pick. Something which has been a commonality actually in this tournament thus far in Brazy party. It's been a party. It's been crazy, and at times it's been brazen as well.
Da, asta zic că au jucat bine rău pe Ancient. Că nu s-a terminat. Poate la arme revin și cum au revenit și ăștia pe GT, nu?
Like if this continues the way it's going, it's just going to be a very fast 16-5 kind of scoreline here. So I'd hope that they do have a throw caution to the wind kind of attitude. The difference are, do you want to win? Do you want to lose slowly, or do you want to lose and basically try and fight back and have some of your own say and do it on your own terms?
Hai, care și guță polar acum. Au bai, poate începem să legăm și noi cum au legat și eu.
They started at 0-4 down, I think it was, in the first half, and then they got mega aggressive and got so much success. So let's see if Sprout take a leaf out of that book. And also, we're talking about the A1S versus A4 debate. Well, now we have 4 M4 A4s.
Yeah, well, now we're gonna find out. Gonna bring this one back the way Imperial did. Zekos and Zyphon together.
Poate să întoarcă mă și ăștia pe cete, cum au întors și brazilienii, dar să legăm rund de aici, să începem să avem iar confident, nici nu știu. Depinde cum joacă și brazilienii pe Tero, dacă încep cu de-alea fast, cum au început pe mirajele. Te pup, Raule, distracție plăcută în continuare, bro, te pup, ceau, ceau.
A lot of the positions they're holding, especially towards the mid, there's a timer on it. You can't just stick around forever. Once the smokes dissipate, once the mollies run out, Sprout will have to slowly fall on back to the bomb site and rely on the crossfires, rely on just holding the angles. That's where Imperial can
ușor se poate.
abuse them.
Construi și economie dacă le iau runde, dacă încep să-i bage Neco. De contactul ăsta. Nu muri! Bravo! Hai, aruncă-i în aer. Vah, bine că l-a bătut și pe... Nice. Nice, bun. Nici nu s-a plantat bomba. Polarul lăguță. Are polarul guță. E ok. Deja n-au bani. Trebuie să forțeze, 1-4 cred că o să forțeze.
The funds aren't great for Imperial.
A bătut bine la o, jur că a bătut bine aici.
$2,000-$3,000 mark. But then you have a few that are around 4,000-5,000-ish. So they can buy. So I assume that we are going to see some.
Bă, se pare că a murit cam instant la o, și nici nu a tras în cap acolo. Gen, n-a apucat să dea acum. Nu! Uite câte flash-uri, bravo. Bun și refrag-ul ăsta.
And Stair has the right idea, just the wrong timing. He also falls back. A 1-4 trade typically would favor the T's, but the lack of utility in some of those weaker weapons they still possess.
Te salut, Daniele, te salut.
Not so sure. They do have mid control though, which is such a key aspect of this map, and it's forcing Stair's hand.
Îi lasă pe ei, mă, vorbești și ei, Secu.
I can see Zico's already pushing out towards mains. That is big. There's at least some information being gleaned. The question is, does it continue pushing? So with A mains control, they're aware that mid.
Mamă, ce bine s-a băgat. A, dar e unul Kiv, e unul banană, mai sunt și... Bravo. Wow! Oh, leu, tu-te în aripă. Bravo.
But Donut is open and fallen. He's a snake in the grass.
Da, clear la Donut, se așteaptă, nu? Se așteaptă, Guță, se uita spre el. Dacă stă ăsta ascuns în main top. Ah, dar vine din spate. Da. 3 versus 2. Au molotov și un flash, nu au de smoke. Poate să fie oriunde, ești nebun oriunde, nu știu, n-au niciun info.
And now Stair is coming out with that AK, looking to try and make amends. Vinny
bravo, bă.
Looking for the headshots, but Stair sprays through with the AK, removes him.
Îl ține Guță bine, Nice. Bravo. Se poate, bă, vedeți, gen, dacă mai legăm câteva runde așa, Într-adevăr, au jucat, nu știu, mi se pare că au jucat prost pe teroriști, dar e ok. Revenim pe CT.
As another wise man said, Vince, they are at least starting to go in the right direction. Still a long way to go. A couple of slip-ups. One small little mistake and it can all come tumbling down. Jota's gone quite heavy in investment. Well, the rest of the team just some pistols and armor. Relying on the smokes to come in. Oh, goodbye, Zikos. Great read coming in from Imperial. They were ready with the boost even before the smoke.
Mamă, ăsta chiar că e fan Imperial. Îți comentatori în gură să spăt. Great call. Great read, băi.
The fact that Sprout have to relinquish control of mid, Imperial can try and retrieve it.
Au doar un account.
They want to use a bit of utility and they just have one smoke and two flashes, so they want to hold on to that. Man advantage now. Look at the way they're grouping up. It looks like it's going to be an A hit coming in. One smoke, however. Where did he lob it? CT, Donut.
Posibil, Morris.
Or they're just gonna go for the contact play and just like lob it in wherever.
Hai să vedem acum. Măcar sunt doi spre ei. Bine, Molotovul ăla mi-a încetinește puțin. O să care acum.
You can see now. Stare starting to peel away from B, just looking towards mid, ensuring there's no one lurking in from the mid position, and this is afforded because Longs is pushed out to a short. With 35 seconds on the clock, Imperial.
Bă, stau bine acum, stripa, n-ar trebui să avem probleme runda asta.
Coming in from Donut.
Zyphon's position here is so powerful. Expecting to get tons of kills.
Poate și mai mult de...
Only one. Off spray.
Bravo, good, nice. Ok.
That's a 3k for Zello. So much better than the previous map. He lights up the scoreboard.
Bravo.
Will not add to his 23.
Și tot nu stau bine pe bani. 3800, 4300, 3450.
But there's been a couple of moments here in this game where some of those heavy hitters, some of those mechanically gifted players haven't quite hit the ground running just yet.
Yeah, we had that one round from Zyphon and Zello where it was a 2v4, I believe it was.
Le trage, mă, Guții, le trage.
Which was their 5th round. But apart from that, yeah, he has been, yeah, he's kind of quietened down quite a bit. As opposed to what we've seen from him, you know, against...
Înțeleg ce fac ăștia acum, follow n-are cap. Vrei să fac eco?
Someone we've criticized a little bit, a fair bit, saying, you know, he tends to sometimes
Bun.
some off moments with the AWP, but this time it was a very safe pair of hands. 3 kills for him there, but that was just the right investment. But because Yota had gone in for like just a full purchase, he might have to just make do with a Mac 10. Yep, there we go. AK's abound for Imperial and a Galil for Bolts. And for Sprout, what did they do? Hit play. He's been seen.
Ah, ce soartă, mori, mă!
Nate's gonna deal a lot of damage. His days could be numbered, but he's got a smoke. But he is trapped and he needs help.
A murit ăla în mid, na. Bă, a trecut, Guță.
He will die. Bolt's finding both the kills. It's a disaster at mid for Sprout. They've lost 2. They've lost the AWP as well. Despite the fact that
ce rundă proastă acum, mă jur.
doesn't really matter.
Știu, Marisa.
There's no one in B as well.
Oale la cutie acolo. Ascuns ca lumea.
Isn't it? Like it's just a lot of things went wrong all at once and went so right for Imperial, and now you're looking at Bolts behind the box and
nici nu-l verific aici să
impact. I doubt this gets checked. There it is. Bolts gets another one. He's done his job. 3 kills from mid. It's phenomenal. Another player that struggled in the last map.
Rundă proastă, mă jur. Uite cum m-au pierdut midul ăla, mi se pare puțin aer.
Has been fended off against. Sprout managed 3 rounds in a row. Was looking like maybe the comeback was on, but Imperial have slapped them back down into the ground, and they are going to buy here, Blair. But you're looking at a Deagle for Stare. Zikos is going to be in a similar situation. This is rough.
Da, a fost ok să ia midul, gen, nu zic nu, Doamne ferește, s-au și ajutat în 3, dar s-a jucat puțin pe ăsta acolo. E ok, mă, e ok. Poate luăm totuși runda asta și o reglăm.
Not expecting Bolts to push in through the smoke, and by the way, brilliant work for Bolts, right? Getting the 2 kills, tucking on into the behind the boxes. little bit of a rat position there, but he gets 3 kills in such an important round, such a crucial round for Sprout.
Yeah, massive.
Oh, Crishi Molotovul.
Played really well. I mean, honestly, Imperial have impressed me. I thought that they were just going to get utterly demolished on this ancient performance. I maybe bought too much into Sprout's game against Cloud9. But it has not been the case, and it has been a collective effort. Yes, Lux and Fallen have slowed down in the second half, but Jota, Vinny in particular have been the standouts, and obviously Bolts in that last round had tons of things to say. Timing nearly worked against Vinny. Did just spot out the corner of his eye. He was getting peeked from Zikos.
Mamă, direct răs preau, da, băieții, bă.
With one of those pistols.
Bravo, Guță. Haide, mă.
Good shot connects onto Vinny, but Jota once again lights up the scoreboard. Before he falls prey to Zikos' 5-7.
Trage în cap și nu moare, fătus gura mătii.
He's going to be feeling the effects of that with 11 HP left.
Bomba, nice. Și pe ăla, bravo.
That's the bomb spins in for the second, and it could be a third. It's a spray that doesn't quite connect the dots.
Bravo. Hai, uite, mai avem o șansă, ești nebun, let's go.
We'll finish off the rest.
What was that round? That's so topsy-turvy. Imperial, they spot the player pushing up elbow. They're like, all right, they pushed A, it's empty, let's go A.
Să morți imperialiști oricum parcă jucau mai bine cu Fer. Bă, nu joacă rău, nu joacă rău nici.
Great reposition from Jota to get the trade, and then Imperial they kind of stuck in the middle of.
Ba da, mă, o să caute șigele, Marius. O să caute șigele.
Everyone's over here. Let's head towards B, but Sprout were being so mobile, and that's what we wanted to see from them, right, on the CT side, not being just stagnant, and it works out for them. Bolt's gonna try and be the hero AK-47 for Imperial. Rest of them just pistols, a couple of Deegs, 2 Glocks, 2 flashes. That's all they have.
Zikos is hearing all those sound cues. Hearing Fallen jump up and down. Maybe by design, though, the Fallen wants to try and draw out as many players as possible. As you mentioned, with a lack of utility and really firepower, sometimes you have to try and play the mind games and kind of misdirect Sprout into positions that makes them a little bit more vulnerable. So let's see if Sprout bite down on that. Fast rotation through as they're going to be joining. Zikos takes a little bit of damage. He's heard one of those deagles rip out and just saw the jump peak as well. If he goes into cave here, though, if he actually pushes into Jaguar fully, he could be fragged down, and that's where things get a little bit sketchy. Bomb now transitioning over on A, where Zello is laid in wait. They know he is here.
Ce bine a jucat pe ăsta. Dar nu știu pe ăsta? Ba da. Bravo, nice, nice.
Zello having a solid CT half here, but Lux goes in. A bit of team damage done from Zikos. Jota lands the first, but gets cartwheeled out into his demise, and now Lux is putting more damage down.
Bravo.
Keeping this economy very fragile.
Cred că are puțin de nerv la Onyx la cum a murit și acum.
They're still not fully recovered.
Losing that many guns against just what was basically 2 deagles and an AK it's rough, and that's after a very well played round from Zello. That was Zello, right, with the FAMAS towards A. I think he did a great job. I know it was just against the pistols, but he did such a good job just playing around the boxes, using his ears.
La Onyx are NR, sigur are NR.
Tackle time would get called here by Sprout. Now, despite the fact that Imperial is so close to taking us to map number 3, you got to remember, or rather you got to realize that they've only won 1 round.
S-a mișcat bine rău să aici.
The first 3, there's a pistol and the anti-ecos. So that is something that I wouldn't say it's necessarily worrying. They still have a lot of opportunities remaining. But got to bear that in mind. For Sprout, call the tactical timeout. We saw what happened in Mirage when they did that the first time. They just went on an unbeatable streak. Although it's a whole different ball game this time around. It's very late in the game.
Mamă, aia zic, mă, aia zic.
And he's dead.
Bro, just fully destroyed by Molotov. Very unfortunate indeed. And now that's going to put another little warning sign out there for the Brazilians. But do they heed?
Au luat tau nașule, noroc cu capul ăsta, poate.
They pay attention to them, or do they persevere and push through regardless?
Nice. Hai mă, cum nu moare!
Good, Vinny. Oh, does get killed, but a millisecond after the plant's finalized. And although damage was distributed on both teams, Lux is coming out worse for wear on 34, and especially considering there's more bullets whizzing past his face from CT. He has no idea there's 3 players here though. Flash up and over, goes in for the swing, will be bested by Zyphert. 2 more adversaries, both boosted up on the backside of main. Spray down from Bolt, but now he is known, and it's a clean up, and this time much more confident, much more concise from Sprout.
Mamă, ce rundă, mâncați-și cu emoții.
Alright guys, let's buy some kits now.
Sunt curios dacă o să cumpere cu economia asta. Nu o să aibă de cărat multe. Bine, poate să-și ia Galil și de alea să aibă de cărat.
And he was the radar rather, and he was all the way towards Temple. So if that got a little bit later, he wouldn't have been there in time to go for the defuse, and none of the other players had any kits whatsoever. This was a double molly. Just unlucky there. But yeah. A little bit scary when it comes to the time, but they make it clean, Vince, you're right. Few more seconds and suddenly things get spicy. Fast play, fast play.
Nu! Bă, mamă, ce bine!
Holds the line and gets 3 kills. That was scary for a moment, but it's been shut down.
Bă, coaie!
And only one remains. That's Jota.
Mamă, ce soartă avem, mâncați-și. Nu muri la o.
Just one player very low, a 1v1 now.
Nu, mă, bă, ce e asta, mă? Ce trău.
That's Bane just holding Batman over
Ce trău, jur, chiar că trău.
Breaking his spine. Oh, that's heartbreaking for Sprout. Kind of think Longs had done enough, right? He was trapped in the corner, labored spray, but he gets 3 kills, and then.
Mamă, era 1 versus 3, cum e, bă?
There is a chance for Jota, but before I can finish my sentence. Great read as well to find Zello there. What a round. What a clutch from Jota. The 1v3, 29 kills for him. And he might drop at 30 to close this one out for Imperial.
Ce rundă proastă, coaie, nu pot să cred.
He deserves the 30 bomb, absolutely. He's been fantastic. Fantastic throughout as well. He's not just had a stellar T-half. I think the bulk of his kills were actually on the CT side. But he's still out here fragging, he's still out here clutching. I mean, that is a massively missed opportunity. Like, you have to also put in that Sprout gave him the opportunity to clutch that with a lack of crossfires, but took everything in his stride. Zyphon now will be Molotov'd into a different angle, but there was no one on main to pick him up from there. Jota's snuck around the back. Jota's snuck around the back. He's pushed straight through the donut side, and Bolt has them. He has the spray from red. It looked so good for Sprout after the first pick.
Ce e asta, mă, să moară mama, coaie? Ce rândă e asta, mă? Cum a ajuns, bă, ăla acolo?
30 and 12 from Yoda. What a game from Imperial. Honestly, considering it was a 4-0 start and the way they got battered on Mirage, we both kind of felt like this was a done deal, but Imperial, they showed.
Joacă bine Inferno și Pro, dar, doamne, ce meci, coaie, nebunesc futu-ți rasa, mătii. Taci. Aia. Nu merită să pierd la runda aia la ecojur. Am mai și bătut asta 4. Hai. Măcar să bată pe Inferno, ești nebun. Se întâmplă, mă, frate, se întâmplă. N-ai văzut că nici noi ne-am dat seama când au murit toți trei. A murit și l-a bătut și pe Lauris, de avea 10 viață pe lung și pe a tras și luxelul. S-a așteptat să iasă acolo. Încă 10 like-uri, să facem și noi 200 de like-uri chat. Vă roagă, fratele. Ia, mă duc și eu până la baie. Până încep ăștia, un minut. Revin și eu imediat. Ok? Bă. Au început, mă, n-au început încă, nu? Au început eu urmă. Măcar harta asta, vorba ta, ia vezi, nu? Azi că trage și glocul ăla de ureche. Bă, avem opțiune să dăm un counter după cu parcan și eu chef să mă joc cu hartă două. Bă, aș da un face it. Dar mor da închef de 64 tic. It. Mai rupt un revolverul ăsta. Închefam chiar, dar să vedem dacă avem cu cine să jucăm. Hop, hop, hop. Mulțumim frumos. Dar nu dai nimic. Cred că începe asta. No, încerc să dau și o hartă. Am chef să mă joc răbețe. Poate se mișcă binișor. Dar să văd dacă am cu cine, dacă nu ai...
Drop. Upgrade. Enjoy. Repeat. We are on your side. Open cases at the right place. Ggdrop.
Le ca reclama la Ggdrop, mâncați.
We expected this elimination match to be a nail-biter and a close one, but maybe not in the nature that it has come down. Both sides fairly one-sided on their own maps, but it's been back and forth, and now we head to Inferno, which on paper, you have the veterancy of Fallen and Bolts and Vinny that have played this so many times over the years, and a very
cu telegramul cum e, cu număr de telefon, nu?
I still feel like we've had a couple of quiet players on the opposition that I'm expecting to see show up. Like Stair, for example, didn't really have that many big moments on Ancient. I think Inferno might be a chance for him to make amends.
Yeah, Ancient really was flat for the side of Sprout. And I don't want to take much away from Imperial, because I think they played just a very good map of Counter-Strike there. Really good calling coming out from Fallen. The individuals are popping up. Yota was looking unstoppable.
Ai și username? Și unde e username? Unde îl găsesc? Ca asta vreau să caut. Username-ul, dar nu știu cum. Mă tot uit pe aici, dar nu văd nimic.
But I'm looking at Sprout's results as well. And even though it looks kind of grim, they've only won 3 out of 12 maps played. But the 3 wins came in the last 5 games they had, right? They were on, like, I think a 7-map loss streak earlier on in the day, but earlier on in the year, but they have started to look much more decent. They beat iNation, they beat Dusty and Forza. I think it's pretty decent for the Challenger online qualifier as well, but they've of course had a couple of losses. That being said, yes, I have to be kind of slightly edging the way of Imperial. And listen, for Imperial, we spoke about this a lot of times. Losing to a team without an IGL, that's not it. That's just not it.
Yeah, that would be kind of unforgivable, and it's not as if this team is brand new either.
Set username,
together for a good year or so, and I think Jota has been in since January, so they've had more than enough time to kind of like iron out the kinks and make sure everyone's on the same page. So, in my opinion, there wouldn't be an excuse really if they did lose this game, but they haven't yet. And obviously, that performance on Ancient was pretty damn good. I mean, they were stringing together a lot of rounds. They were looking a lot more confident, a lot more aggressive. They're winning a lot more duels, importantly, because this is an aspect that they were terrible on Mirage. They're losing every single duel. And Inferno is another map that lends itself to that, but also a bit of tactical gameplay as well. So I'm looking forward to how these two teams are going to match up against each other.
Merci, Andrei.
From Lux there on the B bomb side, right? He was playing a lot of roles. He was pushing into a short from Jaguar. He was at times a sole defender on the B bomb side. So some good stuff coming in from the new guy. I haven't really seen much of him, to be very honest, because I haven't been seeing quite a few of the Imperial games. And I don't believe he played in Rio. Yeah, he wasn't there. It was Cello playing in. But enough of chit-chat. Analysts stop talk. Casters start talk. We're going to be jumping on into the final deciding map here. It's going to be on Inferno.
Hai, nu că începe. Haide, bă, băieți.
Stop talking. Knife round to start things off.
Yes, sir. It is.
Yes, indeed.
All acceleration. And we've had all the maps today, as has been the case. I mean, it's honestly quite crazy how many rounds have been played in this tournament. Not just us, I know Henry and Anders had a couple of longer ones last night as well. Into the breach, nearly choking like a 15-3 lead or something. Just classic UK things. And it is going to be Sprout taking the knife round anyways, so I assume they're going to stay on the CT side and make Imperial sweat it out a little bit on that T half.
Let's see how this one plays out. All right, Sprout, what you got? I think as every game we've casted, apart from that one, the Astralis game, and we've done, this is our 8th best of 3. And I think every one of them, apart from the Astralis game, has gone 3 maps, right?
Yes, I think that's accurate. And a lot of them have gone OTs and multiple OTs.
Well, since we love Counter-Strike, Vince, it is perfect for us. Here we go, though. Double nades for the side of Sprout. We have a kit for longs. A flashbang for Zikos as well. Oh, aggressive. Aggressive towards the balcony. It's window. Still duking it out. The gush comes in, but thankfully to the edge of the wood. Another gush as well, and this is not working out. Never mind. Stare won't be able to extricate himself out from that very untenable position. They tried aggression, and Imperial, they answer it back in kind. Only 13 points of damage being taken by Jota as well. And again, Imperial, we saw this on the T side as well on Ancient. They slow it down, right? They're waiting for the aggression. And now, man advantage for the Brazilians. And Zyphon's down to 30 HP as well.
Să ia guță info la B, măcar să știe ceva, să rămână 2, dar văd că deja se rotă că e spre. Să nu moară guța acum aici. Dacă n-ar rămâni guța aici, dar se bagă deep. Bagă deep și nu cred că o să verifică. Îl bazi guța. Nice, mamă. Bravo. Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Zello does get his man though. Lux has been finalized on Banana, and with very aggressive position being maintained by Zello, he is going to try and push behind this as well. If he dies, they have a fast track to the B site. He's incredibly low. Needs to get another kill.
Mamă, eu nu pot să cred, jur că i-a bătut pe toți acolo. Nu pot să cred că i-a bătut guța pe toți acolo, jur. No.
Excuse me?
Mamă, deja îl vedeam cum moare, ești nemuși cum dau aia și mă uitam să văd unde e următorul. Nice, ești nemun, nice, frumos, frumos, rău de tot le-a tras.
Okay, that's unreasonable. He was 4 HP.
Yeah,
he was 4 HP from the beginning, right? Like, how?
Bravo, la. Mamă, ce le-a tras ăsta. A bătut și după timp ăla, are $750, mâncați aici, vă rog.
I don't even blame the observer for not seeing it from.
Mamă, ce le-a tras, gen, nu sper să arate.
A 0.01 chance he gets he gets 2 kills from that position and he finds all 3. That is nuts. Yeah. So yeah, 17 HP.
Uite, strafe. Burst! Mergea cu burst-ul, mă?
He styled on him.
Bă, nu pot să cred, coai.
That is sick from Zello.
Nice, mamă, e și pe ăla papăd. Never mind.
No, it's hard to feel it.
Nice.
Full eco, no armor. This one should be in the back for Sprout. Don't really
Mamă,
see
ce burst le-a împărțit.
Imperial winning this one, especially in a map like Inferno, but man, that's a highlight.
That is the second pistol highlight as well, because Jota has the other one with the Tech 9, that 1v3 clutch he picked up. And now Zello said, yeah, well, you don't have a burst fire Glock though, do you, on low HP? So very nicely done. Imperial.
Ce vreau mă folon acolo cu culă cu mâncate?
They did just hold fire. They didn't get a bomb plant, of course, so it didn't really make any sense. It does put Jota into a really rough spot for the next round, though. They line up for each other, kind of tripping over one another as well. Nox, though, does get dinked out by bolts. There could be another casualty, but it won't be happening. He's going to print some cash for himself with a couple kills at the end. And that will be a fairly fast 2-0.
Acum asta, dacă luăm și prima rundă de arme, bă, cred că o să începem bine și batem, vă spun
Hopefully get
sincer.
back to normalcy here. I'm still reeling from the pistol round. It's just so filthy from Zella. Alright. Just lose the one SMG, so we'll have a couple of rifle upgrades.
Am început 4 spre B, băieți.
MP9 still in play, and 4 players start towards banana. And this is what I want to see from Sprout. Be unpredictable, be disruptive on a CT side, make Imperial feel uncomfortable. And that's how they're able to make things very close against Cloud9. So more of that. I could potentially see them.
Ce m-a tras mondial, jur. Și burst, auzi.
Guns in for Imperial. We have yet to see what they have in store for us here with their buy. 4 smokes, a couple of Molotovs, a handful of flashbangs to work with. They're going to be going for a late banana control. And for Sprout, they're pretty comfortable just giving a banana control early on here. Are they just going to give up B? They're fully just
Voi vedeți că sunt 5 spre A acum, gen B-ul e liber.
Okay, what in the name of heroic is going on?
Let's see if they can get the rewards for this. They dart away now, 45 seconds.
Da, trebuie să dea gimbal, bănuiesc că au 2 MP9 și cred că e ok să dea gimbal.
A-stack can prove so devastating. Sprout have gambled hard, having a lot of respect and confidence in Lonks' ability to solo hold the site. Has a smoke, well-placed smoke as well. That is going to have a very long amount of time to pass through and navigate through. Second player comes in with Stair. They should be more than good enough to hold the line here. Now the bomb is starting to make a move up. They're selling the over, trying to wrap around some rotational players.
Nice. Bomba e spre B, băieți.
Zico's close range sprays down. It has.
L-a văzut? Nu cred că l-a văzut. Ba, da. Ah, nu l-a văzut, nu l-a văzut. Bați 1-2. Dau timp de bombă. Da, mă, da. Stai că nici mă uitam la timp. Ce pula mea. L-a bătut și pe ăsta, Cacao. Bravo. Și după timp mâncați și uite ce bani are Lux ăla. Tare, tare, bun, bun, bun.
Give yourself some time to work with. Oh, yikes, that's rough. That is rough.
Să știi, să știi. N-a fost rea ideea, dar pana mea nu mai aveau timp, ești nebun. Trebuia vreo jumătate de oră pentru schema asta.
Longs played that so well. He looked at the clock and he's like, all right, guys, it's gonna come B. It's a fake. And he isolates it. You can see Vinny pushing in as well to take out to kind of clear out the position. And he makes sure he has one chance to get a kill. And it has to be the guy with the bomb. The bomb carrier.
Bravo și guță.
And the moment he finds it, it's over. The round's done. So well played by Longs there. He just needed the one frag. As Bolts.
Da, mai vine Bolts puțin pe la B pe aici.
And it's all in Uitam. 100 HP, but 4 players to find with a Galil. It is looking unlikely.
Nice, 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 nice. Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Oh, this is just so much cleaner from Sprout now. Seems like they've got the jitters out of their system from Ancient, at least for the time being. This has been a tournament of good leads being quickly dwindled.
Se face 5-0 leger.
Myself and assume that Sprout convert from here, and a timeout has been called. It's the nature in which the economy rests that's rough for Imperial. Everyone mid $3,000. They can justify with some round loss accruing to get a decent buy in here. Maybe some Deagles, maybe even run and gun with a couple of Galils. But ultimately, Sprout are in such command.
Hai că așa au început și pe Simo pe Ancient cu 4-0, uțule.
Into Zello as a player, there's quite a lot of criticism and scrutiny over his AWPing ability. A lot of people have doubts.
Să sperăm să se mențină acum.
It's nice to see him come in here. He had some really big moments on Ancient, even though they lost. And starting off with a bang on Inferno is great to see as well.
No, absolutely.
Am făcut și noi 200 de like-uri, chat.
Timeout as well, right?
Salutare, Turcule. Valentin Turcu.
Did it just go for 2 back-to-back timeouts? Or,
yes,
or did I miss the first one?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, you did it.
Yeah.
All right.
So they can see the importance of this round that they feel. Fallen is very, very fixated and focused on what they do now.
Yeah, that's
a long lecture he's delivering to his students here. Back to back. All right. It's a half buy. What have in store for us? I did like the call though. The round with the loss to the time. I really like the call. It's just more about you don't want to keep it that last minute. I know what the rationale behind it was as well, because they're going in for the hit, the fake towards A so late that it did draw the rotation from Sprout.
Pop me
Because they didn't
asta.
lose any players, they could allocate one on B, right? And then you need a few extra seconds to ensure that you clear out the bombs, or at least maybe plant in the smoke something. So the idea was cool. The execution not so good. This time the execution is solid. Zello's blinded.
Hai că solid pe pula mea.
Nu. Zyphon and Zikos will strike. Lux with the off picked up, finds another one. But Zyphon doing his best to keep the T's at bay, but the bomb will be planted. And now the 2v2.
Mă, bine că a ratat. Nice! 1 viață la 1 viață la.
It puts Fallen on 3, but he does have his
Nu!
trusty and takes the head of Lonks.
Ce soartă are.
And gets Imperial their first round. And keep in mind as well, that was basically what Tech9.
Și știa la că o să-i facă pic, s-a oprit. Mamă, ce flic i-a tras cu aia.
Yeah, and that's why he called the time out, right? That was a great execute as well. You could see how blind Zello was on the bomb site. He could see anything, and Lux charging in. Great work from Lux as well. This pathing was great. Gets the first kill, picks up the op. And even though there were 2 players in pit, and I felt like Zyphon and Zikos would be good enough, but Lux doing a fantastic job, and you said it, Vince. Fallen.
Mamă, ce i-a tras, ești prost.
I didn't even see the scope.
Bă, uita ce soartă ai făcut grasa mătii cu Fallen-ul mătii.
Is very lucky to be alive as well. 3 HP for him. Professor. Finally. After a long lecture, getting one back for his team. Still, full blind here for Sprout.
Imediat, măi, Cox.
Be good. It's gonna get some. Would be able to get back another round in their direction, considering that Sprout would be on an eco.
That's a good nade. Hamstrings Vinny down to 47. Bolt's not too much better off. And smoke behind it as well.
Păi bă, Cox, vezi că e greșit, gen...
Zello very lucky to be alive.
Mi-ai trimis poza cu ce ți-am scris eu. Cox.
Of a wall that kept him from death. Does mean he's gonna have to play very passive as a result, because a stray grenade or bullet and he is a goner. Only 2 smokes and 2 flashes left. Smokes being put down into the banana. Still 40 seconds that they have to try and whittle away. Molly, they have another smoke as well that'll be tossed in afterwards. So the team's gonna have to be pushing in here. Imperial through the smoke, through the fog.
Mai bați unul la o. Sunt bine aici la vedea.
3 players on the site now.
Nice, nice. Mamă, ce bine a ieșit ăsta. E ok. Stăm bine. Să-l bate iar după timp, ar fi mișto.
He's just gonna back out and try and save, but Zyphon is here to potentially deal the fatal damage after time as well. Bolts is desperately clambering on for dear life and gets shut down.
I thought, considering just like a few seconds remaining, I guess he was so worried about them pushing on in and probably trying to preemptively take a fight there. But if he just stuck around towards car, he would have probably held on to the AK. But anyway, it was a lost round in any case. Sprout are going to call attack time. All right. Probably wary of that A hit, that A execute that Imperial pulled off with those pistols earlier. So I'm curious to see what sort of switch up in a setup they're going to try. Earlier they had 2 players in pit, 1 in mini, 1 in the main pit, and they had Zello with the op towards A. Stir, can you stop spinning? It's actually making me feel a little dizzy. I have terrible motion sickness, which is not ideal considering how much we have to travel in this job.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
se califică la ceva sau doresc să concurs pur și simplu? Bro, e concurs de $330.000 de
in an industry where you're flying all the time and you got motion sickness. Wonderful.
I'm actually okay with flight. I don't get any motion. Like when there's turbulence and people are crying.
Să avem grijă la bio ăsta, iar că o să facă ceva fast din nou. Văd că vor să facă aceeași combinație. A început la fel bolțul la Molotov, Smoke, la B.
Motion sickness more like I get it when I'm sitting in the back of vans. And it's usually like when it's especially hot and humid or like oppressive weather. But here comes the apps pop.
Mamă, ce se întâmplă? Mâncați-și.
They do get a bit more success than I was anticipating. Lux though is going to drop the bomb back down
Bravo,
a bit,
Guț.
and this is where, yeah, this is where it should be put to rest pretty
Bravo,
abruptly.
mă, nice.
Fallen,
Ai, shit.
no real hope with the Tech 9 in that position. So quick fire 6-1, and I suppose you've also got to say, like, as amazing as that clutch was from Fallen, as great a shot as he pulled off, and as good as Lux did, it was effectively a Tech 9 push on a good timing. When it comes down to rifle rounds here, Blair, there is no consistency. There is nothing to really go off where you feel like, yeah, Imperial, you're definitely going to build your way back into this half. Like, it's hard to have confidence in what we've seen so far.
It's been a strange game in multiple ways, but more like how one-sided it seemed. But throw your mind back to Mirage, right? It was 6-2 for Imperial, and then Sprout just won, what, 16-3. And you go back to Ancient, it was 4-0 for Sprout, and then Imperial winning, what, 16-10 or something? Oh, this is dangerous. This is scary.
Nu e deloc, îi bate Guț aici. Nu e deloc, nu e deloc, stai liniștit.
That's a hell of a shot.
Bă, nu te duci!
And finally he will fall blinded, but he's done his job.
Era ori, bă, săracul vrea să fugă.
Yeah, that's the other component of the flashbangs, isn't it? Like, people watching that, like, he's only
Oricum i-a bătut frumos tare.
You can't hear anything either for a few moments, so he didn't know that his feet were getting nice and toasty.
Bă, pe 1.6 era 3, nu? Pe Go, ce să zic, Mirage, ești de muncă, altceva ne jucăm. Acum vi se pare asta? Cum vi se pare runda asta proastă?
That's so strange.
Cum vi se pare runda asta?
So strange. We'll get back to later on. Right now it's a retake though. 3v3 still doable.
Oh, se așteaptă, așteaptă.
Snatches the kill. Now they know. But Lonks is next
Ce
to
rundă
Fallen.
terminată cu aia.
That went for that rotation. He wants no part of it. He knows that there's an AWP over on the Archer's side. I assume he's going to go pick that up and save it. But Fallen also.
Am dormit și eu 2 ore că mă bucur te-am găsit aici. Sper să câștige românii noștri. Hai la Excel. Sper și eu să câștige, dar runda asta nu știu de unde a ieșit așa, a ieșit cam prost.
That's such a massive unforced error from the side of Sprout. Like, okay, so you get 2 kills towards Bananas. Your Zello dies, right? Now it's a 4v3. I'm not against the push coming in from Zikos, but there was a window, a massive window for Imperial to sneak in from mid, come up short, or even long for that matter. So now you have the push coming in from apps where you have no eyes towards brackets. And the player, I forgot who it was, who's playing towards the A bomb side, he gets caught in transition. It just fine, if you're gonna have a player pushing down mid to try and get a flank or something, trying to find some information, maybe tuck on into the side, play in pit, play a safer angle. You have the man advantage. In fact, there was no need for the over-aggression. And while I did say, you know, being aggressive, being disruptive is the ideal approach from Sprout on the CT side, it depends on the rounds, it depends on what you're going up against, and yeah, that was Sprout overthinking things and getting punished for it. Here comes the play towards A though, this time much more safer angles being held. Smokes are going to be raining on in. It is going to be the A pincer here.
Imperial looking for some thievery.
Am dat și smoke acolo ca să poți să urci spre site.
It doesn't belong to them just yet. They're going to have to work for it. That's where their eyes are set.
Sunt bine ai noștri, mă gândesc. Și la Onyx aici.
That bomb is already too far gone. It's too far committed. They could try and wrap through Arches though. Especially as there's a smoke down, but they're unsure as to where Lux' position currently lays. Cypher now showing his hand. Once that smoke clears, there will be more carnage.
E low.
The smoke is going to spray in.
Trebuie să bată asta unul.
Down for the second time. Fallen tries close range hopping. Lands on the second time of asking. That's a lovely shot.
Ce a tras
and
cu
now put Zello into a very unenviable task.
Ai, mă mori! Băi, a tras în cap, unde dracu e leg? Ah, nu, i-a dat prin perete, i-a dat prin perete. Ah, ce runde să bat pula în ele.
Something to look a little bit better for the Brazilians.
I got a little uncomfortable for Imperial there, but they did have the extra smoke library, right? Because the rotation had taken place. He did actually get a kill, but good synergy in that hit. Sprout were getting besieged on every single angle, so a bit of a recovery here for Imperial, Vince. was looking a little dire. It was looking very, very one-sided for a bit there. They've finally broken the money. It's full USPs. A bit of a stack towards brackets, but that's about it. Lux, is he gonna go poking and prodding? It's the question. They're aware this could be a stack, and he's gonna find everyone. There we go. Nice little spray there. Get a few kills. Boost his HLTV stats. And it's gonna be should be a flawless round here for Imperial. And they will get their 4th, so you might actually have a game in our hands here.
Wow, look at how crazy that statistic is for Zello, by the way. Before this round, 160 ADR as we moved into round 10. That is nuts. Actually insane. The amount of impact he's had on this game.
Ce zic jucătorii de la B? Imperial pe CT, îți dau fall în flash.
Still, 144
Flash-ul căzutului.
even after an eco round. Very impressive stuff. Imperial, though, closing the gap. There won't be an up for Zello in this one. No one can afford it. So it's going to be M4s at best. Wonder if someone dips down to a FAMAS for extra grenades. That's not going to be the case. Full M4s. And Imperial have won their last 3 rounds on the trot. So let's see how Sprout decide to try and counteract.
Chenev direct, bă, s-a stricat totul la doar unde dau luat ăștia, mâncați.
And this is where the lack of an IGL, it's going to come and bite them in the butt, right? So I'm not saying
să mai zici?
Okay, well, call is the mid play.
Hai mă, cum pula mea se întoarce, are mâna la ochi. Are mâna la ochi și tot se întoarce și îl bate. Cum dracu?
What a peek from Joda. He gets digged, but he still gets a frag as Long spraying blindly through the smoke, dealing quite a lot of damage. Look at it.
Bate-i mă pe toți! Gura mă, putea să-i tragă și lui Bolț ăla pe banană.
And at least denies the bomb plant. 22 HP combined for Yota and Bolts.
Îl știe pe ăsta că e low pe juguță, dar nu mai vine verișor în juguță.
I'm not even sure he wants to go for this. Because I think a lot of that would have been unconfirmed damage as well. So it's not as if, you know, you've got 2 teammates saying, oh, 2 are super low, go for it. The money's bad. The situation is going from bad to worse. Yes, he's going to shut down Jota. That should be an AK. I believe that he can pick up, unless it was an M4 that he actually dropped on the.
It was an M4.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Sad for Zello.
Kenef.
But coming back to the point we're trying to make, right? Like, it's just a lack of an IGL is when it's look, when things are working out, when whatever calls you guys are making, it's working out easily, then it's perfect. You don't really need that extra voice or whatever. But then when things are getting RI, when you can see this comeback happening from opponents, or they're starting to steamroll you, things aren't quite going your way. That's
Uite-l mai aici, gen, nici nu cred că l-auzea pe Zifon, că era orb, nu? S-a întors așa, pur și simplu.
I do believe, I think Barry's the coach, right? Considering it's online, I do believe he might just be calling for them as well. Or at least being more present in their comms. Although I do believe there was a tweet which said that he is currently coaching for their academy team.
Nu era încă, mă, dacă începem să legăm iar ronde. Bravo, Guță, bravo.
Approach, as we said earlier. Everyone just voting in, you know, all right guys, where do we go? A or B? Place your votes.
Dacă mai bate și aici unul, Guță.
Zello honestly is on a tear right now. He really needs somebody to help him out. Gets wide swung, not much you can do about that really from Lux. Nice entry. He had the only M4 at their disposal, and that's not retrievable anytime soon.
Mama, aia zic.
Siphon doesn't need M4s when he's got a by his side. So many times he's landed these digs, man. Like he's really on point with this gun. The flick to Lux, sending a shiver down the spine of fallen Jota.
Bă, trebuie să luăm runda asta, avem nevoie de runda asta. Avem și noi nevoie de runda asta.
Now Sprout in great position to take this round and make it theirs. And Fallen can't do much. He doesn't have the run and gun capabilities of the AK. Has to try and put that up to
Mamă,
use. And they still have to move into the lines.
Aveți ce, mă, trebuie să fiu.
Finally have culled the beast and slain him. But not before multiple of their teammates are scattered around the ground. Fallen goes in though, and with that it's now a 2-on-2.
Hai mă, bagă-te și bate la o.
Watch each other. Get that crossfire in.
Bun, și ne-i ăsta.
throwing in the nades. Lonks, smoke down.
Da, mă, nice.
Removes the head of Jota.
Bravo, mamă, bravo, bravo.
Repel this. Point blank range won't be happening, and Sprout take the round, mainly down to Zyphon's individual brilliance.
4 reset la runda a doua pentru Imperial și da, Nick, eu te înțeleg, știu că ai pus la pariuri, bă, au încercat și s-a băgat ăla în casă, te ducea Zifon să țină arcada, erau deja băgați, aia e, unlucky.
He knows they're both on a bomb site. He knows there's an open plane.
Uite și a tras lăbuță.
He uses the smoke and his paddling, right? He uses the box to give himself a more advantageous position. Only his head being shown. Yeah, this is lovely. This is lovely from Zikos.
Chiar s-a mișcat bine.
So mobile, not allowing the rifles any space to maneuver around. Great stuff from him as well. To stand in individually. It has looked solid. Whether they win or lose. And now the buy coming in here. That's a miracle round being won there by Sprout.
Mamă, speste guță direct.
Play, Jota and
Apas, bravo.
Zelo's gonna find one.
Da, mă, altceva, bravo.
With the spray, almost getting the third kill, but
bătea și pe al treilea.
But still 3v2 man advantage for the Brazilians. Is both gonna walk in?
Nu se băga prin smoke.
Surely.
Bravo.
Not.
I was like, this is that purely timing. It's a coin flip at who sees who first. There's a lovely bait and switch over on the alcove though. That's really well played. Zelo, pardon me, getting the first pick. Totally baited their fire. Down to him, he drew it away.
Păi da, știa că e gap pe mid, dar nu s-a așteptat să fie deja în arcadă așa aproape de... Nu s-a așteptat să fie așa aproape.
And transitions into damage on the third player. Very, very nicely done. And Sprout back off the winning
Fii sincer, cât ai pariat pe Sprout, Nică?
It took a hero play, but sometimes that's all it takes to rally the troops, Blair, and they get back on the saddle again. That's a lovely run boost as well, but no one's down on the T-steps.
I'll say this. These games have been so entertaining. Like, it's not... We don't have one boring moment. Some having head scratches, though, I won't lie, but...
Mamă, erau intrați pe arcadă, bate guța aici. Nice, mă, bravo, fătu-te în gură, aia zic. Înceapă și guții să le tragă, mâncați și cât să mai stai așa. Bravo. Refragul. Ce să...
He's cracked open a B bomb site. In CT spawn.
Yeah, that's amazing. And there's no one else on B site. Nobody. I mean, honestly, Zelo and...
Bă, runda asta mi se pare puțin aerea acum, să moară geanul, nu? Da, Jackie, scrie pe Steam, că nu pot să dau alt-tab, dar văd pe PC-ul de stream dacă scrie ceva. Scrie acolo. N-a fost rea ideea, că nu s-a așteptat să fie și la Unix acolo, dar cred că l-a auzit. Da, o ia guță pe asta, mă, fiți atenți, că le trage. Le trage guță, pică primul la negral acolo. Da, stă ascuns, nu se arată. E, nu mai spune. Vezi că are de cărat, băi, Iornecule.
Wait for it. There is a flank. Peek, is it going to come in? He's dead. No, Zikos is there.
Ah, ce soartă.
Well, a missed shot though. And that should be the call for the save.
N-a murit Fallen, e bine.
Fallen even staying alive. Everyone's going to die here. Everyone is dead.
I think Zico survives.
Maybe not Zikos. Yeah, he survives.
Nice.
Yeah, got far away enough, but everyone dies, but it doesn't really matter. Or maybe it does. There's a couple of players are going to be a little low in cash here, but what a round from Lux, man. Like, so aware.
Da, mă, ziceam că nu pot să scriu, nebunule.
Brilliant pre-fire onto its longs. Not a pre-fire, more like he just knew where the head was going to pop. And it's been hard fought. Now, for Sprout...
Bine, bine.
Rifles the op as well for Zelo.
Bine, Jack.
Imperial as well. I think they're going to be pretty comfortable with this. They've won with lesser. A couple of Galils in play. Jota with the Mac 10. It's been he's kind of quiet thus far as opposed to what he put up on Ancient, where he dropped a 30 bomb.
So I've been getting aggressive in bathrooms. You haven't really, or bedroom, I should say. We haven't really seen this too often. I think Lux is dead.
Bravo.
Yep, grenades were firing in.
Unde pula mea a murit, mă, ăla? Nice.
And strike down the bomb they shall. Zikos puts it to the deck. And Jota and Bolts now completely isolated from one another. If they could get the kill on Zello, that opens up B, but they still don't have the bomb. And that's the main problem here. Also, a Mach 10 is tickling Zello at this range. He's going to have to try and close the gap, but Bolts, or Jota, I should say, is very, very cautious because Zello has been on point in this game. This game of cat and mouse is about to come
Uite
to
ce
an
face
end.
Guța să moară ea. Hai de pula mea, cu.
My eyes.
Cum adică 6 runde e ok, mare? S-au luat cam multe, dar e ok.
Break.
Da.
We'll be back.
Mamă, s-au bătut ca lumea, mâncați așa. Mai avea puțin și o dădea un pumn acolo.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, after a very topsy-turvy back and forth affair. Imperial, they do find 6 on their attacking side, and now, again, this is it's an elimination game. And Imperial, they're gonna have to fight from behind.
Ok, Jack, dar asta e să terminăm meciul ăsta.
For the Brazilians, going up against a team without an IGL.
You have to feel, though, if Imperial can get a solidified CT
Bă, avem
side,
nevoie neapărat de prima rundă aici.
I'm expecting their protocols to be on point. I'm expecting their crossfires
Băga se
and their
proteza în
teamwork
gură
to
și
be on
vine să
point
dea
as
cor la
well.
corop.
So I guess for Sprout, the question is here, can you keep Imperial down in the dumps, economically speaking? Can you exploit that? Because if Imperial catch you up, if they go 9-9 here, they got a full weaponry, I do get concerned about Sprout's prospects. There's only so much you can do in terms of running and gunning on Inferno before you get found out. Utility plays such a key part in this. And meanwhile,
Nice.
they have 2 Julies. Full was also spotted.
Trăgea și lui
He does
Polan
manage
ăsta.
to 180 degree.
Bă, sunt 3 la B, intrați, intrați, violat ăla sus în casă. Nu-l vede. Da, lau! Bă, are asta rotație aici, trebuie să bată unul cel puțin. Nice.
Puts him to the ground.
Nice, nice,
changes
nice.
his attention towards the arches where Jota is standing.
Ce flash ala, mă, bravo, bă. Nu muri.
As Zikos goes in for one more. 1-on-2, another carnage-fueled round. And Luck still has a chance to clutch this with his 16 kills.
Bravo, bă, bravo, bravo,
And no
bravo.
longer has a life. Sprout do hit double digits first and take the second pistol.
I think that was a round that Imperial desperately needed, right? Considering
Ok.
they were trailing. Yeah, it's not a sort of started looking for Sprout. Double digits first. 4-round lead, and of course, for Imperial, they're just going to go for the force here. Try and pull off a miracle. We did see them win the force by earlier. That scout was very close. His second peak will find him, but not before Zico's.
E force by, nu, da.
Great flash there from Zello as well. Bolt caught
Nu muri.
his pants down out
Bravo,
of the middle of
Stein,
nowhere.
wow.
The Deagle, the spam, not quite finding anything. The smoke will be deployed. Bomb making its way into the B bomb site, and yeah, this looks like it's done. See the spray from Jota, they know where he is, they know where Fallen was as well earlier.
SeDaN începe de turnul la fete de 2,5 milioane, n-am auzit de niciun turneu de fete de 2,5.
Look at where Stair is. They're going to try and take away these weapons.
Gotta respect the call here. Chance to completely and utterly cripple the economy of Imperial. Oh, that scout shot did not miss by much.
Cam vrem să pierdă și ăștia armele.
Close the gap. They know one player is now top mid, potentially in the boiler, and Longs is expecting a second, but the smoke is
Bravo, Lau.
there. In comes Zyphon.
S-a adus și Fallen.
Zyphon is in hot
Nice,
pursuit,
nice, bravo. Au scos
and
toate
no
armele.
survivors, no
Trebuie să fie un
mercy
12-6
being
curat.
shown. The prisoners are executed, and Imperial backs to the wall again.
12-6 curat.
Take no prisoners, blaring their headphones for Sprout. 5-round lead, and yeah, taking those weapons away ensures
Bă, hai să mai băgăm și niște like-uri, chat.
the pressure is even lesser now, because just the pistols. Few P250s in play though, and a 5.7 for Lux. That's it. No armor, no utility, and should be 12 for Sprout. That means they're gonna have double the amount of rounds that Imperial has. And sure, Vince, it's not quite over yet. still have a buy come round number 13 for the Brazilians, but then your margin for error, it gets thinner and thinner. That's an 8.
Mama.
Just playing anti-flash, very nice from Zikos. And Stair as well. That's two CTs making move through on the upside. So yeah, 12-6, doubling the Brazilian tally. Will be a rifle in, but it's kind of going back to what I was talking about before. I feel like the protocols and those kinds of elements will be stronger on the Imperial side.
Dacă legăm și runda asta să facă ceva mișto pe tără, să luăm și runda asta, ar fi frumos tare.
You win the pistol, you have way more time, you have way more maneuverability, you have way more time to adjust.
Cum e să plecem oraș la bea acum pe tără? Lasăm cu Imperial, stai că mai e până acolo, mai sunt 4 runde.
When you're this close to defeat, you lose this rifle round, you may not get another great chance. You know, you might be looking at 14-6 or something before it happens again.
Aia zic, parcă ar merge un Kerrigan pe banana să moară Jana.
They have a lot of veterans. Bolts, Fallen, Vinny. I mean, Yota, he's been around the block for a while as well. So, if there was ever a time for the veterancy to come into play,
let's go.
To say, listen, guys, 12-6 down, but this is where we bring it back. Now is the time. It reminds me of the Taco meme when he was like, I remember, guys, when Fallen said, guys, we're down 15-6, but we can bring it back. Did he bring it back? Of course we didn't. We lost 16-7 or something. That's a classic. I love Taco. What a character.
A jucat bine scoze.
But there is no Taco to save Imperial here. You have to get it done on your own. Sprout. Oh, a barrage utility being lobbed in, and Benny's taken quite a bit of damage, but while jump spotting, he doesn't see
încercat ceva frumos acolo, când idolele alea puteau să-l salte.
To at least try and get some banana control, which they have, but they're going to be okay relinquishing it. But they're going to leave Vinny towards a half wall, towards a car position, and that's going to allow.
Mă, dacă ar intra acum spre banană, direct ragi de acolo, dă spre banană. Cu flash-uri. Uite, le care flash încă nu.
Making quite a bit of noise towards brackets, and because Imperial have no eyes towards mid, they have to go for a bit of a gamble. And Vinny, oh, this is a dangerous
game. Flash-uri aici.
He's going to fall back. And now Sprout, with a minute on the clock, they have banana control.
They do, but they have no players elsewhere, so they're not sure about a rotation. At some stages, it's going to get a little bit concerning for them. They may just have to push forward. Also, because of the lack of investment elsewhere on the map and really presence elsewhere, it's allowing the Brazilians to send over that player. Jota's now joining the fray.
Dar nu e IGL, să știi.
Setup that they have is going to be very difficult to bypass. Even though they have tons of utility, it's going to be having to be on point. And Jota's going to be able to get a few shots away here. May even do a ton of damage, maybe even a kill. You can see the health bars dropping, and Zyphon's already fell. Bolts with 20 seconds left is pushed back. Sprout.
Bă, Molotov era picat prost.
And they're getting punished for this. Longs goes in on Vinny. 10 seconds to play with now. No one with the bomb capable of planting anytime soon. Now Stair goes in. He's gonna get pushed through, but
Mamă, runda lui Lau, să moară Jean dacă pe minte. Runda lui, oh! 17 viață.
Complete catastrophe on the B execute. And in doing so, Imperial seem to be respecting this with bolts on 2, Fallen on 17.
Ia vezi, mă, că se salvează. Bravo, bă! Bravo! Măcar am luat runda, ce pana mea.
That kill onto Jota by, I think it was Longs, right? Yeah, that kill was everything, because he knew, he looked at the time, he's like, if I can prevent the bomb from getting planted, we win the round. And Longs just holding.
Și vedeți că au fost și 3 la runda asta. Bună rundă, bună, jur.
I have no idea how Sprout has stolen this one away. They will lose Longs, but still, considering how dire it looked, they managed to pull it back.
Nu cred că și-au dat seama că era picat prost Molotovul la negrală.
Oh, that's such a crucial kill. 13-6 though. For Imperial, yeah, they saved the 3 rifles. Gonna allow them to purchase into this. Lost bonus being maxed out. But they're running out of rounds. They're running out of opportunities. And they're running out of time.
Dacă iau runda asta, se termină 16-6 direct. Leger. E greu, Cleric. Adică sunt oameni pe live, dar nu știu dacă poți să dea like, e greu să dai un like. Costă nimic, ești nebun.
Curious what they're going to come up with here.
Da, e ok.
What's going on inside that brain of his? What kind of speech is being delivered? Motivation, inspiration, perhaps, or just get
Da, o
your
tras
eye
cam toți, ești
on the
nebun, a
prize
tras
that you
gâță,
are
i-a
still on
spart, i-a
the
spart
CT
și
side.
psicoz.
It is a
Toți au
map
fraguri.
that favors the CTs for the most part.
Mersi frumos,
Now you
Feneca.
give yourselves a buy. It's not ideal. It's not fantastic. But now is the time to put the work and the graft in. Orp is in play for Fallen. Was dropped to the deck. Now has picked it back up again. Zello, aggression. Has slowed down just a wee bit on this T side. Was fantastic in the first half. Now we're seeing more of Lonks and Zikos in particular step up and deliver. Already apps control as well for Zyphon. Very quickly, very rapidly gets that apps control. And whereas the last round was all B, fully committed on the B site, now they are feeling out the map a little bit more. And they're trying to poke and probe all over simultaneously, taking a bit of banana control. They went in for
Dacă se intră pe acum ar fi belea.
no one was home. So Imperial going to send over the third player of Bolt to join A. But they're already taking arches. Oh, this is already looking pretty grim.
They have so much control with a minute on the clock. It's crazy. Flash comes in, so Bolt's like, all right, there's no one there.
Dacă îl păcălește Steyr pe ăsta pe banană. Cum se așteaptă, mă, acolo? Îl bați guță. Cum a scăpat, bă, așa cum mă apucă nervii, fătu jocul mătii în gâță să fut.
And suddenly it's gone south for Sprout. 2v4, 38 seconds remaining, and they're going to be clambering, just running towards the A bomb side where Yota lies in wait.
Phenomenal work by Fallen. Phenomenal work. Especially that second
Cum a verificat bă el pe dreapta acolo? Cum a verificat el în dreapta acolo?
If he dies, B site is taken, likely 14-6, maybe a broken economy, maybe GG. That was a pressure.
Asta nu înțeleg cum a putut să verifice el dreapta acolo.
Flying colors, and now gives this team a chance. Yes, there's tons of cash still on Sprout. Yes, they're going to be able to rebuy a couple rounds, maybe even 3 in a row. But as I said, it's time to go to work, boys. And the first round goes in their favor.
Uite, bă, aici.
Let's take a look at his shots as well. The second one, the ballsy is held so ballsy. Finds a Zello, and then, yeah, the fadeaway flash as well to assist
bine.
on the kill. I think it was the right call from Sprout as well to go for the save. Both Zyphon and Zikos had a ton of money to work with. And I think it was DecE who had $9,000. So yes, still money in the bank.
Da, măcar de murea acolo, ești nebun. Mai aveam o șansă.
And both times Imperial have taken the timeout. They won the following round. But then they get reset immediately after that, so... Gonna find out here, Fallen. Towards A this time. They come charging on off. That's a brilliant flash.
Bun, Lau.
Goodbye, Lux. Fallen, he is being hunted and is looking to
Mă
deliver.
nebunesc cu Fallen ăsta, a făcut zifonul, mă, te uiți spre short.
We're seeing some fantastic opening from Fallen today, especially on this third map.
Zello gets
tried by Vinny and a good grenade, a parting gift. That's done a ton of damage to 3 players. Finished off Lonks, but also tagged Zello to 57.
Aștepta Zifon să fi rămas...
Another follow-up grenade, 36.
O fi mare, nu zic nimic, dar vreau să pierdă. S-a așteptat Zifon să fi rămas pe lor în short, da?
Will be bringing to the table that Sprout didn't really have and didn't really offer. Zello, second best of Fallen, who now moves on to 16 kills. They've awakened the giant.
Arată chiar așa, arată, ok.
And they have to go save.
That gun is so scary, right? Because you could see
Intră în joc, se distinge de gât pe
taken
Fallen.
down, but the rebuttal from Fallen catches a player coming out from apartments. Sprout, they had one more player pushing towards CT spawn, wrapping the library, and just good calls on the rotation. Immediately just repelling the plays there. And I feel like for Sprout, they maybe tried a little bit too much. It's easy for me to say, obviously, I'm on the one in the server. We could see, like, you know, someone pushing an arch, they had brackets control, but and one player coming out from apartments, they were all kind of isolated, right? And the player who came out from balcony, Fallen finds him, the player inside of CT spawn.
Dar nu știu care a fost stage, l-au bătut pe ăla în short, îl știau și pe Fallen în short cu sniperul. A ieșit Zifon din casă, nu știu, chiar nu știu ce a fost. Eu chiar mă așteptam să intre acum spre short. Nu știu care a fost planul de fapt acolo.
pinch it. Also proactive play from Imperial by pushing up Banana, getting that banana control. Vinny with the nade as well, finishing off.
Da, mă, da, asta mă uit, că nu a prea ratat fraierul.
Sprout do have the money for another buy, but they'll lose this. Imperial, they potentially get to 9, get to 10.
Yeah, that gap gets closed real quick. Deficit already is starting to slip away from Sprout, still though in the ascendancy, and they'll know that.
Îl verifică la sacioare?
Stuck behind the sandbags, isolated from teammates. They don't check it, and there's no follow-up damage. The pop flash is fantastic by Bolts, and as easy as opening 2 picks as honestly Imperial could have asked for. Good counter nades as well. They're just constantly peppering and barraging Sprout into submission. Another one.
Now, what does Sprout do? They don't have a buy after this, so they have a few decisions to make. Either you go for the full 1-minute save, or you go for a full.
Ideea e că oricum ăsta-i păstrează flash pentru ăsta de la saci. Dacă verifica puțin mai repede, poate îl prindea. Sau dacă verifica pur și simplu, poate îl prindea cu spatele acolo, nu știu. Dar oricum avea pregătit flash-ul ăsta din bază, Bolt.
They do have 2 smokes, 2 flashes and 1 molly, so Molotov for maybe for new box. And the thing is, for the CTs towards the B bomb side, they are out of utility though. I don't think they even have a smoke remaining for a potential. Yeah, no smokes remaining. No, Vinny has one. Vinny does have one.
Oh, there's a gap in that smoke. The flash though stops them. The flash stops him from going for the preemptive spray. Jota through the flash, through the smoke, through the head, a Zyphant, and Vinny cleans up the rest. Yes, it's a post plant. Yes, it'll tick the economy a little bit, but ultimately doesn't matter a great deal because Imperial now have brought us down to a 13-9 out of nowhere.
Da, n-a verificat. Putea să verifice, corect, da, nu știu. Nu cred că s-a așteptat să fie acolo.
This has been a turnaround from Imperial. Okay, I was a little worried for Sprout that they might, because they got the bomb down and they had a little bit more extra money in 2 or 3 of the players, that they might just go for the force, right? It would have been some Galils and Aqirys coming out. Instead, they opt to be a little bit more conservative with their money, which is the right play.
Bravo, mă, bravo, Lau.
Fallen's fallen. Vinny, did he hear the flames lick at stairs?
Hai mă-l bateți odată!
Players there. There should be a trade, and indeed it will. Let's go. We'll find Vinny. The 2
Mamă,
players
dacă luăm runda asta, băieți, e super, super bine.
As he and Bolt are going to be playing back to back.
Oh, Logs though. Look at this flank.
Trage, Guță.
Is he going to get a chance to actually pivot into this flank though? Or does everyone die beforehand? Stare gets one, but that's it. And they're going to be able to check on the banana side, and at this stage they're thinking, hold on a second, where is Lonks? He's either deep in banana or he could be behind us. And our Bolt has just realized. He is checking behind him. Meanwhile, Lux is clearing
L-a văzut.
Bolt's position known. The barrel betrays him. But the M4 or AK in this case will always triumph over the SMG. So 13-10, a couple of slippery moments, but Imperial still win and get 4 in a row.
N-are nimic.
That looked like Sprout might have done enough, but such a heads-up play coming out from the CTs, right? This is so brave from Yota, and the timing couldn't have been better. They went in for the dry, slow peek. Zelos even holding the angle with the deagle.
Dacă îl bătea la upă aici.
But Imperial, they stave off what could have been a disastrous round. A double op coming out as well. Surely not. Yeah, Lux is tossing it away. 13-10. So close yet so far for Sprout. Imperial 4 in a row. Of which only 1 round did Sprout get the bomb down. And even though we got the bomb down, I don't think they got a single kill, right? It was almost everyone staying alive for Imperial. So it's been very dominant from the Brazilian side. Tactical timeout called as well. These nades have been just ruthless from Imperial.
I'd love to see the stats here, Blair, of like utility damage from Sprout when they're on the CT side compared to Imperial. I'm going to go ahead and guess it is vastly in favor of the Brazilians, but it's kind of what we expected, right? Like they're a team that is way more coordinated. They've obviously got Fallen as their leader, as their IGL. They've been together for quite a while, whereas Sprout have a stand-in. So this is to be expected, but you've seen the impacts that it's attaining, even with, what was it? Was it 13-6? Somewhere around that mark. They were well and truly up against it. They've battled through bravely. And now they have a chance to equalize Vinny. There's no way he should be able to escape that and get a kill. It looked like he was completely dead. Doing a lot of damage as well to both Blancs, and now Zello gets finished off by an aggressive Jota. And from bad to worse, Sprout are spiraling out of control on this T-half now.
I'm genuinely shocked how Vinny stays alive there, getting the kill. And as you pointed out, Long's down to 19 HP. And the re-aggression as well coming out from Jota. Oh boy. Spiraling is right. About to go for the 2-2 split. 20 seconds. They need to go now.
Oh, the right idea in that pre-fire on the wall bang. Oh,
bravo, bă, l-a bătut tot, nu mai înțeleg nimic. Bravo, bă, Zifon, haide, bă, 3 versus 2. Se păstrează, bravo, mă. Mamă, ce rundă, nu știu de unde au scos apa asta, dar bravo. Bă, Doamne, ferească-mă Dumnezeu cu aia.
You can do everything right. You can be perfect. You can have pristine CT sides. All it takes is for one mistake or one big play from the opposition, and suddenly you're right back against the wall.
Mamă, ce bine l-a bătut pe ăla pe site.
That's a problem for Imperial. Like, even though, yes, they've managed to construct the sequence of rounds on a CT side, but it just, there's not much room. There's not much wiggle room. There's not much room for error for them to work with. It was 13 to, what was it? 13 to 6? Yes, 13 to 6 at one point. And they've done a good job bringing it back to at least getting to double digits, but...
Bă, măcar mai au bani de arme, ok, au plantat.
Couple sporadic rounds and they've done it. It's going to be GG.
Nu foarte mulți, dar măcar au.
Imperial, they need to be flawless now if they want to even avoid potential overtime. Keep Sprout at 14.
Mamă, cum n-a murit ăsta aici, n-am înțeles, mâncați.
Someone break through that A defense. Good awareness to go for the spam as well. A nice attempt from Lux to be sneaky. Try to prevent the plant. Sprout very well aware of that possibility. And Zyphid, oh.
Ai,
no
mă,
nothing comes charging in. Fallen, okay. 2 kills. And Jota, he had an opportunity.
A auzit ăsta tot, așteaptă-i la B.
But no, he will fall back and he's aware there's no one nearby. Vinny and Bolt.
Smoke is going to keep them at bay. There's a fast rotation.
Bravo, mă, bravo. 3 versus 3.
Coast just looks behind him just for a split second and removes the head, removes the threat. And now Fallen on 12 HP is the lone defender. Look at him already throwing a smoke out. This is a fake. This is a fake for a one-way while he focuses down on arches. Now he assumes
dacă ar intra acum la B.
This is going to be an A hit.
Dacă ar intra peste ăsta acum, dacă ar intra acum peste ăsta.
Expecting a fast rotation after the flanker got killed, but it's
not
the case.
Mai repede.
They're still keeping their eyesight on the B side of the map. And Vinny with the AUG posted up on coffins is going to be asked to deliver. The smoke and Molotovs being traded in. Zikos gets in first, but he is going to be sprayed down. Did the T's just win the smoke?
Se vede altfel, băieți.
I'm not entirely sure what just happened. It may have
been sus se vede altfel, băieți.
But it's left them in a really awkward position. Stare in the meanwhile though.
Hai mă, ia-și tu o rundă în gura mătii. Oare 12 viață, nașule. Nu pot să cred, mă, hai că-l bate, mă, jur.
Delivers when required. The veteran secures an 11th for Imperial, and that could be the difference maker.
Futu-ți Fallen-ul, mătii, mamă, i-a ținut ăsta în viață ca la balamuc, futu-ți Fallen-ul, mătii.
Breathe a sigh of relief. That had no business being that close. 3 kills for the IGL, for the veteran. I kind of felt like Jota pushing down mid. It was a 4v3, right? And they had no information. It was all 3 players gathered towards Banana. So I thought he probably might be waiting inside of gutter, waiting maybe towards mid, towards second mid, cutting off a rotation, having information, but pushing in.
Hai mă, bate-l și pe ăsta, bravo! Fallen, moare, du-te în gâtul mătii, Fallen. Da, mă, la ăla ești nebun, ăsta ești, gata. 15, ia polarul ăla și rupele cap. Mai du-te în Fallen, mătii, în gât.
And boys and girls, that's why if you have the money, go for the helmet.
Auzi-l pe ăsta, bă, ce zice comentatorul, e direct brazilian comentatorul.
I would feel violated if I was Lux right now. Like,
he got violated.
That is so rough. And as you said it instantly. That's 15. So for all of the work that Fallen just did, massive 3k, 12 HP, limping around, still gets the clutch. For all the hard work Imperial have put in to build their way back in.
De fapt, nu cred că mai au polar, 2000 ăsta n-are sigur polar.
They still find themselves
E bine.
4 elimination points. They have to be flawless. They're gonna save these 2 M4s. Fallen can probably muster together a buy, but this is going to be dire.
Mamă, s-a băgat bine la aici, vă jur că s-a băgat bine la aici, jur. Uite ce a tras ăsta aici, doamne.
He didn't even have enough bullets remaining in the Mag 10. I thought he had to go for the reload.
Te salut, un chipet.
How many ever bullets he had? I guess it was enough. Oh.
Bă, nu mai au polar, nu mai au polar. Uite, și comentatorii zic. Fără polarul ăsta, cu jucăm așa, îi batem, nu știu.
Not even a glass cannon, it's a glass. I wouldn't call it a pea shooter. The deagle can still be deadly, but yeah, it's rough. Nice flash there, but Zello able to tuck in.
Mamă, nice. Hai că ar trebui să-i gata, hai. Ne comitem la B, ăla singur, tamam bine. Intrat în bază, e Blanau. Unul viață cu aia.
And the I think saved his life. He's down to 40. It looked like he was getting peppered by bullets. But this could be the final play of Imperial's tournament. Lux still needs to make a move around the back. In fact, he's going to join his teammates. They're all going to be one-dimensional. It's going to be singular in its approach. Fallen goes in first.
Bravo,
Jota gets the return frag.
Hai, băieți.
Puts down Jota. Lux with just an MP9 trading
frumos.
up to the
AK-47.
Has no kit and has to push straight through the smoke.
Nice.
Into the arms of
Bravo.
and Sprout will eliminate Imperial.
Hai, zic, bravo, bă.
They've done it. I can't believe it. I thought after the comeback on Ancient from Imperial, maybe the Brazilians are going to take it, but Sprout.
Putea să întoarcă spre ăștia, bă.
But they have enough firepower to get it done. But I think that's enough from us. We have a lot more Counter-Strike remaining, and I do believe we have a desk to break this one down.
GG, băieții. Și mi-l auzi pe la unix acum, bă. Nu prea a fost ok, nu mai am chef să mai joc, m-am enervat. Chiar dacă a câștigat. Hai cu un val, de unde treacu, suntem câțiva pe live. E ok. Mersi, Cleric, oricum dă susținere, bro. Da, bă, erau cu Imperial de la început și nu ai văzut că îl pupau pe Fallen ăla în cur într-una. Dă-i încolo. Ia. Păi și acum o să joace... O să joace Sprout cu Cloud9 sau cum dracu e? Aveți idee? A, de fapt nu, stai, o să joace cu una dintre astea două, nu? Păi da, mi se pare că joacă cu prizitoarea dintre Cloud9 și 9. Pot, Marius, că am parteneriat cu ei, gen nu o să-mi iau strike sau ceva. vorbit cu ei înainte și mi-au zis că pot să fac ce vreau, că nu e nicio problemă. Corect, John. Da, mă, uitați premii, ești nebunit, ești tu. Premii. Și e totul online. E nu se joacă LAN. Da, mă, e bine măcar că nu-ți descalificați, ok. Dă-mă și noi o hartă de Face-It? Free look? Hai să văd cine mai pătins pic pe acolo, poate joc și eu o hartă. Chiar mai juca o hartă de Face-It, vreți să vă mint? SeDaN ce ești bate Astralii și Scenai? Bă, nu cred, roșu. Dacă vrei să pui la pariuri, nu știu. Să zic. Joacă careva Face-It?
Oh. Ai schimbat din minutul 50.
Ok. Go, Face-It. Free look. Poate joacă free look, mai găsim, nu știu pe cine să mai găsim. Ia să văd, mai e Bari. Bă, mi-a făcut, m-a jucat și eu, Da, știi că de obicei o hartă e de ajuns pentru mine, în cazul meu. Dacă se mișcă cum se mișcă, e clar, o hartă și la revedere. Ce muzică mai avem pe aici, mă? Dacă avem cu cine joc, nu știu, hai că încerc să strâng. Nică, cât ai ciupit? Fii și tu sincer acum și fără vrăjeală. Cât ai pus și cât ai luat? Problema e că... Nu știu dacă avem cu cine să o dăm. Hai, bă! Salut, băieții, salut! Da, să intru să mă joc și obțin respawn, că mi-a făcut poftă ca la balamă, băieții. Nu vrea Feneca să joace, că a dormit doar 6 ore, mâncați. Că a dormit o oră. Pafit? Îl luăm dacă e, stai să vedem pe cine mai luăm. BRK a ieșit și el. Feneca nu joacă. Mamă, chiar că nu e lume, cred că e toată lumea la beach, please, să moară Jana. Friluca, ai premiu? Ce, mă? E picat și ăsta? E bine. Păi cum, că am văzut că te jucai cu Aqirys și cu Launix. Erau normale alea? Mamă, cred că era oribile, ești nebun. Hai, mă, să luăm, nu știu, Liviu le joci, mă? Hai, o dăm cu Liviu, cu Fit, că nu pierzi elo. Bă, dar ce aveți, mă, de nu sunteți nedormiți? Păi, hai să dăm. nu știu, mă, dacă o să e elo. Tu cât elo ai, Liviule? Hai, mă, intrați pe TeamSpeak. Hai că luăm elo, luăm. Hai, luăm. Haide, mă, dă-i și tu lui Liviu sau nu l-ai TeamSpeak-ul, că nu cred că îl știe. Da. Fit, tu cât ai, mă? Stai, poate vine și Fit, nu știu cât are Fit, mi se pare că are și el. Are 2039, mă, e ok?
Nu cred că luăm cu 2039.
Bă, dar de ce nu mi-apare și mie partenerii aici, mâncați? Hai să văd eu atunci. Mi-a scris lui Erețen. Cunca. Mister. Ai, mă, Bari, ți-am scris pe Steam, mă, ei, cum am intrat să te salut. Nu intri și tu o hartă? Ha, mă, Bari, intră și tu o hartă. Îți revii imediat. Go. Hai că l-ai convins, Triloc.
Hai.
Mai trebuie unul, mă, și văd că BRK a ieșit și el recent acum.
Unde a ieșit BRK?
Recent a ieșit.
Cred că e match, că l-am mai stă pe offline. Da, ați spus, mister?
Mister mi-a zis că nu poate să joace acum.
Băga mea și pula în rasa lui.
Ce ai, mă, cu Salut, bă, să-i dați invite lui Bari.
Salut.
Salut, băieți.
Hai, noroc, Bari.
Noxera nu e sau e la Bish, please, Noxera?
E la Bish,
E la
please,
please. Dați-mi invite.
Dă-i și tu invite să mă uit al cincelea.
Eu nu sunt party.
Hai că dai invite acum. Da, măcar a intrat să joace băiat cu noi, nu? O hartă. Să ne ieși și pe noi. Bari.
Era culmea să nu intre.
Da, dat invite, Liviu.
Am, unde e șeful peste tot? Te-am dat. Pe cine mai putem chema? What?
Ia vezi dacă joacă. Salut, Cosma. Reiesc că doar s-a trezit, se simte ca pula. Carol?
Nu joacă, că l-am întrebat.
Te pup, Iosif, mersi mult, bro. Te pup.
Poate nu joacă cu tine, mă, ia că l-întrebe.
Da.
Cred că suferă de primăvară.
Joacă la schibarul, Carol.
Cred că se simt și ei mai ok acum. La 1 se joacă mă la ora asta, doar ce a terminat cu...
Zic, cheamă-l să ne facă, să ne lăsăm de counter.
Hai că joacă ales.
Hai, let's go. E mișto că, uite, gen, odată cu Cloud9 de rău să-i bate, au bătut pe Imperial și mai revin și ei moral, știi? Nu e rău.
Zic ca bine. Follow-ul ăla nu rata, da.
Bă, nu rata ăla pe ce te futură în gură.
Mă, dai follow. Totuși. E vreun fraier.
Și rotațiile le făceau ok și tot ce vrei tu. Lau zicea că are prac? N-are niciun prac, după meciul ăsta prac instant, nu cred, poate mâine. Dar acum sigur vrea să stai și el, poate să zice să mănânci, eu știu, nu stau să-l chem la Face-It imediat după meci. E ok. Bine că au câștigat, că îl vedeam iară, supărat cine au în chef.
Bă, SeDaN, nu ți se pare așa că nu mai aruncă lumea membrii, mă?
Bă, așa a fost tot timpul vara, gen vara așa e, parcă nu mai intră lumea pe live.
Aruncă lumea un membru, așa stau de 2 luni fără membru, lasă-o pula mea.
Ce voi, Friluc.
Să-l mut și tu pe ales.
Mută și tu, Friluc. Și dai și invite, dai fine.
Bagă anticitul, SeDaN.
Nu vreau să ies din counter, dar tot mai scos. Nu e panic, gata. E plecată lumea la zi tu, la ăsta mă, la Beach Please.
Beach Please.
Sau la sală. Nu mai avem nimic aici, a? Ce? Plus 14. Nu e rău. Chiar bine. E bine. Am trecut aproape 6 ore, ești nebun la cap. Salut, salut. Stați mă așa puțin, îmi sparge ochii lumina asta. Bă, și eu tot o hartă, cred că joc, să știi, Friloc. Păi cât vrei să dai, mă, mâncați aici? Nu merg și eu la biș, please, acolo, mâncați.
Hai pula.
Asta că... Vara asta nu știu dacă o să avem cine să nici ca să moară jale. E jale. Dar nu mai găsești și nou meci?
Nu prea.
Păi vezi-mă pe engleză ăștia. S-au dus mai departe, pe locul 35, ia vezi. Mamă, Big au terminat direct 0-2, a? Ca cu Nexus, a? Nu. 16, 13, 16, 14. Puteau să-i bată și Nexus.
Gonna try and isolate the 1v1s, Jim. He needs to make this happen. Honestly, ecstatic. They've been flat. Maybe, just maybe, Odios can give them a glimmer of hope.
Bang is the held position, waiting for Grim, trying to work off what little information they have.
Okay, smoking the Chino draws the peak from Bang, and that makes it doable. This could be massive. He'll be able to...
Dar ce se întâmplă de nu găsește, bă, nene?
Nu știu, că avem și puținele.
Aia zic. Cine te ca mai devreme, Bari?
Singur.
Ah, te-ai băgat la solo.
Da.
Cum o fă la solo?
A?
Am câștigat 2 și am pierdut 2. Da, ultimul meci mi-a pus capac.
Bă, m-am plictisit să am arăjeană. Sunt și de mult live. Mi caută deja de 9 minute.
Mare genă. Ne dă direct Imperial.
Hai, dați accept.
Eu baneza?
Da. Da, n-a dat un accept.
Bă, nu stac. Caterinca.
Da, asta mi-e frică.
Da, și mie, mai ales când vă 63% șanse noi să câștigăm.
Ce hartă vrei să... Scuze, Miraj. Pula mea, dacă banează Miraj, nu știu. Ia nu mă joc Inferno.
Foarte bine.
Da, e Vertigo sau Mira, așa e păcălit.
Să baneze, dați de mai întâi.
Hai. Dai.
Nu ai Silu, că atunci zic, ce hartă vrei să mă, Vertigo sau Ancient? Bă, mă joc orice și când am lăsat Ancient, bă, nu Ancient, mă.
Am zis, mă, eu.
A fost ultima oară când mi-ai jucat, nu știu că râdăm. Și mi se pare că am și pierdut.
Am zis eu.
Ba da, ba da. Ai zis că te joci orice. Dar nici că Miraj, dacă ne luăm bătaie, ne luăm la noi acasă, mă.
Poate nu luăm bătaie, ca să nu mai
Păi,
ne despre tare.
nu vreau să luăm bătaie niciodată. Te joci pe PC-ul de stream? Nu, nu. Pe PC-ul de gaming. Mi se pare sau framează live-ul. Sau așa poate se vede pe la mine. Așa mi se pare și mie că sacadează la pe live. Mie nu-mi sacadează jocul. Nu știu vouă dacă vă sacadează. Mersi, muzic.
Haideți, mă.
Să vedem.
Ce e de văzut, Liviu? Cum adică hai să vedem? Ne-a încurajat, Liviu, hai să vedem, să moare. Pale s-a smutat, mă? S-a smutat.
Da.
Dajcie. A, daj switch.
Mai joc în geam.
Oricum, con.
Mai joc în short.
Joca.
N-am să-i fac, nu mai stau să mai umblu, mai joc așa.
Am kill și smoke la mine.
Mă, da să moară și adânc găsesc poziție.
Dai copurată, da.
Slabă, să ai. Liber mid, bă.
Liber Panta.
Am plecat B direct.
Under.
Under?
Da.
Doi.
Da,
Doi.
nimic la BD.
Unu under. Sub geam.
Mid, con rush.
Geamul nu.
Pe
A
banc.
căzut.
Con rush.
Încă unul.
Alarm,
Con.
Con.
2 con, amândoi.
Și ăsta. Junglă.
junglă.
Bravo.
Da.
Îmi găsesc poziția pe scaun să moară Janeta.
Jumping simulator. Ne-am pe nou.
Ai un flash pe A? Vezi că îi decapitez.
Trolezi SeDaN sau?
Nu trolezi, mă, cum să trolezi, zici că ești nebun.
Te-ai dat sau mai.
Lasă-mă.
Insta, geam.
Mai dat unul.
Am gap mid, nimic mid, liber mid.
Dau mă la B.
Am văzut rampa.
Liber mid, bă, încă mid.
Da, B1.
Am plecat, bă, din mid.
Ars.
Se bagă rush.
B.
Îmi dau smoke.
Da, B la B.
Mort unul.
Flash.
Mai ținut.
Morcar.
Casă low.
Pe car.
Și la mine se văd că mor cu delay să moară Jean dacă vă mint cu ceva.
Hold-ul la plană.
Putea mai mult de 2.
Altceva.
Meritai mai mult, zice?
Da. O să sară în under de supărare.
Se moare cu delay la mine pe monitor. Le car molotov pe cutii, care unul flash dacă e smith, bă, că n-am cu ce să-l ajut.
Am murit.
Liber mid. Încă unul mid.
Da, cap, perete. Așa, du-te și până ăla.
Da, mă, da.
Fără-l să moară. Vezi under, băi.
Ălat.
Vorbește, bă?
Ce să vorbesc?
Domnii, uite temperatură. Slug asta.
Dau flash.
Curat.
Bravo.
Fugurat. Te ajută un AUG de ăsta, Bari?
Da, mă coafează, da.
Ia unde-i?
Vrei să dau polar?
Am. Bă, mă joc de pa, mă uit direct spre short, dacă pot să iei unul rampa, să țin pe palatul.
Ales.
Da, molotov rampa ales.
Da.
Vedeți să nu mi-i
Au ratat.
Bă, ai dat-mă cu prost, nu mai văd nimic.
Am ratat jump-ul.
Da, s-a stins prost.
Ales, dau smoke rampa, poți să-i spalat?
Da.
Grijă.
Trecem.
O să-ți iau eu rampa până să uite smoke-ul din con.
Mă rotez
Ba,
de
n-a
la
trecut
bine.
nimic încă, după cutii. Caun a venit acum. Aproape con.
Gata, mă uit con. Grijă rampă.
Ești la TV, bă.
Unul în față la con.
Asta e TV.
Am rămas la B eu.
Bă, mă
Mă duc
retrag.
în geam.
Rămâi,
Ah.
te ajută
Aici,
dacă e.
să știți.
Rampă, știți 2 acum. Stai, mă prins.
Con.
Mic la B.
Con are cap. Rampă.
Pune casa B, dar nu se bagă.
Default. Și unul cred că e în under, bă.
Este în junglă.
Mid, kettle.
Am flash.
Junglă.
Băi, ce sat. Măcar nu mai muream. Dă-mi... Hai, ce să-mi dai.
Poți să-ți dau, da. Mi-am un pe nou.
Roșu, aromă.
Sau, dă-mi... Hai, dă, ia. Dă-mi 4.
Ia-ți dau pe nou.
Arunc.
Am decât un flash de care.
Arunc, arunc.
Până trebuia să mă joc din geam.
Îmi dau mult de aici dacă vreau.
Nu am pe mine.
Dat un flash.
Bă, nu văd nimic chiar spre short cu
Dar
aia.
nu ia flash-ul ăsta, mă.
Măi, pe bancă.
Are cap în mid.
Under. Mă dați smoke de short.
Dau un flash rampa după smoke-ul ăsta ales.
Bine.
N-ai hei, Bari?
N-am.
Polarul are cap,
Da.
știți.
Flash acum.
I-am dat smoke.
Prelungire short.
Mică rampă.
Da.
Băi,
M-am bătut.
Mai puțin în bază să nu treacă pe timing. Da, știu.
M-am băgat ladder.
Ai ladder-ul, atunci o să fac pick în con.
da, unul are cap.
Ce să țin rampă.
Liber aproape la
Flash în con.
Cred.
Bravo.
Mor la B, bomba B.
Bomba.
Am plecat, bă. Poate fi jungla,
Polar
să
are
iei
cap.
jungla.
Am plecat și eu.
Flash. Așa, da, ne. Unul la casă.
Da.
Nu văd
Ce-a
gen.
dat smoke?
Magis.
Nu a intrat încă.
Top mid.
Tot mid polar.
Îi are capul ăla.
Ok.
Dacă era polarul.
Poate să intre short și polar, vezi să nu mor pe aia. Cred că o să vină casă cu short.
Are info la mid.
Dau
Uite,
mult.
Ia ca.
Nice.
Bravo.
Dați-mi arme.
Mersi.
Ia.
Bă, da, nu găsesc poziție.
Le dau și eu?
Da, ok.
Mai avem.
Hai, moli.
Am gap în mid, n-a ieșit nimic încă. Griji under, am top mid-ul.
Under 2, cred.
Uite, dau un he.
La B, da. Să B.
Arde?
Arsul, da, s-a dat înapoi.
Am plecat, fiul. Rămâi spre short, că tu la aici să B.
Liber under. N-am văzut pe nimeni under.
În casa? Cu polară?
Da, am casa.
Întorc.
Rampă, nu? Asta
Te
proiect.
țin palat.
Poți dau flash în casa
Intră
ta,
la B,
care
intră la B.
n-a intrat nimeni, liber.
Mă pic rampă, sunt full flash.
Unde au dat flash mid?
Este în under.
Rampă jumate.
Trecut, Livi, dar...
Mort.
A,
Așteptam
bancă să era
contactul tău.
sus.
N-ai știut.
Că era flash pe rampă.
Bravo.
Bomba B.
Bomba B,
Nu
bomba.
era.
Mort ăsta, na.
Polar kitchen,
Palat.
Livi. Bravo, bă. Eu te-am văzut prima oară în casă, nu știam că ești la car. Sau ai fost la car? Sus în casă,
Am fost la
pardon.
cară, așteptam. Nu,
N-ai
eram
fost,
la
nu?
cară.
Ok.
Am zis că dacă ți ies la contactul tău.
Da, dar ideea e că nu mă gândeam că mai face ăsta pic, chiar se întoarcă să-mi facă mie pic.
N-am molotov la B.
Ia-l pe al meu, ți-am dat.
flash pe mid.
Dau eu un flash mid. Mai e puțin spre short. 1 mid ieșit.
Mort.
Dau flash top mid. Flash top mid acum.
Nu mai căra.
E late, mă, e late. Unde? Ai murit?
Am luat full.
Încă unul polar. Uite-l și pe ăsta când face pick. După smoke pe mid și eu nu știu unde.
Să nu fie rampă.
Ai info la?
Sunt pușat pe ăla.
Rampa 1.
Rampă și pe mid. Bază,
Rampă,
la
rampă.
Liviu, amândoi.
Bază la noi?
A, intrat.
Asta nu e fa.
Intra
Unii pe
spa.
site și unul poate fi CT pe lângă tine, pe undeva.
Te aștept pe tine?
Da. E pe default. Cred că tot în CT celălalt.
Da, flash.
Default.
Și ce te?
Amândoi polar.
Dreapta, Rox. Ma. Bravo, Liviu.
Orice
Serios, mă,
flick
că s-a
după ăla,
întors ăla din default.
orice flick după ăla, primul eu îl iau, n-am cum să mă ferez de pe gard de niciun
Da,
flash.
am anunțat că dau flash iar după ce ai făcut fragurile,
Păi
te-am
da,
văzut
da,
spre
eu
short.
eram încă pe gard, nu m-am dat pe gard deloc.
Dar cred că eu ți-am dat din B, gen, în spatele tău, n-aveai cum
Nu
să-
am, nu există flash în spatele meu că sunt pe gard, că le iau oricum.
Ah, ok.
N-ai luat
Îți dau
polarul, mă,
polar.
Liviu?
Ia
Da,
polarul,
ba
ia.
da.
Aruncă-și.
Ia.
Bravo. Hai că bași.
Vezi că n-am murit.
Insta geam.
Under, mă bag ladder.
Mă uitam de dimineață.
Bagă-te.
Sunt în ladder.
Am dat smoke pe lat, bă.
Gaun mi se pare, bă.
Da.
Rampa a ieșit unul sau un smoke. Bă,
A dat smoke în
rampa unul smoke ăsta.
Au pistoale?
3 mid.
N-au pistoale.
Unul sub geam, unul lângă con.
A dat molly ladder.
Fac fade în geam, bă.
Iau info la B. Nimic, bă.
Nu mai fac. 2 mid, unul stricat. Mă duc în
la.
Mă duc
A
în
dat
bază.
smoke geam iar. Poate să facă boost în geam să vină la tine.
Nu că poți să...
Am 10 viață.
Ia.
Papic de pe tichete.
Grijă pe lat.
Con.
Mort în con. Mort în con.
Încă unul con. Cred că am dat, cred că am dat ding. Cred că are ding în stânga.
Mai palat.
E la cutie, nu?
Da, da.
Îl țin, îl
Țin
țin.
palat.
Mai sunt doi în viață, grijă la...
Hai că-l caut eu pe ăsta.
Nu,
Mă
pasă.
ține.
Din rampă ieșit.
Stau.
Triple și con.
Mă știe jungle.
Aaa, mă.
Nu mai pe site.
După triplă, mă, amândoi.
Eu l-am auzit pe unul. A, trebuia să vorbi și trebuia să caute Liviu acum, că n-aveați altă șansă. Să fi băgat să dacă e. Ok, mă, ok.
Eu așteptam la Robs, da.
Mă bag
Mă,
under.
dar... Făceam pic mai devreme, îl băteam pe ăsta. Prea avem
Nu luăm,
mai.
nu?
Mi-am luat.
Ia-ți e 4 sau ce ai. Au, frate.
E ok, mă, nice.
Rampă, mă.
Ascund în under.
Pe dreapta.
Poți să dau flash la B.
Are un hit.
Nu, că-l țin pe ăsta.
Ieșit?
Nu știu dacă a ieșit. Da, a ieșit. Am murit, asta era.
Am conul puțin.
Robinet.
Te ajut din con, aveți un flash ceva?
Unul casa B.
Ca să beau, nu?
Stai că dau smoke în under să nu vină peste mine. Dau un flash sub geam și peste geam și...
Robinet era.
Da, molly la cara asta.
Cred că e ori la B, ori...
Cred că e pe, mă, direct.
Nu s-o băgat.
Facem
Da.
Nice.
Bravo.
Unul a fost la B.
Da.
Am lăsat tau cu totul.
3 la 3.
Poate fi market?
Nu.
Nu, nu cred.
Tu unde ești?
Țin geamul.
Bine.
Timing, da. Pula mea, bă, putea să luați info la B, că erați doi gen să sară unul la car și măcar știam ce.
La B unul. Unul la B.
Aaa, slobos la tavă.
O sărit. Unul casă.
La terra se gata.
Trebuia mă să faceți ceva la B, gen să fi stat amândoi așa, nu știu.
Sar în under, sar pe short de fapt.
N-am vorbit, trebuia să vorbim.
Păi de ce să vorbiți? Că sunteți certați, nu?
Nu știu pe băiatul ăsta.
Și ce, n-ai voie să vorbești și el dacă nu-l știi?
Smoke top mid și jump.
Plus în smoke. Polarul, nu? Ține pe mine.
Mă puțin de Beitulescu acolo.
Vedem. Am tras, da.
Con intrat.
A avut timing, da. Trebuia să mă dau și eu în spate, nici să mă fi jucat la retake și gata.
Nice prank.
Bă, dar tu și atunci starta, mă.
Avem? Să luăm
Da,
și
cumpăr, fai și boost în under, te rog.
Fac boss, da.
hai, păi.
Care ești tu un flash pe joc?
Ia. Dau un flash și dacă mai vreți să
Mai dau și unul. N-am molly.
am văzut rampa.
Întorc. Ieși după cutii.
Aproape con,
După cutii, scaun, sunt întorc. Bă, dar ce flash-uri sunt astea?
close con rupt. E eu, cara. Morda, da? E
După cutii, după cutii.
mid.
Polar.
A murit?
Mort acum.
Bravo.
Acum, mai bravo. Smoke? Can't either.
Am dat eu țucă.
Papi, rampă.
Fac jump-ul.
Ai
am
under?
văzut
Tetris.
Da, da. Da, nu văd under.
Palat.
Bravo.
Bravo.
Nice try.
Fac pic din cont, bomb, dar care un flash pe timing ale să-ți las un flash?
Am 2 flash-uri.
Ok, dai eu mă de rampă.
Le dau moli după cutii.
Dale.
Dar nu zici când să dau flash.
Dau moli la
Flash,
ratat.
flash.
Am dat acum.
Au ratat
Întorc.
intro. N-au ieșit din asta.
Under, nu.
O crea smoke.
Bă, smoke found.
Mort under.
Bravo.
Bravo. Casa pe unul, bă.
Nu vă
Top
mid.
mid, ba da, top kit polar.
Încă unul mid.
Au murit.
Unul casa B aproape, cred.
Mort la B.
Bravo.
Era top kit polar și nou.
La robinet cred că l-am văzut. Ăția.
Stai că
Bag
mor
și
pe short.
tunac. Au polar?
Da.
Au polar.
Da.
Mai puțin
Nu vă
rampă.
mid, mă.
Nu vede bari. Gigi la B.
Mid,
Dau
stânga.
flash
Top
top
mid.
mid.
Mamă, uite ce face.
Dau și
Mort
Ce
polar.
faci?
Și ăsta.
Ah, lol. What the fuck.
te bagă sau ce faci?
Nu știu, mă uit
Nu
short.
știu.
Ții short-ul? Ok. Ține în geam. Am geam acum. Mă duc înapoi la B imediat.
Uite.
Ia am tot spawn-ul. N-are cum să vină.
Nu fii junglă, ce te drac.
Da, probleme. Țin.
Te spawn liber.
Da, flash undeva.
Nu știu dacă a trecut, bă, în fața la con.
He's just mid.
Bravo.
Mamă, că de terminat sunt pe aia lui de pe jumătate.
Da, ăla din under o fi nervos, că am sărit peste el.
A sărit din geam. Bravo.
Am sărit pe
Bă,
marginea
rămân
la
pe apă, el poate dau rush pe apă.
Am
Asta
bag
e,
pe la
ok.
tatăl.
Smoke în
geam.
geam.
Oi, rampă.
Bă, n-au eco.
Nu rampă.
N-am auzit la B.
Am rampă.
Nu văd mid.
Poți
Față
under?
și după câte. Mă duc în apă.
Da, da.
De fapt, hai, cât e.
Am dat eu pe smoke-ul ăsta.
Dau flashmate.
Încă nu rampă.
Îl ține rampă.
Au
Poți
dat
dau
mă,
flick.
front.
Never mind.
Am dat înapoi. Vezi că o să treacă smoke-ul din palat,
Palat,
bă.
mă.
Mor palat. Nu-l vedem de smoke.
Rampă, cred că am amândoi, dacă am auzit bine.
Vin tare, cetă.
Ce pula mea, cum a murit din palat, că nu înțeleg dacă era el sus
Am fac
urcat.
tare, cetă.
Bravo. Ce era? Smoke-ul, da.
Stai un pic în viață.
Ce ai făcut la sunete, aveți? Stai așa. Se belește, de la asta.
Sandwich.
Înainte nu se belea, acum
Cred
se
că e
belește.
triplu aproape. Bravo.
Bravo.
Uite un nade aici.
Ia să intră să mai
Scapă la
audă. Dar nu știu, parcă ai și alt
Eu am crezut că e
rezolvat.
smoke-ul tău în palat când am venit.
Nu,
După am văzut un pior. O unghie.
Bravo.
Stați pe B-ul.
Palatul, nu.
Mid, a ieșit acum sau ia polarul.
Palat.
Nu. A plecat pe
Ține under.
Aproape B, aproape B.
Ok, mă duc B, nu mai mult.
B. Du-te că mă bagă.
Tot la fel se aude?
Vezi să nu vrea
Polar,
din
ca
spawn.
să-
Da, am dat polarul din mid ăla. T-spawn. O să bagi polarul. Plecați la B. Face stack în B. Mort ăsta din A.
Trecut balcon.
Băgat pe ăsta polar.
Polar.
Scout.
Să mor numai ca o slugă, bă.
Căzut car.
Car.
Ok, dau un he. Moare acum.
A murit.
Bravo.
Hai. Aca la
E ok
bench.
atunci.
Era în
Vreau
tine.
și o armă.
Ați dat?
Da.
M-a luat palat iară.
Bă, e ca în barieră. Era smoke,
Palat, mă.
There is smoke. Hey, con, pardon.
Mor palat.
Just con, just Ketor și just con. Și Robinet. Cortul, nu? Și corul polar mixă, da.
Dacă vrei dau un flash, card.
Ketor. Wow!
Ai bătut?
Da.
Da.
E killer cred de la B ultimul. Am bătut unul.
Cu mâncați și...
Da, la mașină.
Sigur nu-i pe asta?
Bomba e mine.
Nu, că am bătut.
Mamă, ce le faci, nașilor? Lasă.
Ce băi.
Bravo.
Hai cu aia că ai tras frumos de ăla. De pe short.
Am mai împușcat de 99 să fac 21 de fraguri, nu ies din 12 fraguri și... Dar și când mă mut, aștept mutarea. Încă o aștept pe live mutarea. Dau eu pe 250. Hai să mergem la B, dar mi-au două flash-uri, bă, nu dau smoke, să vă bateți.
Ah, ok.
Și o să vă dau primul flash de short. Da, contact. Primul flash de short, fiți atenți la care să nu vă bată și după dau flash de care să sări spre, zi-mă, spre short. Ești aproape. Dau un flash acum, Goraș. Flash.
Casă, dreapta.
Mamă, și eu nu DecE. Sau BenQ. Sau market.
Ce?
Market.
Nu știu unde, e market, da.
Cred că e low.
Grijă short.
Băi, nu moare, i-am dat 2
Are 10 viață.
Bravo.
Ultimul are 10
Îl țin
viață.
directă.
E dat cap, da.
Îl țin pe directă.
Amândoi țineți ușa.
E ok. Ținem.
În stânga geam.
la col, te ține pe tine. Da, înapoi acum.
Nu te cum trage, 10 viață are.
Mamă.
Hai de măcar.
Timing cu aia, îl ținea pe SeDaN, când a pus SeDaN pic, te ținea pe tine.
Avem plantă măcar.
Avem plantul, dar cred că are 1 viață sau mă răgeam.
Dar la market i-am dat 39 cu aia, nu.
Bă, fiți atenți, forțăm, dar nu vă luați toți galii. Gen, uite, mi-am max și mi-au și flash-uri și lăsați-mi 2 flash-uri la scară acolo și mergem la B contact și vă care 4 flash-uri.
Hai că iau și eu, mă.
Mi-am luat acá.
Mai trebuie flash.
Am eu 2.
Hai 2. Mi le lași acolo, dar facem tot contact. Trebuia un smoke tot mine.
Aveți flash-uri să lăsați?
Da.
Trebuia multe flash-uri, mă, dar cumpăra și eu.
Ia ce pe ăsta. Am ce să mai dau pe din.
Stai puțin, să car asta.
Trebuie stins, bă, cred.
Stingeți voi dacă e.
Ia, luați în scoate.
Go, bă.
Forest. Short.
Poate site.
Bravo, plantez default.
Directă.
Acra, hai.
Bravo.
Nu, față e market, nu se știe.
Kitchen.
Bravo.
Unde e? Trebuia vreo 4 flash-uri acolo, dar... Ia Felix.
Ia.
Dă-l înapoi.
Ai contact, pa, dă un smoke tot din nivel.
Ia ales.
O să mă duc pe ala, că pot de repede îți dau molotov sub palat și după ieșim direct, bă, da? Cu un flash de la voi. Da, mergeți ușor, care unul. Poți car flash din bază, unul de aici, de la noi. Spre mid.
Car mid?
Da.
Car am mid. Car tu flash-ul?
Așteptați să ajung să dau molotov.
Da, care am flash pe ăla.
Bă, îți pistolul.
Nu, mai car palatul, nu.
Încă flash peste palat?
Da, mole.
Da, mole.
CT1, a stins în palat.
Îl țin palat.
2 gloanțe, Liviu, nu mai gloanțe, Liviu.
Jos, în CT.
Stai, ales, stai.
Da, merge.
Poți care un flash CT?
Da, stai, mi-am dat un palat.
Palat și CT.
Full.
Hai B, vină B prin junglă.
Poate fi junglă, greșit. Era în CT.
Nu, era CT și palat, nu știu ce.
Asta este. Doar ce am început, Dilo.
E rapid acum.
Da.
O pun de short, poți să duci casă. Mă duc short.
Nu mai ia pe Falul nostru se...
Ori amândoi ori.
E și pe site.
Asta că se mută fratele.
Moody.
Mă și eu canter liniștit.
E
Se bagă
special.
short.
N-au timp, n-au diffuse, pardon.
Geam amândoi.
N-au def.
Amândoi pe
Hai,
site.
da.
Da, oricum.
Bravo.
Mi-a făcut Leviu piclul ăla încetă la chiloți, nu mai avea nici gloanțe, nimic. Nici bocanci în picioare, ești așa la pula goală.
Să-i dea o șansă.
Ai și la pula goală.
Vrei lupă?
Nu. A avut force buy, nu?
Nu are. Pot să dau
Da.
insta dacă
Da.
vrei.
Hai 1-3-1. Dă insta, dă insta, hai 1-3-1.
Grey era și under. Play boss under.
Dau insta. Mă duc eu pe atunci.
Geam unul, geam.
Dai molly. N-avem.
Short unul. Short, short.
Bravo.
Dau smoke top con, hai la B, hai la B, hai la B.
Unul short.
Am să uit în geam.
Să vin și eu?
Sunt în geam eu.
E short în stânga.
În geam eu mă las.
Mort.
Se bomb.
Bă, cred că e con unul. Geam,
Geam.
Mor la?
geam.
Geam ultimul.
Geam, ok.
Dacă nu se mișcă bine, revenim la 3400 euro.
Bă, cred că au polarul.
Fă-mi și mie boost ales, că-i trag cu AK-ul direct să moară și ea mea.
Dați în insta.
Așteptăm mutarea pe live, că s-a anunțat, așa s-a anunțat, mutarea pe live, dar văd că nu mai apare mutarea, mâncați. Hai.
Da, normal.
Vezi că nu e insta, bă.
Scout și pistol.
A.
Încă unul, scout la scări pe undeva.
Smoke la B avansat.
E liber la dar.
La acolo. Am eu conul.
Palață sub palat, nice. Mai dau flash, ales flash. Bravo.
Ars scări.
Cred că
Ce te...
Ce le face ceva acolo?
Dar mișcat.
Aveți în insta? Să aleți și eu pe short?
Dau top mid dacă vrei. Vrei și top mid?
Am de ăsta cu gap.
Mă duc
Da,
palat
da,
atunci.
asta
Îți
e
dați smoke
de
meu în bază, m-am lăsat un smoke în bază.
Dacă mor din gap, te înjură aia.
Am dat două. Ok.
Ce au făcut băieții? Au câștigat cu Imperial 2-1.
Con la cutie.
Under, unul, bă, pușat.
Dă-mă Leander.
Con la cutie, bă.
Rampă, noi unul băgat.
Am bătut conul.
Ăla încă e under. Băga la mine.
Dau
Ați bătut scout-ul?
E junglă. Nu, cred că e junglă unul.
Short. Cacao.
Era scout-ul
Bă,
pe
stai la
undeva.
B, cred.
3 la B, mă, cu 2 în viață.
Nu,
Ultimul era la short.
short. Short
Ia
așa.
știu flash-ul ăsta, ales câte flash-uri mi-ai dat.
Marca, dați partușe.
Bravo.
Hai, mă.
Bravo.
E păcat să nu mai șicăm unul după win-ul ăsta.
Nu mai.
Hai, mai joacă una, bari, că n-am pe cine să iau să mă arăjeană.
E
păcat mare, dar
Să
degeaba.
ieșim
e
noi cu
păcat,
win,
băi,
hai
nu
să
poți
pierdem,
să
mă,
faci
că n-ai
asta,
cum să
de
ieși.
Dumnezeu,
Nu
coaie.
ai cum să ieși.
Nu mai
cu-
joc, adevărat nu mai joc.
N-avem cum, coaie.
Băi,
Nu mai,
bari,
nu mai.
băi, bari,
Coaie,
băi.
după win-ul ăsta e păcat.
Nu mai.
Crede-mă. Te pedepsește, bari. Te pedepsește, vezi să nu mai crească roșii în ăsta.
Nu mai joc.
Băi, crede-mă.
Nu mai.
Am dat start, am dat start.
Nu, intră pe face.
Am dat start, intră.
Bă, măcar 300 de like-uri să faci și nu se
păcat mare,
poate, mă,
coaie,
chat.
crede-mă.
6 ori
Băi, eu nu
jumătate
mai am
like.
timp.
Oricum ne găsește meci.
Bă,
Cine nu mai are timp?
bă.
Liviu a cepit niște el și a rupt și așa.
Bă, mersi de meci, mă.
Ia
Si, SeDaN de
public,
carry. Ciao.
User disconnected from your channel.
Haideți să căutați om.
Mulțumim, Bari.
Vezi, mă, ce băiat bun e Bari, ne-a lăsat boschetari. Mamă, dar mișto bate soarele, stați puțin încă și... Stați așa. Cam asta să fie, a?
Urât, coaie.
Da, hai că nici n-am cum să vă aduc. Îmi pare rău. Am ieșit. Salut.
Da, mea, s-o suci.
Frumos, bă. Nu-l aduci, mă, pe ăsta, pe, cum îi zice, pe Mister, mă, mâncase și mi-e dor de Mister așa, să-l înjur.
El a schimbat ăla, mă.
E timpul lui Fit. Putem să jucăm să nu luăm Melo dacă vrei cu o hartă, dacă nu, la revedere. SeDaN, mergi la Sanoips? Bă, nu. Nu, Bogdane. Nu știu ce prezură am să moară Jeana, mă duc și eu să mă tund pe întâi. Chiar vreți să fac 4000 elo? Mă, s-a pus John pe tine, mâncați. Triluc, vara asta cred că ne angajăm amândoi, mâncați-și.
Nu mai spune așa că poate se adeverește dracu.
Ce vrei să zic, mâncați-și? Hai să mă uit în lista asta, să mă uit puțin în lista asta. Îl chem pe Launix, pe Erețen. Teorie are el. Da, mă, lucrează pe 1 frizerul, că îl sunați și zic, bă, fă și eu programare, când poți și mi-ai zis, bă, pe 1 mai, zic, pe 1 mai, zic, ok, la ora 4. Zic, bine. Nu mă bari, mă jur, chiar m-a surprins și pe mine, că mi-a zis că lucrează de 1, zic, ai, ok. E ok, mă. Am să mai luăm unul, dăm premium, fătute în gură, că nu o să mai cine să la un moment dat, așa o să fie în perioada asta. Joe nu cred că se joacă. Cine dracu să zice? Da, chiar dacă aș mai găsi unul, unde dracu mai găsi? Bă, cred că cam atât a fost, băieți. Chat. Îmi pare rău, dar cam atât. Termin țigara și rup ușa, n-am ce face. N-am cu cine să mă joc. Vali, nu e online?
Legiune, mai și cum să înțeleg.
Păi n-am pe cine să aduc, nebunule. Mă uit în listă, uite puțin în listă la mine, n-ai pe cine.
Schimb baron, jegoșie, că...
Cine se joacă la schimb baron? Mister cu cine?
Cu aia, Barol, cu pula mea, nu știu. Nu știu care sunt.
Dar e turneul mișto ăla sau care-i treaba?
Aia e pula. Nu știu cât le dă, dar nu le fie 5, deci.
Ce mai devreme, Georgiana? Că? Nu știu. Unde să duc? Nu știu dacă ies. Închidești tu ușa. Da, mă, nu mai stau, băi, chat. Ajungi. M-am stat oricum destul pe live. Fac aproape 7 ore, 6 ore 35. E ok. Ne auzim mâine. Mâine, dacă nu o meci ăștia, nu știu când dau și pe următorul meci la Brazy asta. Dar de mâine poate dăm și niște cantă, dacă avem cu cine.
E și mă.
Nu știu. Cam atât. Hai, vă las, băi. Vă mulțumesc de sport. Ne auzim mâine, ok? Vă pup, ceau, ceau.